A full moon hangs in the night sky. Clouds billow under the moonlight. Lavis Vindicare. A magnificent palace stands atop the cliff. A long bridge spans the abyss, connecting the brightly lit buildings. Comrades lie in pools of blood. Their eyes have rolled back, faces covered in scars. Lavis looks down at the bodies on the ground, baring his sharp teeth. Truly a useless piece of trash. Hiltiger kneels in a pool of blood, supporting himself with one hand, panting heavily. Do you really think that, after a massacre like this, you can walk away unscathed? Lavis looks down at the loser before him. The animal skull ornaments on his cloak glint coldly. Hiltiger, did you think I didn't know what you've been up to? Or did you think it could escape my eyes? Lavis raises his blood-stained hand. Red liquid drips from his fingertips. This isn't a massacre. Hiltiger gritted his teeth, staring at that wicked hand. This is an execution in progress? Lavis turns his head, baring his sharp teeth, looking straight ahead, carried out by a Vindicare. Claws soaked in blood, slashing through the air, leaving behind a broad, bloody afterimage. A blood-curdling scream pierced the darkness. Arg! Flames roar above. Sparks fly everywhere. Iron chains bind Lavis. Gamdale rebukes him. Lavis Vindicare. How dare you do such a thing? Foolish child. You don't even understand your own position. I ordered you to bring back evidence of treason. I didn't order you to slaughter their entire clan. As a member of the Vindicare, how dare you disrupt the order of the demon realm? Gamdale looks down from above. His expression is majestic and stern. You've gone too far this time. Lavis is bound by layers of thick, heavy chains, suspended in the center of the vast hall, struggling with all his might. What are you talking about? Father, the evidence was You know it too. Those Hiltiger bastards were beyond saving. Lavis lifts his head. Looking directly at Gamdale above, he retorts loudly. It's precisely because of those old fogies clinging to the Hiltigers. Lavis bows his head and sneers, baring his sharp teeth. Due process? Don't make me laugh. Chains wrap around Lavis's shoulders. His expression grows increasingly frenzied. Darkness will be devoured by a deeper darkness. Lavis tosses his head back. His messy black hair sways amidst the chains, baring his sharp teeth in a mad laugh. Isn't that the law of survival in the demon realm? Gamdale falls silent. His white beard hides his tightly pursed lips. The red gem on his forehead emits a cold light. Father? No. Your great majesty, the demon king. Lavis kneels beneath the long street. Chains hang from high above, binding his body tightly.
If
you cannot even consume such obvious darkness, then how can the Vindicare clan still claim to be the rulers of this domain? You know full well that the order of the demon realm is being toyed with by those aristocrats. How short-sighted. Gamdale turns around, the beast bone ornaments on his black cape swaying slightly. You are an absolute fool. Only by destroying the Hiltiger family can the Vindicare clan survive. The crimes they committed were all for the sake of usurping the throne. Lavis is wrapped from head to toe in heavy chains, his red horns protruding through his messy hair. A look of manic disdain fills his eyes. Is this not the exact reason you sent me as an investigator? Compared to those cowards hiding behind the Hiltiger family, and those who turn a blind eye to order, Gamdale gazes forward in silence, his white eyebrows knit tightly together. The red gemstone on his forehead reflects a cold light. He closes his eyes and lets out a heavy sigh. There is truly no reasoning with you. The 12 Dark Thrones and I have already decided on your punishment. Gamdale stands at the top of the towering stairs, looking at the prisoner awaiting his sentence. Lavis kneels on the cold floor tiles, chains extending from all directions, to pin him firmly in place. Lavis Vindicare, for your violation of the demon realm's laws and the massacre of the Hiltiger family. Gamdale snaps his eyes open and roars, baring his sharp fangs. The beast bone ornaments on his cape tremble with the force. You shall be banished to the human world. The human world. Lavis's pupils suddenly contract. He glares upward. Father, you must be joking. Lavis turns his face, the expression beneath his messy black hair full of shock. You can't be serious. Lavis, in the human world, you shall atone for your crimes. Your powers will be sealed there. Learn what the true dignity of a Vindicare is. Gamdale turns his back to the prisoner. His cape billows in a purple light. The attendants on both sides stand with their heads bowed. No, father. I may have killed those Hiltiger brats, but I did not destroy their souls. Lavis struggles desperately, the chains around his neck and waist rattling violently. The eyes beneath his messy black hair are filled with terror. He opens his mouth for a final plea. What are you waiting for? Carry out the sentence immediately. Gamdale's figure turns into a dark silhouette amidst the intense light. His red pupils glimmer with a ruthless light. Several cloaked casters raise their hands in unison, dazzling purple energy gathering in their palms. A complex magic circle erupts across the ground, and the light consumes everything around them. Damn it, I don't accept this. Stop this right now. Lavis kneels in the center of the purple circle, the chains rattling violently from his struggle. I'm not going, I did nothing wrong. Bam, wearing a purple hooded cloak, holds his hands out, directly toward Lavis. The purple magic circles spin rapidly at his fingertips, emitting a blindingly bright light. Lavis throws his head back, his face contorted by the violent energy. His eyes go wide with pain. He bares his sharp teeth and screams. Have fun, my mischievous little prince. Bam leans closer to Lavis, a sly smile playing on his lips.
He lightly taps his finger against Lavis's forehead.
Purple light instantly pierces through his body. Lavis grits his teeth, a broken groan escaping his throat. While you are away, I will take good care of everything here. You bastard! Lavis is completely engulfed in purple light, his face twisted in rage. His eyes are bloodshot as he glares at the person before him, letting out one final roar. Lavis straightens his back, letting the heavy chains wrap around him. He lifts his head and screams piercingly into the void. Purple energy pours down like a waterfall, completely submerging his body. The light explodes, and space itself collapses in the tremors. Lavis's figure vanishes into the endless purple torrent. Lavis Vindicare, you are sentenced to descend to the human world. Heavy chains crisscross over the complex darker patterns. A cold proclamation echoes in the void. Human World Rule 1, as a host, live your life faithfully. Rule 2, no suicide before your natural lifespan ends. Rule 3, killing any humans is strictly forbidden. Lavis bolts upright in bed, his eyes wide open.
He gasps for air with his mouth wide.
Cold sweat trickles down his cheeks. Lavis slowly raises his hands, spreading his palms. He stares at these human hands and falls into a long silence. Lavis clenches his jaw, fine beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A low groan of pain escapes his throat. Ooh, damn it. Lavis suddenly raises his right hand, fingers splayed, and grips his forehead. Cold sweat rolls down his face. I really have fallen into the human world. That bastard Bam dared to set me up like this. When I get back, the first thing it'll do is tear his legs off. Lavis curls up in the middle of the bed, propping himself up with his hands. A wave of intense pain sweeps through his body. Why does this human body hurt so much? Lavis slowly turns and looks at himself in the mirror. His eyes reflect an expression of utter shock. Am I really trapped in this pathetic body? Lavis stands up and looks down at his trembling palms. His fingers curl stiffly as he feels the fragility and weakness of this shell. Those useless pieces of trash were no help until the very end. Lavis stands by the bed, looking down at the cramped room. His hands hang limply at his sides. His eyes are filled with disgust. The air here is suffocating. Is there not even a hint of sulfur nearby? What was that sound? Lavis snaps his head around to look at the slightly swaying door. A brown-haired girl is hiding behind the crack in the door, peering inside timidly. Appa Lavis freezes in place. He turns his face toward the door, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Oh, you're finally awake. The girl bursts through the door, rushing toward Minho. Her eyes are brimming with tears. She cries out with her mouth wide open, her hands tightly clutching the hem of her clothes in excitement. Thank goodness, the girl suddenly throws herself into Lavis's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist. She begins to wail. I thought you were never going to wake up. Lavis stands there, stiff as a board, letting the girl sob against his chest. His eyes are full of shock and detachment. What? Is she this body's younger sister? Minho, a middle-aged woman, stands at the door. Her hands are clasped over her chest. She watches Lavis with a sorrowful expression, softly calling out his name. Minho, a middle-aged woman, stands at the door. Her hands are clasped over her chest. She watches Lavis with a sorrowful expression, softly calling out his name. The middle-aged woman raises her hands to cover her face, her shoulders trembling violently. She lets out a suppressed sob. Thank you. Thank you for waking up. You must have suffered so much. Lavis frowns slightly, letting the girl in his arms continue to cry. His gaze drifts over the top of her head, staring into the void. What on earth just happened? What am I supposed to do in this situation? This is ridiculous. Lavis grits he bares his sharp fangs. A look of deep anxiety flashes in his eyes. They say that human relationships are one of the three hells of the human world. Can I really survive here? Heavy footsteps approach and stop right in front of the door. A middle-aged man wearing glasses enters the room. He looks down at the boy on the bed. His voice is freezing. So, you're finally awake. The middle-aged woman grips the man's arm tightly. Her eyes are full of desperation. Honey, Minho just woke up. The man stares silently at Minho. His gaze behind the lenses is cold and sharp. Minho stares back at him. A hint of confusion flickers in his eyes. Snap out of it. You're going back to school tomorrow. The man turns around. He walks toward the door without looking back. You've been lying in bed for a week. You have a lot of schoolwork to catch up on. The man pushes the door open. There is no warmth in his voice. Honey, but Minho's current physical condition is still. The middle-aged woman chases him into the hallway. She tries to grab the hem of the man's jacket. Shut up, it's enough that Hei's awake. The man shakes off her hand. He strides away, disappearing at the end of the hallway. Minho stares blankly ahead. His eyes look somewhat hollow. The young girl grips his arm tightly. She looks up and asks with concern. Appa, are you okay? What? The man's image flashes through Minho's mind. The glasses. That gloomy, ruthless face. Followed by the sorrowful expression of the middle-aged woman. One actually quite like that guy. A slight smirk appears on Minho's lips. A sly smile plays on his face. An unusual flush colors his cheeks. A fanatical light glints in his eyes. So there are humans who are just like demons here, too. Minho reveals his sharp teeth. He lets out a soft chuckle. The girl hunches her shoulders. She looks at her unfamiliar brother with terror. Appa. To think I'd instinctively take a liking to a guy like that. Minho is suddenly jolted. A flash of self-doubt crosses his eyes. The girl huddles beside. She calls out to him timidly. Brother, before I recover the memories of this body, I must proceed with caution. Minho, we're here. The middle-aged woman stops the car. She turns around and reminds him softly. Is this the school? Minho looks up. He gazes at the imposing school building before him. The playground looks exceptionally wide under the sun. If you feel unwell during class, remember to call me. The woman leans against the car door. Her eyes are filled with worry. I know, Minho puts on his backpack. He steps out of the car. He walks toward the school gate without looking back. The woman stands by the car. She watches Minho's retreating back. She falls into a long silence. I finished my education in the demon realm 600 years ago. Minho weaves through the crowd of students. He walks toward the building alone. Every step is steady and cold. I never thought that, at my age, I'd end up attending a human school. Minho walks through the hallway.
His gaze is dark.
This is absolute hell. Human relationships are hell. Right, Minho stops in his tracks. He stares ahead with an expressionless face. A hint of numbness shows in his eyes. The sign for Class 23 hangs on the wall. Minho slides the classroom door open. He walks straight to his seat. That's right, humans don't even live for 100 years. Minho pulls out his chair and sits down. He places his backpack by his feet. His movements are somewhat stiff. While I'm here, I should stay quiet and try to avoid having my soul annihilated. Minho turns his head to look out the window. He folds his hands on the desk. He gazes into the distance with cold eyes. By crushing the Hiltiger family, I've managed to buy some time. I just need to return to the demon realm and take my father's throne. Before the Vindicare royal family is in danger again, Minho turns his face toward the window. His gaze is cold and profound. I must act quickly. Yo, look who it is. Isn't this our very own Minho? Long time no see. Taiwu holds his phone. A flippant smirk hangs on his. He walks up to Minho's desk with another student. What do you want now? Minho stares at him coldly. His expression is full of impatience.
Hey, Minho.
While you were gone, did you bring the late fees? Taiwu suddenly reaches out. He grabs Minho by the collar. He yanks him out of his seat toward himself. Minho grits his teeth. He lets out a muffled grunt. This body, it's shaking on its own. Minho's eyes widen. He tightly grips Taiwu's arm that is holding his collar. His fingertips spasm with fear. Minho falls onto the cold floor. He curls his body up. Taiwu steps on his back. He looks down at the surrounding students from above. Bursts of laughter erupt. A cruel smile plays on Taiwu's lips. A fanatical glint appears in his eyes.
He leans down to look at the prey beneath his feet.
Minho is pinned to the ground. His face is pressed against the rough floor. Blood seeps from the corner of his mouth.
Tears fall uncontrollably.
Taiwu presses down hard on his head. Between the fingers, Minho's desperate and enduring gaze is visible. Minho suddenly snaps his eyes open. His pupils contract violently from the shock. So, the reason this body was aching all over was because of these punks. Taiwu stands by the desk. He looks down at the trembling Minho. A mocking smile hangs on his lips. Look at him. Why are you so afraid of your friends? You've become even more pathetic than before. It's been a while. I should give you a proper welcome. As Taiwu speaks, he carelessly fiddles with his phone. He reaches out with his left hand and grabs the back of Minho's head. He shoves it down with force. Hurry up and hand over those membership fees. As proof of our friendship. No way, Minho is forced to bow his head. A look of disbelief flashes in his eyes. M1, being bullied right now? Look closely, these are humans. Cynthia stands in front of the podium. She spreads her left hand, wearing a clawed glove. She displays a holographic projection of a human floating beside her. Observe them. Oh, they don't even have feet. They look truly vulgar and unsightly. A demon student in the classroom suddenly stands up. He waves his arm in disgust. I bet. They must smell terrible. The other students show expressions of contempt. They whisper among themselves in their seats. Correct, humans are infinitely mediocre and vulgar creatures. Cynthia turns her head slightly. A sly smile plays on her lips. She watches the students below. They will stop at nothing to hide their own weaknesses. Not only that, but they are foolish creatures who worship both demons and angels simultaneously. Cynthia continues her lecture. A hideous demon appears on the screen, alongside a holy angel. Below them are countless human believers. Their eyes are closed. Their hands are clasped. They pray with devout and humble expressions. We should just burn those fools to ashes. Lavis slams his hand onto the table. He reveals his sharp teeth. A fanatical rage flickers in his eyes. That's right, Lavis. Cynthia snaps her fingers. A cluster of purple flames instantly sprouts from her fingertips. The flames flicker violently in midair. If you ever encounter humans in the future, grind their vulgarity into nothing but ash. Mere humans. How dare they lay a hand on my head? Minho keeps his head lowered. His hands are clenched into fists on the desk. His knuckles tremble violently from the strain. Taiwu is carelessly fiddling with his phone. His eyes are full of contempt.
He is completely unaware of the approaching danger.
Minho suddenly raises his left hand.
He grabs Taiwu's head with a backhand grip.
The movement is as swift as lightning. Humans really are fools. Minho lets out a low growl. A sharp killing intent flashes in his eyes. Minho suddenly stands up. Using the momentum, he flips Taiwu onto the floor. His right hand tightly chokes the boy's neck.
He slams him heavily against the ground.
Taiwu's eyes roll back.
He lets out a scream of agony.
Let me go. You bastard. Taiwu struggles desperately on. His hands scratch feebly at Minho's arm. The surrounding students stand up in horror. They stand frozen in place, watching this sudden retaliation. Sang-yoon snaps his head up.
He opens his mouth wide in an angry roar.
You crazy bastard! Minho turns his head. A strange red light flickers in his pupils. My mena, it's actually responding. You piece of trash. Have you completely lost it after nearly dying? Sang-yoon swings his right fist at Minho's face. He lunges forward with a distorted expression, letting out a furious roar. Minho tilts his head slightly. A strange red light flickers in his pupils. He watches the incoming fist. Oh, look at this. Human insults can actually stimulate my mena. So there's a link between profanity and magic. Minho suddenly clenches his left fist. He takes a step forward to meet the attack. Minho sidesteps. He dodges the heavy punch. He grabs Sang-yoon's collar with his right hand. He forces him down with sudden strength, slamming his entire body onto the floor. Sang-yoon's face hits the floor hard. A dull, heavy thud echoes. He is sent flying backwards. His back slams hard against the lockers at the back of the classroom. A piercing metallic crash rings out. He slumps helplessly on the floor, coughing violently. The surrounding students stare with eyes wide in terror. Lim Soon opens his mouth, but no sound comes out. He can only stand there frozen, watching the scene unfold before him. He actually hit them. Lim Soon cries out internally. Taiwu is going to absolutely destroy him. My mena was supposed to be sealed in the human world. Minho slowly raises his right hand. He closes his fingers in the air, feeling the slight tremor at his fingertips. Even in this human body, my mena is reacting to malice. Minho lowers his eyelids. A sinister red light flashes in his left eye. A purple aura rises around his body. He lightly brushes his jaw with his fingertips. Minho? Cold sweat beads on Lim Soon's forehead. He calls out his friend's name in disbelief. Is that really the Minho I know? Taiwu suddenly lifts. He raises his arms high over his head. His face is distorted with rage. He grits his teeth.
He aims to smash it down on the back of Minho's head.
Minho stands still. A strange red light flickers in his left eye. He raises his right hand slightly. His fingertips glide through the air, as if Hayes already sensed the killing intent behind him. Minho, behind you, watch out. Lim Soon's eyes widen in terror. He opens his mouth and screams. His body is frozen in extreme fear. Minho suddenly snaps his head around. A sharp red glow flashes in his eyes. He watches the chair as it comes whistling toward him. A cold smirk plays on his lips. Minho twists his body. His left fist slams into Taiwu's abdomen like a heavy cannon. Taiwu lets out a shrill scream. The massive impact sends him flying. His eyes roll up from the intense pain. His body curls up in agony midair. Taiwu falls heavily to his knees. He clenches his stomach tightly with both hands, gasping for air. He moans in pain. What the hell is going on? Taiwu trembles on the floor. Cold sweat drips down his cheeks. His body is paralyzed by extreme fear. You useless piece of trash. Minho stands silently before Taiwu. He looks down on him with disdain. His tone is cold and contemptuous. Minho lowers his eyelids slightly. He looks forward with a cold, indifferent expression. I've heard that humans become more vulgar, just to hide their weaknesses. Do you think that's important? Does it make you look strong? Minho asks flatly. There isn't a hint of emotion in his eyes. But do you know something? Minho suddenly raises his right leg. The sole of his shoe rapidly enlarges in Taiwu's vision. Minho delivers a heavy axe kick. It slams precisely onto the top of Taiwu's head. Taiwu is driven to his knees. His eyes roll back from the violent impact. His facial muscles contort in pain. He lets out a shrill scream. Taiwu is crushed against the floor. He spits out a mouthful of saliva. A dull thud echoes from the impact. The source of human profanity. Minho lowers his eye. An image of a female demon appears in his mind. She has massive red horns. She is dressed in a robe adorned with black feathers. An arrogant smile hangs on her lips. That's my mother. Taiwu lies on his back. His eyes are rolled back. Dark red blood stains the corner of his mouth. His body twitches slightly from the pain. His school blazer is disheveled and wide open. Minho has taken down both Taiwu and Sungyun. The surrounding students huddle together, watching the two fallen boys in terror. Whispers spread through the classroom. What the hell just happened? Oh my god. Anyway, father. Minho stands there expressionless. His cold eyes are fixed ahead. I just need to stay quiet until it's time to leave. Right. Minho's mouth splits into a grin, revealing his even, sharp teeth. The smile spreads wildly across his face. Who else? Minho glances around. He asks in a flat tone. The surrounding students shudder. They pull their shoulders in fear, not daring to meet his gaze. Who else wants to curse at me? A thick purple aura rises around Minho. His eyes glow red in the shadows, like an awakening beast. Very well, then let's begin. Minho raises his right hand.
He presses his fingertips lightly against his tie.
A manic smile is on his face. He watches the crowd before him. Minho raises his hand. He straightens his tie. A smirk plays on his lips. Does anyone else want to talk trash to me? The onlookers look shocked. They watch the figure before them. Is that really Minho? My god, I didn't know he was this strong. Taiwu lies on the ground. His eyes are rolled back.
He lies stiffly on his back.
The surrounding students scatter. Lim Soon looks at Minho's back. He asks cautiously, Minho, are you okay? Minho's lips curl upward. A meaningful smile plays on his lips. This guy was actually trying to help me just now. Minho narrows his eyes slightly. He looks completely as my servant. He seems like the perfect fit. Minho casts his gaze downward, watching Lim Soon standing before him. I'm fine, Lim Soon says, quickly catching up behind Minho. His voice is filled with awe. Wow, are you for real? How did you take all of them out by yourself? That was freaking legendary. Soon leans in close to Minho. He asks insistently, looking nervous. Minho, you didn't happen to get isekai'd or something, did you? Minho comes to a halt. His heart skips a beat. Crap, did he figure it out? Soon's eyes widen. He continues excitedly. Did you return from a Miram world? Or maybe from inside a game? Minho lowers his gaze. His expression turns grim. If this servant has already realized my true identity, Lavis, you must never kill a human in the mortal realm. That would lead to the total annihilation of your soul. Lavis asks back in confusion. Why? Teacher Cynthia said, we should crush those vulgar humans. Bam continues his patient explanation. That was just a figure of speech. We cannot treat human death lightly. We are the gods who govern death. Several massive shadows rise within the purple mist, exuding a chilling, terrifying aura. It is the crushing pressure of those who rule over life and death. The crowd scurries before the purple flames. They watch the scene ahead with varying expressions. Lavis turns his head. But humans are always killing each other. Aren't they? Bam stands with his hands in his pockets. They are foolish creatures. Lavis listens in silence. Bam continues. This is exactly the reason for our existence. Lavis lowers his gaze. His expression is cold. Bam's tone turns stern. Keep this in mind. Killing a human will result in your soul's annihilation. Lavis asks, what does it matter? After all, I am a god of death. I'll never have to set foot in the human realm anyway. Minho frowns. He lets out a low hum of thought. If I can't kill, how am I supposed to shut them up? Minho walks down the street. His expression is indifferent. Soon follows by his side.
He marvels to himself.
If reincarnation really exists, how wonderful would that be? Soon grips his backpack straps tightly. He whispers softly with his head bowed. I really wish I could wake up in a different world. Minho glances sideways. Watching the boy beside him, I can smell the scent of despair and agony coming off this guy. Minho stops walking. Soon stands nearby. He scratches his head. He gives an awkward little laugh. I know that reincarnation stuff is all just nonsense. More than anyone, I know how much pain you endured before you finally snapped. How much you've been suffering. Minho turns his head, watching Soon smile. Good, it seems he didn't realize the truth after all. Soon beams with a bright smile.
He praises him sincerely.
Minho, you were seriously so cool back there. Minho's shoulders suddenly tense up. His face flushes bright red. He lets out a flustered grunt. To think I'd be praised by a mere human. Night falls over the towering apartment complex. Specks of light flicker from the windows. Minho sits alone on the edge of his bed. He stares down at the floor. When those humans were cursing me, my demonic power definitely awakened. Minho looks around the silent room. He falls into deep thought. A demon imprisoned within a human shell shouldn't be able to use magic at all. Minho raises his right hand. He slowly clenches his fingers into a fist. A purple aura swirls between his fingers. Just what is going on? Minho lowers his gaze. He stares into the void. Just as I thought. The corners of Minho's mouth curl upward. He lets out a haughty smirk. For someone like me, Lavis Vindicare, there truly are no limits. Minho suddenly doubles over.
He lets out a groan of agony.
A sharp pain strikes him. Minho grips his shoulders tightly. His body trembles, cold sweat beads on his forehead. Cold blue light pours in through the window, illuminating the swaying potted plants in the room. Minho collapses weakly onto the bed.
He curls his limbs inward.
This body is far too weak. It can't handle my power at all. Minho grits his teeth, feeling a searing, tearing pain. My whole body is screaming in pain. Minho lies back on the pillow. His eyes are filled with exhaustion and resentment. If only been human for a single day, and then already this pathetic. Minho's eyes snap open. He grits his teeth. His face is contorted with agony. If it's going to hurt like this forever, how on earth am I supposed to sleep? Minho folds his hands over his stomach. He falls into a deep sleep with his mouth hanging open. He snores rhythmically. The darkness of night gradually fades. A faint light appears in the deep blue sky. White clouds stretch across the azure sky. Sunlight pierces through the cloud layer. The evening glow paints the horizon red. A golden afterglow bathes the land. The school building looks solemn and serene in the sunset. Students walk across the campus in small groups. Soon walks along a campus path. He lets out a sigh of relief. Wow, it feels like forever since I've had a normal school life like this. It's all thanks to you. Minho, because you're here, no one dares to mess with us anymore. Minho stands with his hands in his pockets. His expression is full of disdain. Whatever, I'd rather just be them to a pulp myself. Minho turns his head slightly. There's a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. I want to test the limits of my power even more. A low voice comes from behind. Young Minho stops in his tracks. Soon turns around in terror. He looks toward the source of the voice. Minho turns his head. A hint of curiosity flickers in his eyes. A burly student steps forward. A provocative smirk hangs on his lips. So, it was you, messing with my little brother? He leans in close to Minho. His tone turns cold and sinister. I've been protecting you all this time, and charging you such a small protection. He glares at the side of Minho's face. He demands an answer. Is this how you repay me? Minho's cheeks flush with color. A frenzied light glints in his eyes. Another insult. Minho points to the tip of his nose. He shouts with excitement. That's right, I'm the one who did it. The burly student breaks into a sinister grin. Come with me, you bastard. Minho grabs his backpack straps and follows with large strides. He keeps responding eagerly. Fine, great. Soon follows behind with a panicked expression. The evening glow stains the sky. Purple light glimmers through the clouds at the horizon. Taiwu, I told you before. The sunset shines on an abandoned construction site. Scaffolding casts long shadows in the afterglow. Don't go around getting yourself beaten up. The burly student stands in the middle of the clearing. He looks down at the person before him. I can't believe you got beaten up by a weakling like this. Taiwu stands by the chain-link fence, lowers his head and apologizes softly. I'm sorry, big brother. The burly student looks down at Minho. His tone is full of menace. You Minho, what on earth should I do with you? He suddenly moves his face close to Minho's. His hands are shoved into his pockets. If I just let you off like this, won't I, your brother, lose all my respect? He extends his index finger. He pokes Minho's forehead forcefully. Is this what your mother taught you? He continues poking Minho's head. He lets out a cold sneer. Teaching you to bully the good kids, huh? Minho lets the other boy poke his forehead. His lips curl into a sinister arc. That's right, she did teach me. Minho lowers his head slightly. A cold, fanatical gleam glimmers in his eyes. She taught me so that I could do this, and sweep away all you pieces of trash. The burly student freezes for a moment. Then he bursts into a fit of wild laughter. Ha, you little psycho. The burly student raises his right hand high. His fingers are spread wide, creating a gust of wind. You're actually laughing? He swings his palm down hard, aiming to slap the top of Minho's head. The most vicious, the words that remind me of my mother, are always the most pleasant to hear. Minho tilts his head. While dodging the attack, he grabs the other's wrist with a backhand grip. He holds the wrist in a death grip. A sinister red light flashes in his left eye. Minho stands up with the momentum. His fingers dig into the opponent's skull like talons. A cruel smile hangs on his lips. The burly student lets out a terrified scream. Oh, what the hell is this? You bastard! Minho presses down on the boy's head with one hand, pinning him down in front of him. The setting sun stretches their shadows long, as the accomplices watch in horror from a distance. Minho looks down at his pinned opponent. A fanatical red light flickers in his eyes. Oh, my almighty mother. You bestowed poison upon the tips of human tongues. Minho exerts sudden force,
He slams the back of the boy's head violently against the ground.
accompanied by the dull thud of cracking bone. Gravel and dust spray in every direction. The burly student's eyes roll back. Blood and saliva spray from his mouth. He lets out a pained wail. Erg! Minho turns his face toward the void. Violence can only bind the flesh. The burly student's face is covered in blood. He struggles with a distorted expression. Minho presses the boy's head down again, nailing him firmly to the ground. But you said that rotten voices would devour the soul. Minho watches the trembling body beneath his palm. These pathetic creatures are desperately calling out to you for help. One student's eyes widen in terror. He points forward and shouts, Sung Yin Hyung, that bastard. Lim Soon clutches the front of his shirt tightly. He opens his mouth and lets out a cry of shock. Minho's fingers are like hooks. He grips his opponent's face tightly. He slams him hard against the wall. Accompanied by a dull thud, blood gushes from the boy's nose. The student pinned against the wall lets out a shrill scream. You bastards! Don't just stand there watching. Get him! Minho tilts his head slightly. One eye flashes with a sinister red light. He watches the crowd closing in. So, you plan to come at me all at once? Minho's pupils contract suddenly. A red glow vibrates violently in his eyes. This is actually better. Facing a greater evil, a greater power is gathering. Minho swings his right arm violently. A heavy punch pierces through an opponent's abdomen, accompanied by the dull crack of breaking bones. Blood sprays from the boy's mouth. Minho turns his body. His left hand grips another person's throat tightly, lifting him completely off the ground. A fanatical red light flickers in his eyes. He exerts force with the momentum, slamming the body in his hand heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of smoke and dust. A dull thud echoes as he hits the gravel. Minho lowers his head slightly. He watches the opponent struggling at his feet. His expression is cold and restrained, as if examining a broken toy. Lim Soon hugs his backpack tightly. He opens his mouth wide, letting out a shrill scream. Arg! The school building looks solemn in the twilight. A few birds streak across the sky, letting out shrill cries. A hand hangs limply. The fingertips tremble slightly in the breeze. The cuff is adorned with gold trim. Minho turns his head slightly away from the camera, letting out a heavy breath. The burly student lies on his back. His face is covered in blood. He twitches, eyes rolled back. Another student curls up in the corner, groaning in pain. Minho stands amidst the scattered bodies. He looks down at the mess on the ground. How refreshing. While mother created curses, it was uncle who bestowed violence upon humanity. Minho tilts his head back slightly, looking into the void. Violence really is the best. I finally understand now why you gave it to the humans. Minho spreads his arms, bathing in the light. Thank you, uncle. Lim Soon stands at a distance with his backpack. He stares at that back with a dazed expression. Minho turns his face. A gentle smile hangs on his lips. A rat pokes its head out from a hole in its eyes flash with red light. Watching the scene, the rat lets out a sharp squeal. Its pupils vibrate violently in the red light. Minho stands at the edge of the rooftop, spreading his arms and looking up at the sky. As you can see, the task you assigned has been completed perfectly. My lovely nephew, Lavis. Lavis's uncle, Barca, raises his foot. He stomps heavily on a monster's head, accompanied by the sound of bone crushing. Purple blood spatters. It seems you like the gift your uncle sent you. Bam turns his face slightly, gazing into the distance. Embedding the demon bloodstone in his eye instead of the taboo stone, he pushes up his red glasses. His lips curl into an amused arc. How much longer can you hold out? Lavis, Minho raises his chin, watching the sky dyed red by the sunset. A strange red light flickers in his left eye. A magnificent castle looms in the night, echoing with wild laughter. Lavis, that bastard?
He really did completely wipe out the Hiltiger family.
Bam pulls up the hood of his purple cloak. He adjusts his orange sunglasses. Lavis always insists on doing things his own way. Barca rests his chin on his hand. An amused smile plays on his lips. Who could possibly control that stubborn brat? But throwing him into the human world without a second thought. Gamdale really is heartless. Gamdale's massive face appears in the void. The ruby on his forehead flashes with light. To deal with evil, high-ranking demons, only military suppression will suffice. Bam spreads his hands, standing before a massive stone bowl. That is the creed of the great demon king, Lord Gamdale. Barca lies by the rocks, tapping his cheek with his finger. The human world is a place where even the demon realm sends its most vicious criminals. Lavis won't adapt that easily. He recalls what Lavis looked like when he was young. That brat. When did he get old enough to start causing trouble? A young Lavis once cried and grabbed his cloak. Uncle, save me. He lets out a cunning smile in the memory. He even began to hum a light tune. Barca lay by the edge of the rocks, Is this why you gave him the demon blood? Bam stood before the giant stone bowl and spread his arms, his cloak fluttering wildly in the wind. Lord Barca, the preparations to manifest the sinners sent to the human world are now complete. Barca bared his sharp fangs, his lips curling into a fanatical arc. Show me. Bam raised his right hand, purple mana condensing at his fingertips, and thrust it forward. Black smoke billowed out from the stone bowl, spreading frantically across the wasteland. Since Lavis has already descended to the human world, several hideous figures emerged within the smoke. They wore masks of bone, revealing greedy and twisted smiles. He will inevitably face them hidden. Barca stood at the edge of the rock, watching the churning shadows below. Bam extended his right hand, releasing pitch-black mana from his fingertips that traced an eerie arc in the air. Bam and Barca stood on opposite sides of the stone bowl. Mana surged like a rising tide, converging into a massive black vortex that pierced the clouds. Barca faced the rolling demonic energy, his long hair flying wildly in the power fluctuations. He stared into the center of the vortex. How exciting! My nephew. Lavis. Barca bared his sharp teeth, a fanatical smile appearing on his face. You are about to experience true darkness. Lim soon stared at the pot of sausage tteokbokki before him, his mouth agape in wonder. Even Taiwu's gang was taken down so easily. That was so cool back there. It was just like a movie. Lim soon sat at the dining table, clutching his chopsticks, and shouted excitedly, Minho, what on earth happened? Minho picked up a piece of rice cake and stuffed it into his mouth. His cheeks turned beet red, and fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Hey, so this is hellfire flavor? It's not that big a deal. Lim soon leaned in to observe his face. But Minho, are you crying right now? Minho squeezed his eyes shut, tears streaming down from the corners of his eyes. Idiot, this is just sweat coming out of my eyes. I told you we should have ordered the mild level. The phone on the table vibrated, letting out a harsh buzzing sound. Lim soon looked down, staring at the caller ID displayed on the screen. Name, Jin Jihi. The smile on Soon's face vanished instantly.
His pupils trembled with fear,
and cold sweat ran down his temple. He stared fixedly at that name, falling into a deathly silence. Minho, with his mouth full of food, looked across the table in confusion. What's wrong? Aren't you going to answer? Lim soon stood up abruptly, looking away in a panic. Ah, Minho. I just got an emergency call. I have to go. Take your time eating. Soon grabbed his purple backpack and dashed out of the shop without looking back. Minho sat alone at the table, his chopsticks still raised, watching him rush away. Lim soon walked briskly down the street, head down, looking gloomy and somber. Minho looked away and continued mechanically stuffing rice cakes into his mouth. At the end of a deep, dark alley, skyscrapers loomed high, as a blue twilight blanketed the entire city. At the end of the dark alleyway, a closed iron door was set into the brick wall. Messy wires clung to the mottled surface. A hand wearing a black glove firmly gripped a tattoo gun. Ink seeped from the needle tip, which emitted a rapid, fine vibration. Piercing screams echoed in the dimly lit room. A man with curly black hair loomed over another man, the tattoo gun in his hand moving up and down steadily. Don't move, or it'll hurt a lot. He looked down at the struggling man below, his tone light yet freezing. See? You should have paid your debt on time. Because of you, I have to work overtime. He stopped what he was doing and straightened up. There, all done. Having finished the task, the man flashed a cunning smile. He showed off the man's arms, now covered in dense skull tattoos. Turned out well. Seems your skin makes for a good canvas. Jinji, his messy black hair covering half his face. He shot a cold glance toward the door. A man in a suit pushed the door open and bowed slightly. Mr. Jin, we've brought him. Lim Soon's shoulder was gripped tightly by the man in the suit. His body shook violently, and his hands twisted together anxiously. Jaji. Jihi sat perched on the workbench, and turned toward the door, his tone carrying a trace of lazy complaint. Why are you so late? Soon come have a look. The surgical light cast a pallid glow, illuminating the shadows below. Ji-hee, wearing a black glove, suddenly gripped Soon's jaw and forced him to look up. Lim Soon grit his teeth as cold sweat rolled down his cheeks. Keep your eyes open and look closely. Ji-hee leaned in close to Soon's ear and pointed at the man on the table. What do you think this represents? Ji-hee stared at the tattooed characters.
He said coldly, thief.
It means a thieving bastard. Ji-hee leaned in toward Soon's face, a cruel smile on his lips. This guy was punished for not paying his debt. How about you, Lim Soon? Ji-hee's silhouette loomed over Soon like a demon, his pupils glinting eerily in the dark. How is our little agreement coming along? Soon's mouth hung open, his breathing ragged and frantic. It's... A shadow flashed by, and a heavy thud erupted in the room. Soon's pupils contracted sharply, reflecting his sheer terror. Bugs are always getting in the way. Ji-hee looked down at the boy slumped on the floor. Do you think this is a joke? Lim Soon clutched his swollen cheek. His glasses lay on the floor, as his body curled up in fear. Ji-hee stood in the cluttered tattoo parlor, fiddling with his tattoo gun. Why? Are you always so slow? Two men in suits slammed Soon to the ground. Soon let out a piercing scream, struggling desperately to escape. Ji-hee leaned and grabbed Soon's hair, forcing him to expose his vulnerable neck. The needle of the tattoo gun vibrated in the air, letting out a chilling buzz. Do I have to carve it into the back of your hand for you to understand me? Soon's eyes widened in horror, as tears burst forth. No, please, no. Ji-hee leaned close to his face, a cruel and cunning smile on his lips. Hey, Lim Soon, listen carefully. Ji-hee straddled him, pressing the tattoo gun against his chest. This is the last chance I'm giving you. Ji-hee stood up and looked down at the pathetic boy. Do as I say. Get everything ready. Ji-hee leaned into Soon's ear again, his black hair brushing against the boy's shoulder. Can I really do this? Soon hung his head, tears dripping onto the floor, as he sank into endless despair. Countless stars dot the deep blue night sky. Clouds float quietly under the moonlight. Lim Soon sits alone in a dim room. The computer screen emits a faint white glow, casting a light on his frail figure. His fingertips fly across the keyboard, making sharp, rapid-fire clicking sounds. If I don't do this, Lim Soon clenches his fist tightly. His knuckles tremble slightly from the strain. He stares at the screen. His jaw is set tight. Ji-hee will definitely. The clock points to the middle of the night. Lim Soon remains slumped at the desk. His silhouette looks lonely and burdened. The towering apartment building stands tall in the night. Scattered lights peek through the window frames. Minho curls up under the covers.
He clutches his abdomen tightly.
His body twitches uncontrollably from the sharp pain. Cold sweat covers his forehead. Ooh, my stomach. He pulls his legs up in agony, tossing and turning on the bed. Is this the consequence of not being able to handle spicy food? Minho lies on his side against the pillow, gasping heavily for air. His stomach feels like it's on fire. It feels like his whole body is falling apart. He grits, enduring waves of intense weakness. Just from a little fight, it feels like my shoulder is about to dislocate. Minho flings his arm out, tossing his shirt aside. This weak, pathetic body, he is bare-chested, propped up on the floor with both arms, doing push-ups like a madman. Sweat drips onto the floor like rain, heaving heavy breaths. I, Lavis Vindicare, will never learn to just stay down. He suddenly flips over, lying flat on his back on the floor, raising his legs high, continuing his nearly masochistic workout. No matter what, I will completely overhaul this piece of trash body. Lavis's facial muscles contort violently. His eyes are bloodshot, letting out a furious roar at the ceiling. No amount of pain will make me yield. Arg. In the clear blue sky, White clouds tumble by. Scorching sunlight pours down upon the earth. Grand school buildings stand tall under the blue sky. The red brick walls look strikingly sharp in the light. Lim Soon stands alone in the empty hallway. His figure looks somewhat frail from behind. He hangs his head, falling into a long silence. He reaches out, gripping the silver phone tightly. His fingertips turn slightly red from the pressure. Lim Soon stares at the screen. His brows are furrowed. His eyes are filled with anxiety. This app? He clenches his fist hard.
His knuckles let out a faint crack.
His expression becomes increasingly grim. It's just too dangerous. Lim Soon's pupils tremble violently. Cold sweat slides down his cheek. He stares straight ahead, as if seeing some unspeakable horror. A massive pitch-black shadow rises from behind, rolling and spreading like thick smoke, gradually swallowing the surrounding light. Jinji-hee looks down, his eyes reflecting an unquestionable cruelty. Make sure everything is ready. Lim Soon keeps his head down, clenching the tie at his chest with both hands. His knuckles turn slightly white from the strain. He grits his teeth. His body won't stop trembling. What on earth should I do? A hand suddenly drops onto his shoulder. Hey, Soon, Lim Soon jolts, letting out a terrified shriek, freezing in place. Minho stands behind him, looking down at him with a cold expression. What's wrong with you? Why are you so freaked out? Lim Soon turns his head, looking at Minho still shaken. A fine layer of cold sweat beads on his forehead. He stares at Minho's stern face. His mind is in a violent struggle. Should I ask Minho for help? Minho watches him in silence. His eyes are deep and calm. No, Lim Soon lowers his gaze. His lips tremble slightly. If Minho gets involved with Jinji-hee, then even he will be in danger. Jinji-hee stands in the murky background, surrounded by pitch-black silhouettes. Like an inescapable curse, Lim Soon avoids Minho's gaze, walking forward, looking like haze lost his soul. I can't let Minho get hurt too. Minho stops in his tracks, turning his head to look beside him. A hint of alertness in his eyes. Wait, this scent. He searches through his memories. His brows are furrowed. I've smelled this somewhere before. A long-haired girl suddenly loses her balance. Her body sways violently in the hallway. Minho and Lim Soon stand there watching. She collapses heavily onto the concrete floor. Lim Soon's eyes widen in horror. Rushing forward. Sung-gi. The girl lies sprawled in the middle of the hallway. Her long hair is scattered in a mess. Surrounding students stop one after another, watching the scene with doubt and unease. Lim Soon kneels beside the girl, reaching out anxiously, trying to prop up her shoulders. What's wrong? Are you okay? Wake up. Are you hurt anywhere? The girl snaps her head up. Her facial muscles twitch violently. Cloudy saliva leaks from the corners of her mouth. A pained roar erupts from her Arg, she suddenly explodes with incredible strength, shoving Lim Soon aside. Lim Soon loses his balance, falling to the ground. Terrified screams erupt from the crowd. Minho watches the abnormality coldly. A flicker of red light glints deep in his pupils, demonic energy. He stares at the girl struggling in agony. His mind is filled with doubt. Why? Is this kind of thing inside a human body? The hallway is in total chaos. A burly male student pushes through the crowd and rushes forward. Sung-gi, what the hell happened? He heaves the pale girl onto his back. Stay with me. I'm taking you to the infirmary right now. Minho stands to the side, watching the two of them hurry away. His gaze suddenly freezes. Under the hem of the girl's lifted shirt, a complex circular pattern is clearly imprinted on her skin. That crest, that's the symbol of the Hiltiger family. Why is it on a human body? Minho turns his head. His gaze becomes exceptionally grim. A blood-red light flickers deep in his pupils. He stares intently ahead. I have to confirm this. Night falls. The entire school building is shrouded in ethereal blue moonlight. Only a few scattered windows still emit a faint light. In the empty hallway, Heavy, slow footsteps echo. Minho walks alone toward the infirmary. His shadow stretches long under the lights. Jin Ji-hee stands before the infirmary door in a gray hoodie. Just as he is about to push the door open, a female police officer in a blue uniform runs over from the end of the hallway, shouting for him to stop. Wait, the officer walks up to Jin Ji-hee, scrutinizing the hooded youth. Are you Sunggi's friend? She needs to rest right now. No visitors allowed. Jin Ji-hee slowly turns his head. The shadow of the hood hides most of his face. He closes in on the officer without warning. His movement is as fast as a blurred afterimage. The officer's eyes widen in terror. Her body freezes in place, letting out a short gasp. Jin Ji-hee turns around completely, staring directly into the female officer's pupils. One of his eyes instantly ignited with a blood. A suffocating dark red aura emanated from his entire body. I bestow upon you oblivion. The female officer's pupils suddenly lost focus. Eerie red patterns appeared deep within her eyes. Her mind instantly went blank. Her eyes rolled back. Her body lost all support. She slumped unsteadily onto the bench. Jin Ji-hee stood to the side, indifferently watching the entranced female officer. Even with such a tiny amount of demonic power, abilities of this level are still manageable. He withdrew his gaze, looking toward the closed door of the hospital room. Though it is only temporary. Jin Ji-hee lowered his hood, pushing open the door.
He disappeared into the shadows behind the door.
Minhee sat leaning against the hospital bed, lifting her head wearily, watching the stranger who broke into the room. Who are you? Jin Ji-hee stood by the bed. The hood covered the upper half of his face, revealing only his tightly pursed lips. And just what kind of thing are you? Minhee threw back the covers. Her eyes widened in anger. What do you think you're doing, barging in like this? Have you lost your mind? Jin Ji-hee acted instantly. His fingers clamped down on Minhee's wrist like iron pincers. A dull thud echoed from the impact. Minhee cried out in pain, desperately trying to break free. Damn it, it hurts. Jin Ji-hee lowered his head slightly. One eye shimmered with a blood-red light. Coldly looking down at the struggling girl, a mere human, he forcefully twisted Minhee's wrist, revealing the complex circular pattern on her skin. A crest. Why are you wearing the Hiltiger family insignia? Minhee, enduring the intense pain, roared through gritted teeth. What the hell are you talking about? Jin Ji-hee emanated a stifling dark purple aura from his entire body. His eyes locked onto hers with a death grip. If you don't want to suffer any more than this, then tell the truth. He pressed closer once more. The red glow in his pupils became even more eerie. What exactly is your true identity? Minhee's eyes widened in terror. A broken scream escaped her throat. Her body trembled violently. Cold sweat slid down her cheeks. She stared fixedly at the boy before her. Her pupils contracted with extreme fear. That was Jin Ji-hee, standing before the bed. His face beneath the hood was completely swallowed by shadow. Only a single eye flickered with a crimson light. A violent dark purple aura rose around him. A massive demonic shadow emerged behind him. Its distorted silhouette radiated a suffocating pressure, as if it were about to swallow the entire room. Minhee collapsed onto the hospital bed, desperately looking up at the monster before her. A demon, Jin Ji-hee lowered his hood. This scent, I definitely smelled it in the demon realm. Bam stopped in his tracks, looking toward the torch on the stone wall, softly calling out to Lavis. Bam stood at the edge of the towering spiral staircase, looking down into the bottomless depths of the tower. Where are you going? Bam held the volume of books tightly in his arms. His expression was anxious. That place is a restricted area. Lavis stopped walking. He turned his head and glanced sideways at his companion behind him. Lavis revealed his sharp teeth, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he looked at the cowardly Bam. Bam squeezed his eyes shut. His temple throbbed slightly. His fists gripped the books tightly. Bam shouted at his back. I'm not afraid. I just don't want to be punished. Lavis continued climbing up the stone steps. He responded without looking back. Then leave. Bam quickly followed him. His tone became hesitant. I don't want to do that. Lavis walked with his hands behind his head, strolling casually. Bam followed closely behind. His voice echoed inside the hollow tower. Given your personality, if I leave you alone, you'll definitely cause major trouble. Bam clutched the books in his arms, looking down at the path beneath his feet. How much further are we going? Two figures walked along a long, narrow stone brick corridor. Their footsteps echoed through the empty building, dull and monotonous. Bam stopped walking. He looked up at the high stone wall. Lavis, do you know? Lavis turned baring his sharp teeth. No idea. You'll have to tell me first. Bam raised his hand, adjusting his sunglasses. He cleared his throat. Bam looked ahead. This environment reminds me of a story about those who possess power that transcends their race. Lavis stopped what he was doing, silently listening to the voice behind him. From what I know, there are two ways they lose their sight. Bam continued walking forward. Either the light is so strong it blinds them, or because they can't see anything at all, causing their eyes to atrophy. Just like in a place like this. Lavis suddenly raised his index finger, pressing it against his lips.
He made a soft sound,
Lavis lowered his body, staring at the corner ahead. Something is here. From a crack in the high stone wall, a pale hand reached out. Its fingertips gripped tightly onto the rough edge. A massive purple flower was bursting through the skin on the back of that hand. Bam hid behind the corner, peeking out halfway, watching the strange sight ahead. What is that? Lavis stepped out from the shadows, walking straight toward the depths of the corridor. Let's get a closer look. Bam followed closely behind, his hands wringing together nervously. This is too dangerous. A purple flower stood quietly on the floor. Its petals bloomed in layers. Lavis stopped in front of the flowers, looking down at the body on the ground. This guy is... Bam stood to the side, identifying the person with a grim expression. Isn't this Jeremy Hiltiger? Lavis spread his arms, gesturing for the other to see the tragic scene on the ground. Look at him now. Bam crouched down, staring at the lifeless body. He's already dead. Jeremy Hiltiger lay on his back. Two massive flowers bloomed from where his eyes should be. The roots were deeply embedded in the eye socket. Several small flowers dotted his chest and shoulders. His mouth was slightly agape. He had long since stopped breathing. Lavis leaned down, watching the strange object on the ground. What's with this flower? Bam shouted urgently. Hey, don't touch it. Lavis exerted a sudden force, uprooting the purple flower from the dirt. The thorny stems, like squirming tentacles, flung specks of blood into the air. Lavis frowned, letting out a grunt of disgust. Ooh, this smell. Bam grabbed him around the waist from behind, trying to pull him away, staring at the plant with a look of terror. Bam's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Could this be the devouring flower? Lavis gripped the flower stem tightly, allowing those barbed roots to struggle frantically between his fingers. Minho lowered his hood, staring coldly ahead. This scent is exactly the same as the devouring flower. Sanji curls up on the hospital bed. He covers his mouth and nose tightly with both hands. His whole body is trembling violently. Please, spare me. Minho stands silently in front of the hospital bed.
He looks down at Sanji, who is consumed by extreme fear.
He remains silent. Minho turns around. He gazes through the window at the pitch-black night sky. A giant bat is hanging upside down from a tree branch outside. Its eyes glow with a faint red light. It watches everything inside the room. Lavis, we meet again. I'm looking forward to this. The silent city is shrouded in the curtain of night. Scattered lights flicker from buildings in the distance. Manhwa has his hands in his pockets. He walks alone on the empty rooftop. His footsteps echo on the concrete floor. Minho stops in front of an iron door.
He looks up at the sign above.
So this is Jin Jihee's tattoo shop. The Hiltiger crest and the biting flower. Jin Jihee lowers his head. He falls into deep thought. Is this really just a coincidence? The emergency exit sign above the hallway emits a faint green glow. 3 men walk side by side down a narrow indoor hall. The man walking to the right of Soon frowns. Why is Parrot Hyao so obsessed with that high school kid? The man walking in the middle speaks. It's not the kid Hayes after. It's the software that guy developed. The blonde man on the right tilts his head up, letting out an exaggerated laugh. Oh, are we going high-tech now? The blonde man reaches into his pocket. He pulls out a piece of candy in a blue wrapper. He examines it closely between his fingertips. Blue ribbon. Parrot just developed this recently. The man in the middle glares at his blonde accomplice. Use it sparingly. You lunatic. Didn't you hear what happened to the Jukang gang yesterday? The blonde man tilts his head up, letting out a weird laugh. This is a new batch. The side effects are pretty intense. The blonde man starts walking, heading deeper into the hallway. Who cares, as long as it feels good? On the blonde man's neck, a complex geometric tattoo is revealed. That's the Hiltiger crest. Minho pulls down his hood. His gaze is ice cold. That smell again. And the Hiltiger crest. Were your tattoos? Also done by Jin Jihee. Minho stands in the middle of the hallway, blocking the path of the 3 men. Did Jin Jihee do your tattoos too? The blonde man stops in his tracks. He sizes up the boy in front of him. Who's this kid? The blonde man wobbles forward, speaking in a flippant tone. Hey, are you a friend of Jin Jihee? The blonde man reaches out and pats Minho's cheek. You need to show some respect. Minho's eyes snap open. His left pupil instantly turns blood red. Minho raises his hand. He quickly shakes off the blonde man. Then he delivers a powerful slap to the blonde man's face. The man in the middle roars in anger. The veins on his forehead bulge. You damn brat. Who sent you? Minho doesn't say a word. He throws a punch at the man with superhuman speed. The man is sent flying by Minho's punch. His body is launched into... Seeing this, the other accomplice curses, You psycho. You're dead. The accomplice lunges at Minho. The accomplice throws a counterpunch. But Minho ducks to dodge it. Minho clenches his fist. He throws a heavy uppercut straight into the man's face. Blood and shattered teeth spray out. Minho lets out a low growl. He kicks the last person several meters away. He slams hard against the wall at the end of the hallway. 3 burly men lie sprawled across the floor. One thug holds a sharp blade, lunging forward with a hideous expression.
Take this.
Minho lowers his stance. His left eye flashes with red light, sidestepping to avoid the blade. Minho clenches his fist. He delivers a powerful blow to the opponent's jaw. The sound of bones cracking echoes in the hallway. The thug spits out a mouthful of blood. His body tilts back uncontrollably. The thug lets out a painful groan. He falls heavily to the ground. Minho uses the momentum. With a sweeping kick, he sends another enemy flying, crashing into a restroom sign in the distance. Minho looks down at the fallen enemies. His gaze is stern. Where is Jin Jihee? The blonde man struggles to get up from the floor. His face is covered in blood. He growls through gritted teeth. Damn it, kill him. Minho tilts his head, watching the enemy undergo a mutation. The blonde man's facial muscles contort violently. His eyes become bloodshot.
He roars frantically.
I'm going to kill you! Minho senses a change in the atmosphere. His mana just surged. The blonde man lets out an inhuman screech.
He lunges forward with his fingers clawed.
Minho calmly observes his opponent. His movements have changed. Did the drug enhance his physical abilities? Minho dodges backward, but he doesn't notice the fallen accomplice at his feet. He trips and falls to the ground, letting out a grunt. Damn it, the blonde man lets out an inhuman screech. Completely consumed by madness, he clenches his fist. The veins on his arms bulge. He smashes down toward Minho with a violent aura. Die. A utility pole stands quietly under the night sky. Crisscrossing wires cut through the deep blue sky. Distant lights flicker in the darkness. The warehouse interior is filled with clutter. The software isn't finished yet. I am deeply sorry. It explained everything very clearly this time. So it won't take much longer. A purple-haired man covers his forehead. I feel like I heard the same thing last time. Besides, we caught the guy who was embezzling the blue ribbon supply. The man is covered in cold sweat. His eyes are filled with terror. I made a mistake. Please spare me. The man is on his knees, bowing his head repeatedly in desperation. His body is shaking violently. Please, give me one more chance. I'll never screw up again. The purple-haired man gazes forward in silence. Jinji watches nervously. A few blue roses are in a vase on the table. The purple-haired man reaches out. He grabs the blue roses in the vase. He suddenly pulls them out. The man kneeling on the floor widens his eyes. Cold sweat slides down his cheeks. Please, the man lets out a shrill scream. His expression has completely collapsed. Mercy, have mercy. The man recoils in terror, letting out a desperate roar. No, please no. The purple-haired man holds the blue roses high, looking down with ice-cold eyes. The tattoo on his arm flickers in and out of the light. The bound man has his back to the camera. His body trembles violently from extreme fear. Cold sweat has soaked his back. The man lets out a shrill scream. Desperate roars echo throughout the empty room. The purple-haired man suddenly leans over. His movements are ruthless. Taking the blue roses in his hand, he forces them into the man's eyes. The man is forced to tilt his head back. Tears slide down his cheeks. A painful whimper comes from his throat. Jinji stands to the side, watching the scene in silence. A mixture of complex emotions shows in his eyes. The man slumps to the ground. Broken petals are stuffed into his mouth. A weak cry for help. Help! Save me! The purple-haired man grips the man by the hair, forcing his head back with a violent jerk. In his other hand, he clutches a bouquet of blue roses. The purple-haired man raises the blue roses high. The tattoos on his arms catch the light. He stabs down with a vicious thrust. A blood-curdling scream pierces through the door. Blood spatters against the door panel, casting a distorted, dark shadow. A whimper of agony follows. The scream echoes through the warehouse filled with oil drums. It is bone-chilling. The man collapses onto the cold floor tiles. His body convulses violently, letting out a final, agonizing wail. The purple-haired man looks down at the body. His voice is ice-cold. That's right, there are no second chances here. The purple-haired man scans the room, eyeing everyone present. I trust you all understand that. Jinji hangs his head. His shaggy black hair veils his eyes. Falling into a deathly silence, the purple-haired man turns his head. His gaze lands on Jinji. Wouldn't you agree? Jinji lifts his head slightly. Sweat beads on his pale face. A flicker of wavering fear in his eyes. The purple-haired man softly calls his name. He stares into Jinji's eyes. His voice brooks no argument. Stop making excuses. Bring him back to me. Jinji keeps his head low. His body trembles slightly with fear. His gaze is riddled with anxiety. Yes, understood. Night blankets the city. Tangled power lines stretch between the apartment buildings. The lights look desolate in the darkness. Jinji stands on the deserted street, frantically clawing at his hair. Damn it, if this keeps up, I'm a dead man too. He pulls a phone from his pocket. He dials a number, holding it tightly against his ear. Lim Soon, pick up the damn phone. You bastard! The phone lies flat on the desk. The screen emits a faint glow, vibrating and flashing incessantly. Lim Soon sits at his computer.
His hands hover over the...
Staring at the glowing screen. Lim Soon turns his head. He looks hesitant. His gaze falls on the vibrating phone. Lim Soon reaches out. His fingertips brush the phone before he grabs it. Lim soon brings the phone to his ear. He glances at the wall clock. Hello, Minho's voice comes from the other end. Lim soon, I was going to look into this myself, but none of the kids here will listen to me. Lim soon grips the phone. He looks taken aback. His lips part slightly. What? Minho asks, you know Jinji-hee, right? Minho holds the phone to his ear. He casts his eyes downward. You found Jinji-hee's phone back then, didn't you? Right, Lim soon's eyes fly open. He grips the phone tighter. What, Jinji-hee? How did you? Minho stands in the center of a narrow alleyway, surrounded by men groaning on the ground. The name was just flashing on the screen. Do you know where he lives? Lim soon gasps for breath, questioning him loudly over the phone. How do you even know Jinji-hee? Don't tell me those guys found you. Minho's expression remains cold. He responds steadily. No, it's not like that. I came looking for him. I have some things to confirm. Lim soon presses him further. You went there. Where are you right now? Minho holds his phone, walking toward the door. I'm at Jinji-hee's tattoo shop. But Hei's not here. Minho holds the phone to his ear. He casts his eyes downward, letting out a soft, inquisitive sound. He stands at a dim landing in the stairwell, one hand in his pocket, watching a small white cat on the steps. The kitten arches its back, letting out a threatening low growl. Lim soon looks panicked, clutching his collar tightly. Minho, you absolutely cannot get involved with him. I'm coming to find you right now. Minho turns his head slightly, listening to the dial tone from the disconnected call. He puts down, staring at the darkened screen. His expression is stern. Minho stands his ground, watching the white kitten. It's batting at a bell on the floor with its paw, making a sharp, clear ringing sound. The kitten stops its movement, turning its head back alertly. Minho looks down at it. His voice is calm. Hey, you furball. That's right, I'm talking to you. Minho reaches out both hands, grabbing the cat by the scruff of its neck. He lifts it into the air, looking down at it with an expressionless face. You can understand what I'm saying, can't you? He brings the cat close to his face, staring into its wide, round eyes. The cat lets out a faint, pitiful cry. Meow, Minho's expression suddenly turns chilling. One of his eyes glows red, locking his gaze onto the creature. Speak to me in a language I can understand. The cat freezes in terror, opening its mouth to let out a scream. Eek, its eyes bulge in horror, showing its sharp teeth. It responds loudly. At your command, my lord. Minho looks up at the ceiling full of pipes, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Last time it was a rat. Yesterday it was a bat. And today it's a cat. Just what exactly are you? The cat sits on the steps. Its body is trembling slightly. 2 a.m. I am a watcher dispatched from the demon realm to the human world. My mission is to monitor the prisoners, without being detected. The cat looks up, watching the boy before it. That's why I've been observing you, Lord Lavis. Minho stands there in silence, looking down at the creature. His demonic energy is far too weak. Is this thing really a demon? The cat looks bewildered. But I don't understand how you managed to discover me, Lord Lavis. Minho answers. You're too conspicuous. Besides, you're standing on 2 legs right now. The cat starts in surprise, looking down at its own upright paws. Oh, Minho crosses his arms, looking down at the creature at his feet. There's no point in asking you anything else. One of his eyes flashes red. His tone becomes cold and commanding. Master of this little thing, reveal yourself. The cat's pupils shrink suddenly, reflecting a flash of pink light. Bam sits in a magnificent study, leaning against his desk with his legs crossed. Heavy books are piled up in front of him. He pushes up his sunglasses. A sly curve forms on his lips. Hey, that was faster than I expected. Bam stares straight ahead, letting out a soft chuckle. Yo, Lavis, you were quite quick to notice, weren't you? Minho speaks with clear annoyance. Bam, you bastard. Is this another one of your little stunts? Bam tilts his chin up slightly, revealing his sharp teeth. Calling a friend a bastard. How cold of you. Minho lowers his eyelids. His expression is ice cold. Bam, what are you planning this time? Bam leans back against the chair. He tilts his head with an innocent expression. Planning me? Did I do something? Minho sighs helplessly. A drop of cold sweat trickles down his temple. Forget it. Let me ask you one thing. He stands on the empty steps, with his arms crossed, looking down at the kitten. Things aren't quite the same as I remember. Can prisoners usually use magic in the human world? The kitten looks up. An orange glow reflects in its pupils. Magic. He opens his mouth. His tone carries a hint of mystery. Well, every rule has its exceptions. Bam tilts his face. A sly smile plays on his lips. You'll figure it out for yourself soon enough. Is there anything else you want to ask? The devouring flower. That scent is incredibly strong in this world. Bam, you smelled it back then too. So you should know exactly what I mean. A hand in a white glove tightly grips the flower. Blood drips down the thorny vines. That flower is forbidden, even in the demon realm. Yet I can sense its presence here. Bam rests his cheek on one hand. The administrators of the demon realm are already aware that the Hiltiger family's influence has infiltrated the human world. Those guys are persistent bastards. So we can't exactly say they've been completely wiped out. Minho's eyes widen suddenly. So it really is the Hiltiger family. You mean the remnants are here in the human world? Bam lowers his head slightly. His eyes narrow into slits behind his sunglasses. A low chuckle escapes him. Hehe, Lavis. Night falls over the entire city. The city lights stretch out into the darkness. The human world isn't what it used to be. It has become a playground for all sorts of conspiracies. Bam rests his chin on his interlaced fingers, staring straight ahead. A meaningful smirk appears on his face. This is actually a perfect opportunity. Since you're already there, why not just wipe them all out while you're at it? Minho's voice is filled with disbelief. What do you mean wipe them all out? What on earth are you talking about? Minho looks down at the white cat. He presses for an answer. Hey, Bam. Tell me what's really going on. The white cat stands still. The orange glow in its pupils gradually fades. Meow. Minho stands silently in the shadows. His expression grows increasingly cold. Clouds swirl under the night sky, obscuring the faint starlight. Damn it, the quiet streets are shrouded in darkness. Distant buildings are reduced to mere silhouettes. Jinji stares down at his phone. Hei's not picking up. We're running out of time. Jinji glares at the screen and shouts in anger. That bastard, Lim Soon. Has he lost his mind? How dare he not answer? He stands outside the dim building, fingers swiping irritably across the screen. Arg, this is so frustrating. Soon you're dead meat. The phone screen lights up, showing a call in progress to Sungjun, followed by a long dial tone. Sungjun is sitting at a computer in a PC cafe, staring at the game on his screen. He picks up the phone. Jihi, what's up? Jihi roars into the receiver. Sungjun, get to the office right now. We're going to catch that prick soon. Night falls. Clouds churn in the deep blue sky. Sparse starlight scatters across the horizon. Minho lowers his head slightly, looking at the white cat before him. Since you're a watcher, you should have all the information on this world at your fingertips, right? The white cat wags its tail. Her tone is a bit hesitant. Meow, I suppose so. Because I have to check on the prisoners in rotation. I receive regular updates on basic information. Plus, my detection abilities are quite impressive. Minho's expression is grim. A red light gleams from one of his eyes. Hey, turn back to your original form. The white cat freezes. Okay, wait. What did you say? Minho glares down at her. His gaze is heavy with pressure. Do you need me to help you change back? The white cat's fur stands on end in terror. She lets out a shriek. Eek, no! That won't be necessary, my lord. The white cat screams. A dazzling pink light erupts from her body. Accompanied by a violent surge of energy, Street appears in midair. She lands gracefully on the ground. Her light blue hair flutters in the wind, revealing sharp fangs. She looks a bit smug. Street takes light, brisk steps toward the boy sitting on the steps. Minho lowers his eyelids, coldly sizing up the girl before him. She looks way too weak. He shifts his position on the steps and speaks in a flat tone. But since Bam sent you here, he must have a reason. Minho looks her straight in the eye. What's your name? Street freezes. Her pupils tremble slightly. A flush of red creeps onto her face. I don't have a name of my own. Minho lowers his gaze, looking at the girl. That is your name. His expression is stern, as he adds flatly. Since I picked you up off the street, never forget your origins. Street stands there, stunned. Her pupils quiver. Street, my name. She looks up sharply, clasping her hands to her chest. Her face is filled with excitement and gratitude. I understand. Lord Lavis. Street shows her fangs and cheers loudly. Thank you so much for naming me. Minho turns around, looking out at the distant city lights. Now, tell me everything you know about this human world. Street stands at attention. Her expression turns serious. As you command, the city buildings stand in layers under the night sky. Lights flicker in the dark. The quiet streets stretch into the distance. Lim soon sprints through an alleyway. His hurried footsteps echo against the walls. His mouth is wide open, gasping heavily for air. Minho is in danger. I should have kept refusing until the end. Lim soon clutches a bouquet of yellow flowers, with a purple backpack on his shoulders. He rushes through the empty space. I can't believe it. I won. He grips the certificate in his hand tightly. The winner's name is printed on it. Lim soon. Lim soon. Lim soon stops dead in his tracks,
His pupils contract behind his glasses.
staring ahead. Several burly men are blocking his path. A white van is parked behind them. So you're the developer who won the award? One of the men scoffs. I heard the prize money was a measly 50 million. Theft, Jinji, he smirks. You're a valuable asset now. Get him in the van now. Soon's eyes fly open, his pupils trembling violently with fear. He lets out a shrill scream. The bouquet slips from his hands, tracing an arc through the purple petals are scattered all over the ground. A man in a white shirt leans against a car door. A cigarette hangs from his mouth. He watches indifferently as the boy is shoved into the car. Lim soon huddles in the back seat of the van. His body won't stop shaking. The purple-haired man leans back in his seat. Why are you shaking? This is just a business transaction. Look beside you. Lim soon hangs his head. He stares at the heavy black briefcase next to him. 50 million won in cash.
He grips his pant legs tightly.
His fingertips tremble from the strain. Hand over the program you developed. Lim soon sits in the corner of the van. Cold sweat beads on his forehead. He retorts with a trembling voice. I didn't make this program just to sell it. The purple-haired man leans back. His arms are covered in tattoos. He stares silently ahead. His gaze is cold and hollow. He opens his mouth slightly. His tone is void of any warmth. That's just how you feel about it. Lim soon hangs his head. Tears well up in his eyes. His gaze behind his glasses is full of despair. He suddenly grits his teeth. He lets out a heavy, ragged breath. Huffing, Lim soon runs down the street at full speed. His figure looks tiny under the streetlights. I have to get there fast. I can't let him meet Jinji. Lim soon slams into a wall of flesh at the corner. He loses his balance. Stumbling backward, he gapes in horror. He finds his footing, panting for breath. I'm sorry. Lim soon suddenly freezes. His pupils contract sharply behind his lenses. He stares at the man who appeared before him. Sungjun looks down. He adjusts the glasses on the bridge of his nose. His tone is mocking. Well, look who it is. We didn't even have to go looking for you. Lim Soon hunches his shoulders. He clutches the zipper on his chest tightly. His body won't stop trembling. A man in a black suit stands to the side. A cigarette hangs. He indifferently watches the cornered Lim Soon. Sungjun takes a step forward. Shadow falls over the boy's face. You're done for. You brat. Jin Ji-hee suddenly leans in close. He bellows with his mouth wide open. His eyes are full of frenzy and rage. Lim Soon is frozen in place. His pupils contract sharply behind his glasses. Cold sweat rolls down his cheek. The city buildings in the dead of night. Lim Soon lets out a scream. Sungjun looks down at the floor. Jin Ji-hee stands beside him. From now on, your only job is to manage this app from right here. Unless you want to spend the rest of your life locked up, you'd better play nice and do what you're told. Lim Soon slumps on the cold floor. He looks up at the two men in front of him. His eyes are filled with terror. Wait, just a second. Jin Ji-hee leans in. He stares at Lim Soon with a cold gaze. We'll be outside monitoring your every move, so don't even think about pulling anything. Lim Soon sits alone on the floor by the desk, facing the empty room. No, he grits his teeth. Cold sweat rolls down his cheek. It's all over. Sungjun and Jin Ji-hee walk out. A man in black approaches them. Is that guy really the developer? He looks like a total pushover. Sungjun turns his head, looking back at the door. To distribute Blue Ribbon, we need what he built. Is the app he made called I Am Here? Lim Soon sits in the computer chair. He places his trembling hands on the keyboard. He stares at the code on the screen. How could this possibly be used as a distribution channel? Lim Soon sits in front of the monitor, staring at the flickering screen. Even the name sounds like garbage. The app icon appears on the screen. Two figures, one blue and one pink, stand side by side. Encircled in the middle, I Am Here is written at the bottom. The purple-haired man walks down the hallway, with his hands in his pockets,
taking steady strides.
Is everything ready? That thing is the core of the Blue Ribbon project. He leans down, peering into the room through the glass window. Once we have the buyer's data, we can manipulate the market at will. The real-time location sharing in I Am Here will be our main weapon for expanding the business. Sungjun crosses his arms. An excited smile is on his face. He looks at the purple-haired man. Boss, are we finally officially launching Blue Ribbon? The purple-haired man turns his face slightly. His gaze is intense. Yeah, he reaches out. He pinches a candy in blue packaging. A black tattoo is visible on his wrist. It's time for Blue Ribbon to be shown to the world. Sunlight hits the campus buildings. The field is empty and quiet. Hey, Choi Yuri. Sign up for this and add me. A female student holds her phone. The app interface is shown on the screen. What's this? She looks at the text on the screen. Accept friend request to get cash back. 30,000 won per person. The classroom is a cacophony of noise. Students gather around to play with their phones. Oh my god, for real? You get 100K just for adding 3 people? That's insane. I'm signing up too. Hey, Buhamin. Get over here, Buhamin runs to her friends with her phone. Add me too, hurry. What is this even for? Just do it like I told you. You brat. Several girls huddle around the screen. Oh, there's a registration event too. Diet pills. An event notice pops up. Get free Blue Ribbon diet products just for signing up. Certified as a health functional food by the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. Blue Ribbon Health Food. Even the name is so pretty. The sunset covers the cluster of buildings. What's going on here? The user count exploded like this in just one day. Jin Ji-hee holds up his phone. He stares at the data on the screen. This is insane. Sungjun stands nearby, also holding a phone. As expected of boss Jin Ji-hee, several subordinates are cleaning the scene. Jin Ji-hee asks, anyway, Still no sign of the bastard who trashed my shop. Sung-joon stands beside him, looking down at the ground. Actually, I checked the CCTV footage. But Jinji looks up. A hint of confusion is in his eyes. A bat? He stares ahead. A bat. Why the hell would there be a bat in a place like that? The door to the monitoring room is shut tight. The sign on the door says, "Security Room." Look at this. A giant bat's face appears on the screen, staring right at the lens. Wait, is that thing looking straight at the camera? Jin Ji-hee leans in toward the monitor. What about the other cameras? The man at the computer types on the keyboard. This one, the screen switches. A massive rat's face takes up the whole screen. Its eyes are closed, showing off 2 front teeth. It's a goddamn rat. Jin Ji-hee suddenly stands up, bellowing in rage. Damn it, are you kidding me right now? Sung-joon looks down at his phone. The screen shows the time as 17:21. He calls out to Ji-hee with a solemn expression. Jin Ji-hee turns his head. His face is full of rage. What is it? Sung-joon watches him. Let's go. I heard a shipment of blue ribbon just arrived. They've been consuming this stuff to awaken. The setting sun stains the layered buildings red. The afterglow falls at the end of the street. Minho stands under a street lamp, watching ahead in silence. Street is sprawled by the edge of a rock. Her round eyes are wide open. Hey, Street. What are you doing there? Street looks up. Ah, Law Lavis. I've put on a little weight lately. Minho asks, how did the investigation I assigned yesterday go? Street suddenly jumps up. She leans in close to Lavis, revealing sharp teeth and an excited expression. It wasn't an easy task, but I finally figured it out. Minho tilts his head slightly. His tone is that so? A blond man lies on the cold ground. His eyes are rolled back. There's blood at the corner of his mouth. Minho stands beside him, looking down at the twisted body. Several blue candies are scattered around the corpse. Minho leans down. He picks up a blue candy with his fingertips and holds it before his eyes. He examines it closely. Just as I thought. This is the scent of the biting flower. He stares at the blue wrapper in his hand. They've been taking this to awaken. Without a host, it's impossible to cultivate the biting flower. This creature has long been extinct even in the demon realm. How did they get their hands on it? Street explains. The candy you asked me to investigate is called blue ribbon. It's spreading widely among humans, in various forms like diet pills and supplements. Minho asks, and the raw materials? Street lowers her head. Her expression is somewhat hesitant. Well, because the production scale of blue ribbon is massive and extremely secretive, it's difficult to trace the source of the raw materials. Minho's face darkens. Veins bulge on his forehead. What? So you didn't find any useful information at all? Street shrinks back in fear, holding her hands out in front of her. No, it's not like that. Since the quantity is so large, as long as we track the traces of concentrated demonic energy, we'll be able to find the manufacturer. Minho reaches out. He pokes Street's forehead forcefully. Then you should be there right now. Street's head is pushed back by the poke. Tears well up in the corners of her eyes. That's because Lord Bam ordered me to follow Lord Lavis. Minho stops. There's a hint of displeasure in his eyes. Bam? Are you reporting every single detail to him now? Street clutches her forehead. Tears swirl in her eyes. I'm sorry, Lord Lavis. I'm just a lowly subordinate. I must obey orders from both of you. Street. Choose one right. You can tell Bam to get lost. Me or Bam? Who is your true master? Street clutches her forehead. Tears swirl in her eyes. Her expression is extremely conflicted. A terrifying black aura erupts around Minho. Distorted mana forms a massive shadow behind him. If you choose me, he reveals sharp teeth. His smile is fanatical and dangerous. I will ensure you are no longer just a lowly creature. Street looks up at the overwhelming power. Her body trembles slightly. She quickly kneels before Lavis, Her forehead is pressed against the ground. Her hands are stretched forward. In the darkness, I offer my flesh and soul. Minho looks down at the girl prostrate on the ground. A satisfied smirk plays on the corners of his lips. Excellent. He spreads his fingers, reaching toward the top of the girl's head. 5. Lavis Vindicare. Street looks up, staring blankly at that hand. Traces of tears still remain in her eyes. Minho's palm looms over her. I shall take you as my private subordinate. A golden soul. A phantom is ejected from the girl's body. A dull thud echoes. That's Bam's mark. Minho watches the dissipating phantom. His eyes are filled with mockery. You can get lost now. Bam, now head to the place where blue ribbon is gathered. Street follows closely behind, responding loudly. As you command, the twilight gradually fades. Night falls. A deep blue sky blankets the earth. Street stops. She points ahead and shouts, "It's right here." The place where blue ribbon's demonic energy is strongest. Minho looks down at the red shipping containers below. His voice is calm. Open one and take a look. Street approaches the door of a container, looking at the heavy chains wrapped around the door. She looks troubled. But this lock. Minho steps forward. His eyes grow. Move. He violently swings his right fist. His fist smashes into the chain with a sonic boom, accompanied by a loud crash. Sparks fly in all directions. The chains are instantly shattered. Street crouches to the side. She exclaims in awe. Oh, he suddenly stops. His pupils constrict slightly, staring intently into the container. Street hides behind him. She lets out a scream. Minho covers his nose and mouth. He lets out a grunt. Street trembles in fear. What is that? Dark red demonic energy rises like smoke. Countless shipping containers are arranged neatly in the clearing, hidden by dense vegetation. Under the moonlight, they look exceptionally eerie. This is actually a massive warehouse. Are all of these? Street pinches her nose. Her expression is grimacing. Wild laughter echoes between the steep cliffs. Gravel falls into the abyss with the force of the impact. Barca dives downward, swinging his fist to strike Lavis. My insolent and unlovable nephew. Lavis is still too weak. Lavis grits his teeth. He reveals sharp teeth and spits. You disgusting and vulgar uncle. Barca twists his body in midair, launching another fierce assault. Since you don't intend to be lovable, then just die. A heavy punch shatters Lavis's defense. The fist slams hard into Lavis's face. Blood spatters. Lavis lets out a grunt. His body loses balance under the impact. Barca looks down at his defeated nephew. A cruel smirk plays on his lips. A scream pierces the air. Lavis falls from the edge of the cliff. His body looks small and helpless against the sunset. Lavis flails his limbs in the air. Rocks crumble as he plummets. You damn uncle! Barca stands at the top of the cliff, letting out a burst of wild laughter. Do you intend to just die like this? Lavis falls like a puppet with cut strings, falling straight into the bottomless valley. The sound of impact echoes against the rock walls. Lavis curled up in the pile of rubble.
He struggled to push his body up.
He let out a groan of agony. It hurts. Lavis slumped onto the rocky ground. Barca looked down at him with disdain. Is Lavis dead? Barca let out a small, huh? He looked toward the distant valley. It's the devouring flower. Countless monster corpses were piled as high as mountains. Pink flowers bloomed from the rotting flesh. So this is where they've all been hiding. Lavis stared at the scene before him. His pupils trembled slightly. A drop of cold sweat rolled down his cheek. When darkness and light were split apart, when incompatible existences were born to oppose one another, unable to merge with any color, those existences yet flourished in the gaps. A group of primitive humans gathered together. They looked down at the ground. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. That was the first flower to bloom, quietly blooming right where they had gathered. The primitives held crude wooden sticks and spears. They crowded around a withered corpse. Inside the corpse's chest and eye sockets, eerie purple flowers had taken root. They devour the abandoned gods and tear apart the fallen demons. A skeleton lay face up on the wasteland. Bright flowers bloomed within the hollow eye sockets. That flower, the deepest desires of the biting flower. Purple flowers swayed in the void. Thorny vines spread wildly. Is it here to destroy this world? Minho rested his chin on his hand. He stared into the distance. They were supposed to have been completely incinerated back then. Street covered her nose and mouth. She nervously agreed. I also heard that the great demon king searched the demon realm and wiped them out for good. If that's the case, why is there such a massive stock here? Minho explained. Actually, those flowers first appeared in the human world. Street's expression turned to shock. What, on the bustling city streets, people passed to and fro. A man in a suit was making a phone call. This place is a transit station where light and darkness are chaotically intertwined. The human world belongs to neither side, yet it can lead to either. Minho lowered his head and, according to human history, I recall humans also wiped them out thousands of years ago. But looking at this, if they appeared in both worlds simultaneously, then someone must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Street pinched her nose. She thoughtfully repeated his words. Someone is definitely pulling the strings. Jinji noticed something. He let out a small, huh? Jihi raised his flashlight. A beam of bright light shot forward. I was wondering where that sound was coming from. Do you know what kind of place you've crawled into? A large man pointed forward and shouted. Jihi, it's that bastard. The bastard who came to the tattoo shop. Street's eyes widened. She pointed at the man across from them and yelled. Ah, that guy is Jin Jihi! Lord Lavis. Jin Jihi roared. Who the hell are you? How dare you do that to my tattoo shop? And how did you find this place? Minho asked flatly. Jin Jihi, are you the one managing all this? Jihi let out a cold sneer. This guy's got a funny way of talking. Doesn't he? And if I am, then what? Minho lowered his gaze slightly. He stared at the man. Do you know what the raw materials for these goods are? Jihi tilted his head. A mocking smile hung on his lips. Raw materials, are you? Trying to steal our precious trade secrets now? Minho closed his eyes. He let out a soft sigh. That's not really my business. Honestly, Minho reopened his eyes. One of his pupils flickered with a red light. But leaving them be like this puts me in a very foul mood. Jinji gave a cold warning. Everyone, if you guys mess up again, you know what Parrot will do to you, right? Jihi pulled 2 handfuls of blue ribbon from his pocket. This is a special ration. Several thugs crowded around. They stared at the blue ribbon in Jihi's hand. Greed filled their eyes. Ease this for real. You're giving it to us for free. Jihi turned his head. A cruel arc curled his lips. Shut up and just eat it. The men couldn't wait to stuff the blue ribbon into their mouths. The sound of chewing followed. Jihi stood aside, watching coldly. Minho focused his gaze. Street, with your current mana, you'll only be a nuisance. Hide in the back. Street turned and ran behind a container. She shouted back. Understood, Lord Lavis. The men let out beast-like low growls. Their bodies were enveloped in purple energy. Their eyes burst with an eerie light. They let out bursts of strange laughter. Jinji pointed at Minho. He ordered his transformed subordinates. Now, crush that bastard. Minho watched the frenzied figures. Arrogant fools, drowning in your own conceit. You have no idea what it is that's making you so intoxicated. Come, this place is already overflowing with demonic energy. A man in a suit swung a punch at Minho. Minho sidestepped the attack. He caught the man's arm in mid-motion. Minho exerted sudden force.
He hurled the lead attacker aside.
The man let out a painful scream. Arg! Another thug lunged from the side. Minho raised his knee. He slammed it hard into the man's abdomen. The man coughed up blood. Ooh! Minho grabbed the enemy's wrist with a reverse grip. Red light flashed in his eyes. There was no hesitation in his movements. A man with a knife attempted a sneak attack from behind. Minho ducked to avoid the sharp blade. His body blurred like an afterimage. Minho rose smoothly. A heavy punch struck the attacker's jaw. The sound of bone cracking echoed through the air. Minho let out a grunt. A man in a suit grabbed him in a bear hug from behind. His arms were pinned at his waist. Minho grit his teeth. He slammed his head back forcefully into the man's face. "You bastard!" Minho bent down and grabbed the man's legs. He hurled the man on his back onto the ground. The man's face was covered in blood. He opened his mouth and roared in a frenzy. An inhuman growl rumbled from his throat. He raised an enhanced leg. He kicked out violently. Street hid behind the container. She covered her mouth in terror. El Lord Lavis! Jinji looked down from a high vantage point. A playful smile hung on his lips. He watched the chaotic fight below. 3 transformed men pounced on Minho at once. Their faces were twisted and hideous. Their eyes were filled with frantic purple light. Minho was surrounded. He quickly crossed his arms to block. His eyes took on a serious tone. They've gotten stronger. Is it because the dosage this time was higher than before? In that case, Minho's eyes snapped wide. He watched the approaching enemies.
He leaned his body back.
He avoided a lethal slash. Minho supported himself with one hand on the ground. He kicked off the container wall with both legs. He used the momentum to spring back up. He drew an arc through the air. He landed on top of a container. He grabbed the purple packages. He turned his body. He crushed the purple packages. He threw them at everyone below. The 3 transformed men writhed in pain. They continued to inhale the purple mist, letting out fragmented wails of agony. Their bodies swelled continuously under the corruption of demonic energy. Minho is surrounded by dense purple smoke. He lets out a low grunt, raising his arm to cover his nose and mouth, attempting to block out the stench. I despise such vulgar odors. But Minho grits his teeth, baring his sharp fangs. The demonic power within him begins to surge wildly, resonating with the surrounding aura of evil. My magic is responding. Faced with this spreading malice, the reaction grows even more intense. A mutated man clutches his mouth. A painful growl is squeezed from his throat. His body trembles violently amidst the demonic energy. Minho reaches out and grabs the man's head, slamming it ruthlessly into the ground. The man lets out a blood-curdling scream. His body crashes heavily onto the concrete, kicking up a cloud of debris. Minho clenches his fists. Violent energy swirls around his arms. A red light flickers in his eyes. A heavy punch shatters the stones on the ground, completely suppressing me. A hulking man swings a massive arm in a wide sweep. Minho steps aside to dodge the attack, moving as swift as a flickering shadow. Minho rises with the momentum. His elbow strikes the opponent's chest with a heavy thud. The dull sound of bones shattering rings out. Minho weaves through the crowd, knocking back the surrounding enemies one by one. His movements are as fluid as water. 2 mutated men collapse on top of each other, losing consciousness under Minho's heavy blows. The demonic energy around them gradually dissipates. Jinji's eyes widen in terror, watching the one-sided slaughter before him. Who the hell is that bastard?
He reaches out with a trembling hand,
Whispering to himself in disbelief. How could he possibly do all this on his own? Minho bows his head low. A piercing red light erupts from his left eye, leaping through the darkness like a bolt of lightning. Jihi flinches violently, covering his mouth with trembling hands, letting out a terrified gasp. Violent black shadows explode around Minho. Thick purple demonic energy soars into the sky, completely consuming his form, like an awakening behemoth. That's Jinji's eyes bulge. Cold sweat drips down his face. His teeth won't stop chattering. Is he a ghost? Or is something else? A banner for the 5th dance competition hangs high. Spotlights converge on the center of the stage. A dancer stands alone. Every seat in the house is filled. Minhee stands in an exquisite performance outfit, waiting silently. Yes, Minhee. You are Kang Hyunju's daughter. With your talent, you could have easily joined the Venus Ballet Company. Kang Hyunju sits in front of the sofa, watching the broadcast on the screen. The door is pushed open. Parrot enters the room. Ah, you're here. Our VIP guest. Kang Hyunju snaps her head around, looking at the uninvited guest. Who the hell are you? Do you have any idea where you are? A bunch of thugs dare to break in here? Parrot reaches out and sets down a glass jar. Thugs. Apologies, we're just here to personally deliver that large order of blue ribbon. Kang Hyunju's eyes widen. Her body freezes on the sofa. What? The glass jar is stuffed with blue pills. Kang Hyunju's face is reflected on the glass. Her expression is full of dread. This is... Parrot lowers his head. His tone is flat. Why do you look so flustered? We handle everything from production to sales ourselves. You have nothing to worry about. Kang Hyunju turns her face, staring at the pills before her. Is this really safe? Parrot looks up slightly. A corner of his mouth curls into a smirk. You're only asking that now? He whispers in front of the screen. Before you sent her onto that stage, you already fed her quite a lot. On the screen, the dancer is spinning. Sent onto that stage. Minhee throws her head back suddenly. Sweat sprays under the lights. Her gaze is vacant. Her toes spin violently on the floor. Friction creates blinding sparks. Kang Hyunju slumps on the sofa. Her hands are trembling. Wait. Minhee. Her body twists on the stage. As if she's lost all control. White foam begins to spill from her mouth. One hand shakes violently under the spotlights. Her fingertips stretch stiffly into the void. Sweat flies everywhere. Parrot looks down at her. His eyes are cold. It seems you were too impatient. He stares at the screen. His tone is indifferent. Exactly how much did you feed her? Minhee spins manically on the stage. Her limbs are contorted into twisted positions. Her eyes are bloodshot. White foam overflows from the corners of her mouth. Kang Hyunju leaps to her feet, screaming at the screen in terror. Minhee, stop, please stop. Minhee's legs convulse violently. Her toes slide out of control across the floor. Her body completely loses its balance. She collapses heavily in the center of the stage, letting out a piercing, agonizing. The audience descends into chaos. People stand up one after another, whispering urgently to each other. What happened? What is going on? The audience looks on in horror. What's wrong with her? How did she end up like this so suddenly? Kang Hyunju covers her mouth, watching the screen. A broken sob escapes her. No. She whips around, roaring at Parrot. You bastards! You said there wouldn't be any side effects. Parrot lowers his eyes. His expression is apathetic. That was assuming you followed the recommended dosage. Anyway, your daughter Minhee lies on the stage floor. Her body arches back violently. Her eyes roll back in her head. White foam continues to ooze from her mouth. Her fingers claw spasmodically at the floor. Parrot watches this scene, declaring softly, it seems she's beyond saving now. To keep her alive, you'll have to satisfy her with false desires. Want you? Kang Hyunju looks at the jar full of blue pills, letting out a terrified scream. Parrot leans back on the sofa, looking completely at ease. From now on, she won't be able to survive a single day without blue ribbon. As our VIP customer. No. Kang Hyunju kneels by the sofa, clutching her hair in desperation. Do you have any idea how much you've invested in her? Parrot looks down at her. A contemptuous smirk plays on his lips. A phone vibrates violently in his pocket, letting out an urgent ringtone. The name, Jin Ji-hee, appears on the screen. Parrot pulls out the phone, answering with a cold indifference. He stares at the image on the screen, His brow furrows slightly. What is this? Jin Ji-hee appears on the video call. Under his messy, disheveled hair, his eyes are filled with pure terror. I'm sorry. Minho peeks out from behind Jin Ji-hee, staring into the camera with a frigid gaze. Are you the brat manufacturing? Parrot's eyes bulge suddenly, staring fixedly at the phone screen. Who exactly are you? Minho's gaze is icy. Just as I thought, it really is you. Parrot looks up. He stares up at the phone screen from below. His expression is stunned. Minho leans closer to the camera. Let me get a good look at your face. Parrot exerts a sudden force. His fingertips tighten. A sharp crack comes from the phone. He cuts the call immediately.
He lowers his head.
Shadow covers the upper half of his face, revealing his gritted teeth.
Guessed. He stares at the black screen.
Something urgent seems to have come up. Night falls over the wilderness. The container door swings open. People lie unconscious all over the place. Street looks around at the carnage. By the way, why do you think humans touch this stuff? Minho scoffs. Because they are as foolish as they are arrogant. Even when they take it, they're convinced they'll never get addicted. A group of men and women are lost in hallucinations. They tilt their heads back. Their mouths are wide open, catching the falling blue candies. They look frenzied. Drool leaks from the corners of their mouths. Minho picks up a blue pill. He stares at the tiny thing between his fingers. It's because they have nothing else to cling to. That's why. They hold on to something so insignificant for dear life. Street points ahead, screaming Minho's name. Lord Lavis, look over there. Jin Ji-hee tilts his head up. His mouth is wide open, letting out a broken cry. Pa, Parrot. Parrot walks out from the depths of the forest. Was the tattoo shop you're doing as well? Pa, Parrot leads his followers in.
He tilts his chin up slightly.
Are you looking for me? Minho holds the blue pill between his fingers. I have no interest in trash like you. Parrot stares at the object in his hand. His eyes are cold and dark. Minho's gaze is dismissive. Where did you— A mere human shouldn't be able to get their hands on it. Parrot freezes in place. His pupils contract in shock. What? He stares fixedly at Jin Ji-hee. Cold sweat rolls down his cheek. A mere human. He gazes into the other's deep eyes. A violent storm of emotion rises within him. Could this guy be the source? An object arcs through the air. It slams heavily onto the ground. Blue pills scatter everywhere. A dull thud echoes in the darkness. What, Dad? Fainted already? Give me more drugs. Parrot kicks the man collapsed on the ground. Dad, he lets out a roar. He stomps hard on the man's face. The man lies on his back on the floor. His eyes roll up lifelessly as his mouth hangs open. Half his face is covered in bruises. Parrot stops. He looks down at the body on the ground. His eyes are hollow. Is he dead? The man remains motionless. His distorted face is frozen in the shadows. Parrot stares at the corpse. His tone is cold. Bastard spent your whole life as a junkie, only to die like one in the end.
He turns his face slightly.
His expression is dark and gloomy. If you die just like this— Parrot's eyes snap wide. He begins to roar like a maniac. Where the hell am I supposed to get my drugs? Bastard, he leaps high. Bringing his feet together, he stomps down on the man's corpse with his full weight. The sound of shattering bones fills the room. How am I going to get my drugs? Parrot frantically stomps on the man, letting out hysterical screams. The man's eyes snap open. An eerie purple light glows in his pupils. Staring fixedly upward, Parrot pulls his shoulders in terror. His body trembles involuntarily. Dad. The man wobbles as he stands up. An ominous aura radiates from him. Parrot watches his resurrected father. His face is full of disbelief. You're not— A mass of black mist swirls above the man's head, forming a hideous, gaping maw. Does this man's death make you feel sad? Parrot stands frozen in place. His eyes are wide with sheer terror. What? A black shadow looms behind the man. Purple eyes glint in the darkness. Who the hell are? The shadow looks down at Parrot, issuing a low, enticing prompt. If your grief is strong enough, I will return this man to you. Grief, Parrot suddenly hunches over, clutching his chest with both hands, laughing maniacally. Hayes finally kicked the bucket. Why would I ever feel sad? I don't need a piece of trash father like him. He had nothing but drugs on his mind. Parrot tilts his head back and howls. Saliva flies. Die, a single purple eye lights up in the shadows. His tone is amused. Is that so? In that case, let's feed this corpse to the devouring flower. The shadow extends a long, slender arm, holding an eerie, glowing purple flower. He presents it to Parrot. The roots squirm like tentacles. If you do this, you can enter into a contract with me and gain everything you've ever desired. Parrot blankly takes the flower, staring at the writhing roots in his palm. The devouring flower, the shadow's single eye glints in the dark, giving a cold command. If anyone betrays your loyalty or denies this flower, then kill them. Parrot hangs his head. His eyes are slowly stained with an eerie purple, staring fixedly at the flower in his hand. My contract will protect you forever. The petals burst open in Parrot's hand. The roots pierce the air like blades, making a screeching, grinding sound. Parrot snaps his head up, showing his neat, bone-white teeth, erupting into an insane laughter. Parrot holds the purple flower high. His fingers grip the stem like a vice. The roots dance wildly like talons. He looks down at the man on the ground. A blinding white light bursts from his eyes. He gave me a new life. Blood splatters in the darkness, drawing a gruesome arc, accompanied by the dull squelch of tearing flesh. Parrot stands in the moonlit forest. His expression is cold, staring at the opponent before him. I'm just a mere human. Minho lets out a contemptuous snort. Yeah, he stares straight into Parrot's eyes. His tone is calm. You must have some kind of faith you rely on to survive. Parrot lowers his gaze slightly. A deathly fanaticism glimmers in his eyes. I do. He looks up, staring straight ahead. He gave me a new life. Just as I thought. Hayes already made a deal with a demon. Minho turns his face slightly. One eye flashes with a red light, watching his opponent. I don't care what kind of trash you believe in, but whether it's that bastard or you're both quite pathetic. Parrot's eyes bulge. His body shakes with rage. How dare you? How dare you insult him? He stands on the open grass, roaring at his subordinates. Grab that bastard for me right now. Two men in suits lunged forward, moving as swiftly as hounds, heading straight for the target ahead. Street screamed in terror, dodging back and forth across the chaotic battlefield. Here we go again. Minho's voice was thick with exhaustion. This is getting more and more boring.
He snapped his head up.
Killing intent flared in his eyes. Let's get this over with quickly. A sharp white light pierced the night sky, instantly tearing through the entire forest. An ambulance sped down the highway. Police lights flashed, cutting through the silent night. Ever since that app went live, the orders have been skyrocketing. Blue Ribbon really hit the jackpot this time. At this rate, expanding our membership nationwide will be a breeze. Damn, are we becoming a multinational corporation? Brother Parrot has already opened routes to neighboring countries. If it's Brother Parrot, nothing is impossible. This is absolutely It's all because of the app I developed. Lim soon sat alone in front of his computer, staring at the data flickering on the screen. His gaze was grim. I can't believe the drugs are spreading this fast. Someone, please stop this. I'm begging you. Soon bit down hard on his thumb knuckle. Tears welled up in his eyes. He let out a desperate whimper. A man in a suit had his eyes bulging out. Dried blood stained the corners of his mouth. Look at this Parrot. Gingy he pointed at the corpse on the ground, shrinking back in terror. This guy isn't human at all. Minho turned his head. His tone was cold. When are you coming over? Parrot stood there in silence. Half of his face was buried in shadow. Not saying a word. A massive dark shadow rose behind him. Purple eyes flickered within the mist, issuing a cold command. He is the one from the biting flower. Kill them. Parrot looked down at his palm. 3 blue pills lay quietly between his fingers, emitting a dim, eerie glow. Understood, I will do as you say. Parrot snapped his head up. His eyes were filled with an eerie purple light. He stuffed the pills into his mouth, chewing them frantically. Lord Bale Hiltiger. A massive shadow looked down from the void. Its eyes gleamed with a vicious purple light. Kill them. Parrot stood on the edge of the shadows.
His head bowed.
He opened his palm. 3 blue pills lay quietly in his hand. Yes, I will do as you command. Parrot snapped his head up. He shoved the pills into his mouth. A blinding purple light erupted from his eyes. He clenched his teeth tightly. Lord Bale Hiltiger. Jinji fell to his knees, shouting a warning to his companion. Parrot, I don't think Hayes just some ordinary high schooler. He might be with those kids who are making the new drug. Minho turned his head, asking back with a grim expression. What? New drug? Parrot's figure vanished instantly. Minho sensed something was wrong. Muttering to himself, Parrot suddenly appeared behind Minho. His fist swung out, carrying a violent gust of air. Minho's pupils constricted. He jerked his head around. Facing the approaching threat, Parrot swung both fists, slamming them hard against Minho's arms, triggering a massive shockwave. Purple light flickered in Parrot's eyes.
He threw his right fist again.
His movements were as fast as an afterimage. Minho raised his arms to block the assault. He turned his face to look at his opponent.
Hayes fast.
Hayes on a completely different level than the others. Parrot continued his relentless attack. Fists flew in a blur. Minho kept parrying amidst the dense barrage of attacks. How are you blocking my attacks? Have you received his blessing too? Parrot stopped moving, staring ahead with a fanatical expression. He is my god. He must be my only salvation. Minho raised his hand, sniffing the air. Now I understand. This stench of the biting flower and filth. The god you believe in. Minho tilted his head slightly. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Is Bale Hiltiger? Right, Parrot froze in place. His eyes widened in shock. What? How dare you mention him? Minho calmly avoided Parrot's grasp. I never would have thought that you'd choose such a pathetic loser. It seems I really can't trust anyone. Parrot bared his sharp teeth, roaring in fury. Do not insult the one who took pity on me. Minho let out a cold laugh. His eyes were filled with disdain. You're right. He did take pity on you. You must have looked absolutely pathetic. That why, while he was busy hiding and running, he sought out trash like you. Parrot completely lost control. He opened his mouth wide, letting out a deafening roar. Shut up. He is not someone a despicable person like you can. Parrot let out a thunderous scream. His fists rained down frantically, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Minho raised his arms to defend, watching his opponent through the gaps in his fingers. Bale Hiltiger. That guy has certainly come up in the world, hasn't he? Blood splattered in midair. Minho drifted into a distant memory. It was a long time ago. Lavis was on a killing spree in the corridor. His claws tore through enemy bodies, letting out a maniacal laugh. Blood stained his vision red. Bale Hiltiger watched all of this in horror. Tears welled up in his eyes. That cowardly guy who ran away all by himself. Lavis, his face covered in blood, bared his sharp teeth, and turned back with a cruel smile. To think Hayes being treated like a king here. Ah, Bale. Where is that bastard hiding now? The veins on Parrot's forehead bulged. Purple light erupted from his eyes. He let out a furious roar. You bastard, don't you dare speak Bale's name. Parrot's entire body was enveloped in a purple aura. He crouched low, claws digging into the ground. A beastly growl came from his throat. Minho raised his hand to cover his nose and mouth. He frowned deeply. His body instinctively backed away. This stench. Parrot suddenly lunged forward, reaching out with a massive palm. Anyone who insults Baal must die by my hand. Parrot pinned Minho down. His hands were clamped tight around Minho's neck. Increasing the pressure, Parrot shoved Minho in a frantic dash, slamming him violently against the ground. Minho let out a muffled groan. The back of his head slammed hard into a pile of rubble. Minho lay on his back. His eyes rolled back. It became harder and harder to breathe. Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks. Parrot raised his right fist high. A blinding purple light erupted from his eyes. Looking down at his paralyzed prey, Parrot swung a heavy punch. His fist slammed into Minho's chest like a sledgehammer. Blue Ribbon and Baal, they're all— Parrot roared toward the sky. His facial muscles contorted with fanaticism, baring his sharp teeth, letting out a deafening roar. Minho grits his teeth, feeling the sharp pain radiating from his chest. This guy has completely lost his mind to demonic energy. He actually intends to kill me. Parrot roars once more. His fists carry a destructive aura, aiming straight for Minho's face. Minho lets out a muffled groan. Blood seeps from the corner of his mouth. His vision begins to blur. Street hides behind the door. Her hands grip the doorframe with a death quest. Her body won't stop trembling. Lord Lavis. No, Parrot continues his relentless assault. Every punch is backed by his full strength. With a human body, you've already reached your limit. Street bites her lip hard. Tears well up in her eyes. If only we were in the demon realm. If only you could use your original power. Lavis Parrot straddles Minho. His fists become a blur as they rain down frantically, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. It seems the devouring flower subject has fully synchronized. Bam stands before the throne, watching the one-sided beating from a distance. Even though Lavis is in a human body right now, he has a demon bloodstone implanted within him. I thought he could suppress a mere experimental subject. Bam turns his head slightly. His expression turns solemn. This time, he might actually die. At that point, Lavis's soul will vanish forever. Barca sits on the throne. He bares his sharp fangs. He tilts his head toward Bam. Bam, do you know what Lavis hates the most? Bam pushes up his sunglasses. He whispers a list of things Lavis loathes. Barca lets out a soft chuckle. He hates almost everything. It's hard to pick just one. Bam turns his head.
He gazes at the man before him.
Isn't Lavis's temper a bit too much? I really want to know, just who does he take after? Barca notices Bam's gaze. Don't curse me in your head. I can see right through you. Barca utters a single filth. Bam lets out a soft sigh. Echem, Barca points his finger toward the battle. In the distance, Hayes a total germaphobe. Lavis absolutely cannot tolerate anything dirty. Hey, Minho suddenly reaches out. He firmly grabs Parrot's tattooed wrist, stopping the heavy punch mitter. Minho lies flat on his back. Blood trickles down from his temple. He grits his teeth, squeezing out broken words. Disgusting, Parrot freezes in his tracks. Purple light bursts from his eyes. What? Minho snaps his eyes open. A wild red light flickers in his pupils. I can't take this anymore. I don't want to touch your stinking body for another second. Minho lets out a roar. He glares at his opponent. That foul stench coming off you. Minho reaches out with his left hand, clamping down hard on Parrot's wrist. His nails dig deep into the flesh. The sound of grinding bone rings out. Parrot lets out a scream. His body is forced backward. Gah! Parrot stumbles back. He stares forward in terror. What is this? Minho slowly stands up. He raises his left hand before his eyes. Even if it's only my left hand, Minho gazes at his palm. His fingertips tremble slightly. It feels like I've regained my old hand. Minho looks at Parrot with icy eyes. Parrot grits his teeth. Cold sweat beads on his forehead. He lets out a pained groan. Minho turns around. A brilliant purple light gathers in his left hand. I don't want to touch your stinking body at all. Minho looks down at his opponent. Scarlet light erupts from his left eye. His voice is as cold as a blade. Let's end this quickly. Minho swings his left arm violently. A purple beam sweeps out like a sword. It pierces the air instantly. A sharp explosion rings out. Parrot is flipped over by the massive impact. His body tumbles violently midair. He slams heavily onto the ground, letting out a pained cough. Parrot struggles to lift his head. His face is covered. His eyes are filled with disbelief. What? How can a mere human possess this kind of power? Street hides in the distance. Her hands are clenched tight against her chest. She lets out a cry of surprise. Lord Lavis! A demonic shadow flickers behind Minho, baring its sharp fangs. A human bastard. Did what? Minho teleports in front of Parrot. He swings a heavy fist, smashing it into the other's face. Fist meets flesh. A dull thud echoes. Parrot is sent flying. He tumbles repeatedly across the ground, kicking up a trail of dust. Finally slumping under the shadow of a distant tree, Parrot curls up on the ground, letting out a terrified shriek. Parrot covers his bleeding nose and mouth. Purple light flashes in his eyes. He spits out a terrified curse. Damn it, what the hell is he? Minho looks down at his prey. His gaze is freezing. Don't use that stinking mouth to keep blabbering. Minho throws a sudden left hook, smashes it into Parrot's face. Purple demonic energy erupts from between his fingers. Blood and saliva fly in the afterimage. Parrot is sent flying again. His body tumbles violently through the air. He slams hard onto the gravel, kicking up a cloud of dust. Bam pushes up his orange sunglasses. He shows a look of surprise, oh? He suddenly started doing that? Barca looks at Minho in the distance. After that subject awakened, the stench must be giving him a splitting headache. Barca lets out a soft chuckle. Because Minho hates anything dirty more than anyone. When his germophobia is overstimulated, it triggers an awakening. Minho stands in place. Red light flickers in his left eye, letting blood drip from his chin. Barca watches the battlefield. This allows him to use a portion of his true power. Bam turns his head. His expression turns serious. Are you saying that even in a human body, he can use his form? Bam stares intently at Minho. Even with the demon bloodstone, the body of a sinner shouldn't be able to fully channel the power of the demon realm. Barca's lips curl upward. He lets out a snort. Because Lavis is no ordinary guy. No matter what anyone says about him, he's just like me. Parrot lets out a muffled groan of pain. His body is smashed hard into the wall. Debris scatters everywhere. Broken moans squeeze from his throat. Minho steps toward the ruins. His leather shoes click against the gravel. A crisp, rhythmic sound. He looks down at his fallen opponent. You fool. You should be grateful. Minho stops. His eyes are cold and hollow. Grateful that I can't kill anyone in this body. Parrot struggles to lift his head.
His face is a bloody mess.
His eyes are filled with terror and indignation. Impossible, how can this be? Parrot grits his teeth. He lets out an angry roar. I am the one who received Baal's direct blessing. Parrot reaches out with a trembling hand. He claws desperately at the ground.
His nails scrape against the stone with a piercing screech.
Parrot turns his face to the side. He watches the figure steadily approaching. His pupils contract sharply from pure terror. Minho remains silent. He simply watches everything play out in silence. Parrot's face is covered in blood. He flashes a hideous, distorted smile. A blinding purple light erupts from his eyes. Baal's blue ribbon is... Minho teleports in front of Parrot in an instant.
He grips Parrot's wrist with a crushing hold.
His knuckles crack under the strain. Don't try anything stupid. I'm not going to kill you. I'm going to end this right now. Minho spins around abruptly. The muscles in his left arm bulge. Purple demonic energy flares up like a wildfire, creating a violent, swirling gust of wind. Minho twists his body mid-air. He maintains a death grip on Parrot's arm, using the momentum of the descent, concentrating all his power into a single point. Minho lets out a guttural roar. He slams Parrot's entire body into the purple light explodes instantly, swallowing up everything. Minho dives down with a sudden thrust. Purple demonic energy bursts between his fingers.
His hand claws into Parrot's face,
Smashing him violently into the pavement. The dull crack of shattering bones echoes, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Minho releases his grip. Specks of blood stain his fingertips. He slowly pulls his hand away from the body. Parrot's head is wedged deep into the wall. His body is twitching uncontrollably. His eyes roll back into his head. A shrill, agonizing scream escapes his throat. Screams. Minho stands up straight. He straightens out his dark purple uniform.
He lets out a long, weary sigh.
Sigh. He takes out a handkerchief, covering his nose and mouth. That stench has finally started to fade. No, data is jumping across the screen. This isn't what I wanted. Soon stares intently at the computer screen. Sweat beads on his forehead. His eyes are trembling, watching those cold scrolling lines. A school with a preset fate. Soon sits in the middle of a classroom. Head bowed, hands clenched tightly on his knees. A classroom from which there is no escape. Relationships that are impossible to leave. Just to survive. Just to keep from becoming the next target. Minho is cornered by two students in the hallway. One of them pinches his cheek hard. He grits his teeth, enduring their cruel mockery. Forcing himself to like someone. Forcing himself to hate someone. Minho's hair is yanked back. He's forced to look up. He closes his eyes. Enduring those sickening touches. There's no need to fake being close. I just wanted to help people find the connections they truly need. Soon turns to look at Minho beside him. Anxiousness is clear in his eyes. This is who I am. I didn't create this to sell drugs or anything like that. Soon grits his teeth hard. Cold sweat trickles down his forehead. He shouts back at the empty void in front of him. His fingers fly across the keyboard, moving rapidly across the dense layout of keys, creating a sharp, rapid clicking. Code flashes frantically on the screen. White characters race across the black background, accompanied by a piercing, static noise. What's happening? What is this error? My phone is acting up too. People outside are staring at their phones, letting out anxious cries. Soon sits before the computer.
he snaps his head around.
His eyes are wide with terror. Hurry up, Soon urges under his breath. Sweat slides down his face. He stares unblinkingly at the progress bar. He stands up suddenly, grabbing a folding chair from the side.
He rushes toward the closed door.
Soon wedges the chair leg under the door handle, pressing his weight hard against the chair's back, trying to barricade the only entrance. What the hell is that bastard doing in there? Go check it out. Hey, open up. Open the damn door. I have to delete this app for good. Soon stands with his back to the door, returning to the computer.
His hands hover over the keys.
You little bastard. Open the door now. Sung-Jun roars in a frenzy. Veins of fury bulge on his face. Hurry, please. Soon stares fixedly at the screen. Sweat trickles down his cheek. His eyes are filled with desperation. A warning light flashes at the top of the screen, emitting a piercing red glow. The glass window shatters instantly. Shards fly everywhere. 3 men burst through the window. You goddamn brat. A man roars as he leaps into the room. Soon looks back in horror, seeing them charge toward him. Gasps. Soon cries out. Before he can even react, Hayes snatched by the collar. What the hell are you doing right now? He pulls back his fist, slamming it hard into the side of Soon's face. Soon lets out a muffled groan. His balance is broken. He falls backward. That bastard actually deleted it. 2 men crowd around the watching the progress bar on the screen. Soon lies on the floor, Another man stomps on him brutally. You're dead, you worthless little rat. Stop, if Parrot gets here. We're all dead meat. Soon curls into a ball on the ground, taking heavy kicks to the head. I have to hold on until it's deleted. Soon grits his teeth, enduring the searing pain in his head.
His fingers grope along the floor,
Grabbing a sharp piece of shattered glass. I have to succeed, no matter what. Soon swings his arm with all his might, slashing the glass shard across the man's calf. Blood sprays out instantly. Howls, the man screams in pain. His body jerks violently. Soon lunges toward the corner, grabbing a fire extinguisher. That's mine. Soon bellows. His hands grip the red cylinder tightly. A wild, manic fire burns in his eyes. You bastards! He rips the safety pin out, aiming the nozzle straight ahead. He lets out a primal scream. White powder erupts in a massive burst, enveloping the room like a blizzard. Arg, what is this? Damn it, has he lost his mind? Shit, cough, cough. The screen is barely visible through the smoke. The progress bar crawls to the right, displaying the deleting text. Soon stands in the heart of the mist, staring at the green bar, until it finally reaches the end. I did it. Soon's arms drop to his sides. The fire extinguisher clatters to the floor. He looks at the blank screen. A look of pure relief spreads across his face. You goddamn bastard. Sung-jun bursts through the smoke, reaching out to claw at Soon's face. Soon is seized by the throat. His body is thrown back by the sheer force. The fire extinguisher slips away, making a heavy, dull impact. Choking Soon gasps in pain. He claws weakly at the man's arm. Sung-jun pins him down, straddling him. Tie him up. Get something to tie him down right. He snaps his head around, bellowing into the smoke. His expression is monstrous. Yes, sir. Boss, the others are in the dust, violently, coughing and staggering in response. Damn it, cough, cough. Lim Soon lies on the cold floor. His chest heaves violently. His vision is gradually blurring. No, he lets out a desperate roar. Tears well up in his eyes. Is this all I'm capable of in the end? Lim Soon closes his eyes tight. His jaw is set firm. Tears slide down from the corners of his eyes. Is this my limit? You useless little brat? Sung-jun leans down. His face is almost pressed against Soon's. A cold, killing intent gleams behind his lenses. How dare you? A tall figure emerges from the smoke. One eye flickers with an eerie red light. How dare you lay a hand on my servant? Minho stands deep within the mist, looking down at the chaos ahead. His tone is icy, devoid of any warmth. Sung-jun freezes instantly. His pupils contract violently from extreme fear. Cold sweat runs down his temples. Chum, Sung-jun stops abruptly, turning his head to look into the depths of the mist. Cold sweat slides down his temples. A pale hand reaches out from the smoke, fingers curved like hooks, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Arr! A scream erupts instantly. Sung-jun. The others look up, staring at the blurred figure ahead, calling out with trembling voices. Minho stands in the center of the mist, gripping Sung-jun's head firmly with one hand, lifting his entire body off the ground. Sung-jun's eyes roll back. Blood gushes from his nose. His body goes limp like wet clay. What the hell is this thing? Sung-jun, the others descend into total panic, roaring in desperation with mouths wide open, witnessing the scene that defies all logic. Minho lunges downward violently. His pupils flash with a strange red light. Violent purple lightning swirls around his body, like a bolt of black lightning cutting through the mist. He swings a heavy fist, smashing it into the others. The massive impact pierces through their torsos. The dull sound of bones shattering. They are sent flying into the air. Their bodies contort from the pain, spraying a large amount of blood from their mouths. Slamming heavily onto the ground, Minho lands steadily. The purple aura around him gradually recedes, staring ahead with cold eyes. To think you dared lay a hand on my only servant. Even if I die, I will never let what belongs to me be taken away. Lim Soon sits slumped on the ground, propping himself up with trembling hands, tears welling in his eyes, staring at the back before him in disbelief. Minho, look at this. Lim Soon holds the phone screen up to Minho, a faint smile on his lips. This is the app I'm developing? Minho stares at the screen curiously. Oh, what kind of app is this? Like-minded people can gather and interact in this section. If you live nearby, you can even share locations with each other, or even form study groups. Minho looks down at the phone screen, his fingertips swiping gently. This is incredible. I can't believe you made something like this. Then what's this? Minho reaches out with a finger, pointing to the edge of the screen. A red alert icon. Lim Soon lowers his head, feeling a bit awkward, his finger unconsciously rubbing the edge of the phone. Oh, this. It's from when you were taken away by Taeyun's group. I'm sorry, I couldn't help you back then. Lim Soon sits side by side with Minho, lowering his eyelids, looking a bit lonely. I really couldn't find where you went at the time, so I added this feature. As long as you press this, your location will only be shown to friends you've set. If something like that happens again, no matter what happens, I will come and save you. Whether it's calling the police or gathering friends like us together. Minho looks at Lim Soon. The corners of his mouth turn up slightly, showing a gentle smile. Thanks, I'll download it too. Lim Soon looks up excitedly, responding loudly. Okay, sunlight pours over the campus buildings. The sky is a clear, washed blue. Their laughter echoes across the rooftop. Minho, Lim Soon sits on the ground, lifting his tear-stained face, softly calling out his best friend's name. You sent this, didn't you? Minho stands in the haze, holding up the phone in his hand. The red alert icon is flashing on the screen. You received my signal. Lim Soon stares at the familiar interface. His pupils tremble violently. Tears burst from his eyes again. Large teardrops slide down his cheeks, tracing over the scrapes on his skin, dripping onto the cold floor. Thank you, Minho. Truly, thank you. Lim Soon completely breaks down, propping his hands against the ground, facing Minho, sobbing uncontrollably, his body shaking continuously from the intense sobs. Minho stands silently to the side, looking down at his friend kneeling and crying on the ground. The smoke around them gradually dissipates. Damn it, why is he so strong? Jihee is subdued by Street. His face is full of terror. Let me go, Jinji struggles desperately. His hands are pinned behind his back, his body writhing incessantly. Hey, behave yourself. Street grips Jin Jihee's wrists tightly. Ah, Lord Lavis. A hint of pleasant surprise shows in Street's eyes. Minho stands deep in the alleyway, looking coldly at the captured Jin Jihee. Jin Jihee snaps his head up. His pupils suddenly contract. Jin Jihee takes advantage of Street's distraction, hurriedly making his escape. Street cries out in alarm. Hey, Minho watches indifferently. It's fine, let him go. First of all, it seems, those devouring flowers they possessed have all vanished. A massive pillar of fire shoots into the sky. A searing red glow tears through the night sky. Sparks dance wildly in the air, making a crackling, popping sound. The fire hasn't spread yet. A firefighter rushes to the edge of the fire, shouting loudly into his walkie-talkie, with a grim expression. Well, suppress it immediately. Another firefighter waves his arm, directing his colleagues behind him. The firelight reflects off his anxious face. Numerous firefighters run through the scene. Water hoses gush forth, trying to extinguish the all-consuming flames. The entire area is plunged into a chaotic sea of fire. Flames dance wildly against the night sky. Sparks fly everywhere, emitting deafening crackles. Those people are... A firefighter stops dead in his tracks, his pupils contracting in shock, staring at the carnage at the edge of the fire. parrot leans against a charred tree trunk. His face is covered in blood. His lifeless eyes are downcast. His plaid shirt is soaked in blood. His body looks broken and battered under the firelight. Manhwa walks with steady steps down the center of the empty street. His silhouette is cold and aloof. Lim Soon walks silently on the other side. Sweat slides down his cheeks. His eyes are filled with complex emotions. Street follows nimbly behind, her hands behind her back, humming an unknown tune, her pointed ears twitching slightly with every step. Manhwa comes to a halt, staring into the deep night ahead. A sliver of cold doubt rose within him.
He snapped his head up.
His gaze became extremely sharp, oozing a chilling, killing intent. The night shrouded the dense cluster of buildings. Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? Manhwa sat on the edge of the bed, looking down at the floor. Yeah, it's too much trouble. Lim Soon sat on his knees on the floor, organizing the items in his hands, looking up at his companion. Manhwa, thank you. I just did it as a precaution, setting up a distress signal. I didn't expect you to actually come. Manhwa slightly tilted his head, making a confused sound.
Huh?
Manhwa was about to explain. Actually, on the way here, by pure chance, Street suddenly lunged forward, covering Manhwa's mouth with her, interrupting him with a loud cough. Cough, cough. Street leaned in close to Manhwa's face, staring into his eyes as she questioned him. Are you trying to say this was just a coincidence? Mr. Lavis, the streets under the night sky were silent. This is the way to your hideout, right? If it isn't, you'll end up just like that guy from earlier. Jinji-hee. Street dragged him along by the arm, stumbling and struggling on the empty road. Are you doing this because Lim Soon is your friend? Is that why you went this far? Manhwa stopped in his tracks, looking back at the two behind him. What, you captured Lim Soon? Lim Soon wearing glasses. The image of him laughing flashed through his mind. So that's why he didn't show up at school. Jinji-hee looked a bit flustered. What? If it wasn't because of your friend, then what was it for? Manhwa stared ahead expressionlessly, letting out a cold grunt. A red alert flashed on the phone screen, emitting a rapid beeping sound. Street pressed her hands together, holding them against her chin, shouting out in excitement. You absolutely cannot call this a coincidence. That's not how human relationships work. Manhwa lowered his eyelids, listening to her clamor without expression. Don't tell me you plan on staying here for a year or two, and then just head back to the demon realm. Lim Soon gazed at his savior, a grateful smile on his face. This student is looking right at you, Mr. Lavis. It's like Hayes looking at a hero who came to save him. Soon turned his head, looking at the girl who was gesturing wildly next to him. By the way, who is this? Street remained in her excited pose. She's my subordinate. Her name is Street. Soon froze in place. The smile on his face slowly stiffened. A subordinate. Hey, Manhwa, can I ask you something? Manhwa looked down at Soon. You've suddenly become so strong. It's almost surreal. And that subordinate wearing the weird clothes. Soon lowered his. A drop of cold sweat broke out on his temple, clenching his teeth. You're not. I knew it. Manhwa must have joined some evil organization. I really hope Hayes not mixed up with bad people. Manhwa listened in silence, narrowing his eyes slightly. It seems many people will be targeting my servant in the future. I can't keep lying forever. Manhwa looked up, staring directly into Soon's eyes. Yes, it's exactly as you suspect. Manhwa raised his bandaged right hand, holding it before his chest. I am the son of the great demon king who descended from the demon realm. Lavis Vindicare. Soon sat there dazed, adjusting his glasses, staring at the boy in front of him without a word. Soon knelt on the floor, opening his mouth with a vacant expression. Who? Manhwa sat on the edge of the bed, spreading his hands nonchalantly. That's how it is. Now that you know, from now on, you have to work for me. Soon stared ahead, his brow furrowed. Son of the great demon king? What kind of nonsense is he talking about? Soon watched him silently. Cold sweat trickled down his temple. His heart filled with confusion. Suddenly, a white cat jumped up, lunging at Soon's face. Ah, what's with this cat now? Minho reached out and touched his shoulder, closing his eyes wearily. Hey, Street. You explain it to him. I've been fighting all day, and I'm exhausted. The white cat stepped on Soon's chest, opening its mouth to let out a cheerful voice. Okay, now listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Soon held his head in his hands, his eyes widening in terror. He let out a loud scream. Hey, a talking cat! Ah, Soon's mouth hung wide open. His body went stiff as he leaned back, letting out a weak groan. Parrot slumped in the back seat of the car, his body swaying slightly as the car drove along. Everything's burned to the ground. We need to evacuate separately first. Parrot's face was covered in blood. His head hung low. His eyes were bloodshot, staring intensely into the void. That bastard. I could have killed him. I could have killed him. The detective watched as a figure in a dark cloak walked in and asked in confusion. Who are you? The detective reached out to stop him. This is a restricted area. Bale suddenly reached out and covered the detective's mouth, commanding in a low voice. Silence. The detective fell into a daze. The detective collapsed on the ground by the police car. The shadow from Bale's hat obscured his eyes, revealing only a sly, smiling mouth, staring at the blood-covered boy. Poor child. You look absolutely miserable. Parrot snapped his head up, bellowing loudly. Lord Bale! I'm going to kill that bastard. Bale slowly pointed a pale finger ahead. His lips curved into a smile. Let's go. We can talk more somewhere else. Above the silent wilderness, nothing remained but the deep blue night sky and the blurry silhouettes of trees in the distance. An officer stood next to the red fire truck, looking over at the busy scene in the distance. We've received a report that even the drug dealers have been subdued. The female officer looked down at her chest pocket, reaching in to pull out a piece of candy in blue packaging. Who on earth did this? She held up the transparent plastic bag, staring at what was inside. The contraband disguised as candy. And these drugs have even passed approval from the Ministry of Food and Drug Safety. They've already flooded the student population. Those goddamn bastards. A groan of pain came from the distance. My head hurts so much. The female officer snapped her head around, looking at her colleague collapsed by the police car. She quickly ran over. Detective, are you okay? The detective pointed toward the back of the police car. The car, check that car. The female officer yanked the car door open, staring at the empty back seat. Her expression was one of shock. What's going on? Where did that bastard go? Night falls over the entire city. In the distance, the school building is dimly lit, hidden behind the dense thicket of trees. Parrot kneels in the dim room, pleading with the cloaked figure in front of him. Lord Bale, please give me one more chance. If you just give me a little more of the drug, if I just take a little more, I can kill that bastard. Bale gazes down at the blooming purple flower in his hand. Do you have any idea how precious those flowers you burned were? The flower's slender roots squirm like tentacles, crawling into a human's mouth, spreading deeper and deeper into the body. On both sides of the dim corridor, human bodies wrapped in vines are lined up neatly. Do you know how much effort I put into collecting these humans? To harvest them? He stops walking, watching the shells parasitized by the purple flowers. This is why you should never trust worthless humans. He gently strokes the petals, letting out a low sigh. And my precious flowers? Parrot looks up, pleading loudly. Please, one more chance. I will definitely kill that bastard. Bale lowers his eyelids, looking down at him with a cold expression. He picks up the flower and stabs it violently into Parrot's eye socket. Purple flowers bloom from the top of Parrot's head and his eye sockets. The roots force their way into his flesh. Parrot opens his mouth wide, letting out a blood-curdling scream. Arg, Parrot recoils in agony, crying out in despair. My eyes. Bale stands there, silently watching the boy struggle at his feet, not moving a muscle. Bale looks down. Veins bulge on his forehead, revealing sharp teeth. You remember the oath you swore to me, don't you? Use those flowers to prove your final loyalty. Parrot lies on his back in a pool of blood. His mouth is agape, powerless, letting the flowers sway within his flesh, letting out one final agonizing scream. The city under the cover of night. The streets are silent, with only a few windows emitting a faint glow. Jinji crouches in the messy office, frantically rummaging through the lockers, making a sharp, clattering noise. Damn it, I have to survive. He pushes aside the clutter with trembling hands. Cold sweat beads on his forehead. Once I get that coin purse, I'm out of here. Where is it? Damn it. Another curly-haired boy peeks out from behind the partition. A playful smile hangs on his lips. I went to the office, but the cops were there. Jinji whips his head around, looking terrified. Drool drips from his mouth, gripping a sharp knife in his hand. I just came by just in case, and it turns out you really are here. Jinji stumbles back. What kind of monster are you? This is insane. Why are you looking for trouble? The man in the floral shirt sways his body, letting out a neurotic laugh. My forehead. You're the one who did this to it. Blue ribbon, give me more. Jinji grits his teeth, roaring in anger. You lunatic. Just how much of that stuff did you take yourself? Jinji looks down at the ground. 2 wooden sticks are lying quietly by his feet. His gaze turns sharp. Jinji turns around abruptly. Damn it, he bellows, looking stunned. Where did this guy come from? The man in the floral shirt closes in instantly, swinging his blade and stabbing Jinji in the abdomen. Jinji grits his teeth, letting out a groan of pain.
He curls his body,
letting out a faint moan. The man in the floral shirt stands unsteadily. Drool drips from his mouth, muttering with hollow eyes. Damn it, blue ribbon, give it to me. He throws his head back, letting out an inhuman. Blood keeps seeping from Jinji's wound.
He reaches out with a trembling hand.
Damn it, I don't want to die like this. A thick cloud of purple smoke appears out of nowhere, churning violently in midair, gradually coalescing into a blurred humanoid shape. Bam emerges from the purple smoke, adjusting his orange sunglasses. The corners of his mouth curl into a cunning arc. If things turn out like this, Lavis will hate it even more. Jinji struggles to prop himself up. Blood drips from his mouth, looking ahead with unfocused eyes. Who is it? Please help me. Bam stands in the center of the billowing purple smoke. Sorry, but I don't have that kind of power. If you are destined to fall into hell, you should just accept it. Right, Jinji bows his head. Tears slide down his cheeks, gritting his teeth and letting out a faint curse. Damn it, you said hell? A cunning smile plays on Bam's lips. But I'll leave your corpse right where it is. Night shrouds the magnificent spired palace. Purple lightning erupts violently between the clouds. The thunderous roar pierces through the entire building. Welcome, my dear brother. Barca, ever since you sent Lavis to the human world, you seem to have been planning something. The woman stares at the man before her. How dare you use my son? Barca lets out a chuckle. You caught me. Barca closes his eyes. His tone is nonchalant. There's no need to worry. Lavis is all grown up now. Do you think I'd just let him leave like that? I placed a demon bloodstone. Inside him, the woman bellows. What? A demon bloodstone? You're absolutely insane. Are you planning to announce to the entire world that the great demon king's son is all alone in the human world? Barca extends a finger, and gently picks at his ear.
Sister, why don't you try trusting Lavis a bit more?
The woman knits her brows, staring ahead.
It's not that I don't trust Lavis.
It's the movements of the world itself that worry me.
Even the slightest crack
could cause everything to...
That's how unstable the world is right now.
Barca counters calmly. Lavis is stronger than you think. He's a fighter just like me, and his combat prowess surpasses everyone else's. You little brat. The woman suddenly swings her arm, striking Barca hard on the top of his head.
That is exactly the problem. If even a single hair on Lavis's soul is harmed, both you and I are dead meat.
Got it?
Barca rubs his head.
How old am I? And you're still hitting me on the head.
He gives an order to Bam standing nearby.
Bam, go search through every magic book.
Find me a way
to get rid of every older sister in this world.
The woman retorts, undeterred.
Shut up. I don't want a crazy brother like you either. Bam looks at the two of them with an awkward expression.
You two?
Could you please calm down first?
The woman suddenly lunges at Barca,
grabbing his neck with both hands in a death grip. Barca's face turns purple from the choking, letting out a groan of pain.
Bam watches silently from the side.
It's a miracle Lavis managed to grow up alive in this environment. It really is a miracle. The city under the cover of night. The streets are brightly lit. Power lines crisscross through the narrow alleys.
Amidst the stillness,
the distant sky is dotted with stars.
Lim Soon trembles all over, staring straight ahead.
So, you're really a demon. Right. Minho lowers his gaze, his expression cold.
That is indeed what humans call us.
A white cat presses its paws together, looking ecstatic.
Hiss at us. Soon asks, now that I know the truth,
will I go to hell when I die?
Minho leans against the side of the sofa, looking down at the boy before him.
Hell is right here. If you come back to the demon realm with me, no one will be able to lay a finger on you.
As the sole heir of the great demon king,
I, Lavis, am your master.
Soon recoils in terror, waving his hands in
No, you don't need to protect me. I don't want to go to a place like that at all.
Minho's face darkens, a threatening glint in his eyes.
You're more than welcome to try and go back.
Minho grits his teeth, a sinister expression crossing his face.
I'll gouge out Bam's eyeballs and suck them dry like lollipops. Then Soon looks at Minho beside him, asking in terror,
the real Minho, what happened to him?
Street, the white cat, crosses her paws over her chest. She tilts her head up. He was destined to die anyway.
To be precise,
only a body like that can be used as a vessel.
Soon bows his head, clenching his teeth.
No, that can't be. Why was Minho destined to die? Minho looks at him.
Don't look so down.
In a few decades anyway, we'll all meet in the demon realm.
Soon's body trembles violently.
So, it's basically set in stone that I'm going to the demon realm?
Minho looks at the boy sinking into despair.
Humans certainly have vivid imaginations. The demon realm is actually quite an interesting place.
Right. Street?
Yes, that's right. Street opens her mouth, baring her fangs. She lets out a sharp laugh. Our homeland is filled with the scent of blood and the sound of screams everywhere. Soon clutches his head with both hands, a look of horror on his face. Please stop talking. Until then, you still have a long way to go. Minho looks down at the boy with a stern expression. Don't worry, kid. Just treat me the way you used to. And don't leak this to anyone. Yes, Soon kneels on the ground, huddling his body into a ball. He gives a faint response. Minho turns around. By the way, my body is starting to ache again. I'm leaving now.
Wait for me.
Lord Lavis. Street follows closely behind, disappearing into the end of the silent alley. Towering apartment buildings stand under the night sky. Windows emit a cold blue light. The entire city falls asleep under the starry sky. Minho pushes open the door to his room. He presses his hand to his forehead. Damn, my head hurts. Is it because I overused the Bloodstone's power? Appa Minhee calls out cheerfully, carrying out a cream cake covered in strawberries. Happy birthday. Minho freezes in place. Birthday, Minhee leans in toward him. Mom and I have been busy making this cake since yesterday, though I can't guarantee how it tastes. Minhee stands on her tiptoes, plopping a colorful party hat onto Minho's head. Dad will be home soon. All right, let's take a birthday selfie first. Minhee holds up her phone, making a peace sign. Wearing the pointed party hat, Minho stares at the camera. The sound of the shutter clicks in the quiet living room. Minho, in his colorful party hat, looks down with a cold gaze. What's that on your face? Minhee rubs the back of her neck awkwardly. She explains with a smile. Just now, there were some guys bullying an old lady with a cart, so I went to help her out. It's no big deal. Minho stares at her smiling face, his tone flat. You did something unnecessary. You're not even strong, yet you still try to help others. Minho lowers his eyes. What a strange person. Anyway, Minhee stabs a piece of strawberry cake, holding it up to his mouth. Appa, you must be hungry. Hurry, try this. Minho scowls, letting out a low grunt. Forced to open his mouth, he bites down on the spoon. Minho's eyes suddenly widen. His hands freeze in midair. The pom-pom on the party hat shakes violently. What is this? It's white and soft, and so sweet. Just what is this flavor? Minho tasted in ecstasy, the party hat wobbling on it. Damn it. The father storms into the house in a rage, followed by several aides. Find out for me where those bastards who threw eggs at me live. I'm going to kill every single one of them. Minho turns his head, watching his father's back. Yes, sir, an aide responds, head bowed, submissively. The father points at the aide behind him and roars. No, I should just kill you first. Couldn't you even stop something like that? The father's arm swings heavily into the aide's face, landing with a dull thud. Honey, please stop. The mother rushes forward, clutching the father's arm tightly. Let go, the father bellows in anger, violently flinging the mother off.
He pushes her against the wall.
Please stop. Minhee stands in front of her mother, screaming at the top of her lungs. Mom didn't do anything wrong. Minho stands to the side, his mouth stuffed with cake, watching everything in silence. What? The father whips his head around, veins bulging at his temples.
He glares at the strawberry cake on the table.
What the hell is this? The father strides forward, looking down at Minho, who is eating the cake. Your father gets pelted with eggs during the campaign, and you're here eating cake? You're unbelievable. The father roars, shoving Minhee out of his way, throwing her roughly to the side. You have no conscience. The father flips the table over in a rage. Strawberries and cream fly through the air. The cake is slammed onto the floor, shattered into pieces. Honey, please stop this. The mother sits slumped on the floor, pleading in a trembling voice. It's Minho's birthday today. Who cares about a birthday at a time like this? The father turns his head, his voice dripping with disgust. Minho watches him in silence. The father lets out a disdainful sneer, turning and striding toward the inner room. What a suffocating home this is. The father yells without looking back, slamming the bedroom door. A heavy thud echoes through the room. Minho stands alone in the trashed living room, staring at the overturned table, and the remains of the cake scattered across the floor. My cake, Minho says, his head bowed. Shadows shrouded his face. He emitted a spine-killing aura. How dare you touch what belongs to me? I'm sorry, children. Mom is so sorry. Their mother held Minhee tightly. Tears wouldn't stop falling. No, Mom. Minhee buried her face in her mother's chest. Her voice was choked with sobs. What did you even do wrong? Minho turned away. He watched the direction his father had left in. That bastard. The party hat on Minho's head looked pathetic and ironic. His gaze was ice-cold, devoid of any warmth. What an incredibly arrogant human. The sunset dyed the entire sky crimson. Clouds churned in the dying light. Towering buildings stood tall in the twilight. Their windows reflected a dim, dull glow. That bastard parrot? Not only is he not sending money, he's even cut off all contact. The father slammed his hand on the desk. A heavy, dull thud echoed. Where the hell is he hiding? If we want a photo op with the voter base, we have to slip them a deposit first. Father gritted his teeth. His forehead was furrowed in rage. That goddamn bastard parrot. I'll do everything I can to find parrot, sir. The subordinate bowed his head. He stood nervously in front of the desk. To raise my support. Rating, I actually have to grovel to a bastard like that. It's infuriating. It's enough to drive me mad. And every one of these guys is absolute trash. CH Chief. A subordinate burst through the door. He rushed in with a panicked expression. A video of Minhee is going viral right now. What video? Father stood up abruptly. He looked down at the tablet the subordinate handed him. Please, look at this. The subordinate held up the screen with both hands. Hey, you guys. In the video, Minhee spread her arms. She was blocking. It recorded all of this. Stop it, hey. You crazy bitch. In the video, the student she blocked barked at her. Who do you think you are? How dare you interfere? You bastards. Why are you bullying an elderly person? Minhee grabbed the boy's collar tightly. She demanded an answer with a loud, angry shout. You crazy woman. The boy snapped back through gritted teeth. He shoved Minhee violently. Let's just go. A companion pulled the boy back. He was trying to de-escalate the conflict. What are you looking at? The boy roared at the crowd of onlookers. He was venting his rage. I said let's go. You bastard. The companion dragged him away from the scene by force. Are you okay? Ma'am, Minhee knelt down. She anxiously supported the elderly woman's arm. Oh, goodness. Thank you, young lady. The elderly woman replied, still visibly shaken. To think Minhee got caught up in something like this. Father stared at the footage on the tablet. Yes, sir. The subordinate stood by the desk.
He waved his arms excitedly.
If we announce that Minhee is your daughter, it would be a massive boost to your approval rating. The comment section is absolutely blowing up. Hey, is that so? The corners of Father's mouth curled up slightly. A sly, calculating smile appeared. This might actually make for a great photo op. Father watched the screen. A calculating glint was in his eyes. The skyscraper pierced the clouds. Sunlight glinted sharply off the glass walls. Such a beautiful face. How could it be hid? Denaway, Han Young, Hansu, come here. Han Young stared at the image on the screen. Who is she? Han Youngju explained. That's Mother's new vessel. Han Young gasped in admiration. She's beautiful. Hansu stood by, letting out a thoughtful hum. Minhee's silhouette appeared on the screen. She was in her school uniform. She was chatting and laughing with her friends. She looked bright and What is it? Han Youngju asked. Don't you like her, Hansu? Hansu's voice was flat. It's not that. Han Youngju's lips curved into a smile. Are you jealous? That girl has the face I've already bought. So she will become Mother's new body. Human bodies age far too quickly. They wrinkle and wither until they're hideous. A hand reached toward the screen. Fingertips lightly brushed Minhee's face on the monitor. But finding such a perfect vessel, that's destiny. What a lovely doll. A playful smile hung on Han Young's lips. I wonder what kind of sound she'll make when she breaks. Minhee laughed happily in the sunshine. She was totally unaware of the danger looming over her. The news played on the tablet. Minhee was on the screen. She was labeled as the mayoral candidate's daughter. The video views had already surpassed 500,000. This morning's polls show his approval rating is now in first place. The comment section was overflowing with praise. In this climate, you shouldn't face any problems. They say Yo Minhee's video will even be featured on the 9 o'clock news. Father tilted his head back slightly. A smug smile played on his lips. I never imagined That child who did nothing but talk nonsense would become such a lucky charm. I suppose I'll have to pay more attention to the family for a while. Father sat behind his expansive desk. He issued orders to the subordinate. Well, use good deeds and volunteer work to create even more buzz around her. As long as it's in Minhee's name, you can schedule anything. The subordinate bowed slightly. He responded respectfully. Understood, sir. Also, candidate, CEO Han Youngju from Nox Entertainment has contacted us. A flicker of surprise crossed Father's eyes. Han Youngju, why would Nox Entertainment reach out? The subordinate offered a fawning smile. He explained the reason. He saw Minhee's video and said he was very interested. The man pushed up his glasses. His smile deepened. Nox, he leaned back in his, letting out an exclamation. Minhee really is a treasure. The setting sun dyed the streets a deep orange. Two boys walked side by side through the alley. Soon gasped, wow. I had no idea that Minhee's stepfather was a mayoral candidate. Minho looked confused. Stepfather, you know a lot about Minhee's family? Soon shook his head. Minhee never mentioned it directly. I just knew that you and Minhee got along really well. Minhee laughed happily at her phone. The boy beside her watched her. Minho really cherishes Minhee. Cherishes her? Minho tilted his head back.
He gazed at the murky yellow sky.
Uncle always told me to cherish the things necessary for my power. Minho walked over to a trash can. What is it now? Street was struggling. I've eaten too much lately. Are the gates to the demon realm always this narrow? Minho looked at the crack in the wall. What did Bam say? Street was holding a small note. Lord Bam isn't here. But he left this. Good work, Lavis. Why not try catching one with the stone as well? Bam held a gift box tied with a blue ribbon. He flashed a sly grin. I'll send you a little gift. Just do your best. That bastard. How dare he use me however he pleases. Minho seethed with rage. I'm going to tear Bam to shreds right in front of Barca. Lord Lavis, please calm down. Street tried to dissuade him in a panic. A photo of the mayoral candidate was displayed on the phone screen. Anyway, Soon stared at the screen. At this rate, your father might actually be elected mayor. Public opinion is very much in his favor right now. A human like that is going to rule an entire city. Minho rested his chin on one hand. A trace of disdain in his eyes. Rather than ruling, it's more like managing it. Minho fell into deep thought. That greed, hazed just like a Cinerus. Street. Jungtai. Could he be a Cinerus that crossed over to the human world? Minho looked down at Street by his feet. A Cinerus? Street's eyes widened. That's an insatiable demon from the demon realm. They eat constantly. They eat without end. Even other demons despise them. But Lord Lavis, Street looked up, gazing at him. I oversee this region, and Teshik is just a human. Minho lowered his eyelids. Really, that's suspicious. For a human like that to become a ruler, it seems the human world is rotten to the core as well. Anyway, Street, watch how much you eat. Or you'll turn into a Cinerus yourself. Street slumped onto the table, letting out a ghostly sigh, responding weakly. As you wish, Lord Labis. Soon pushed up his glasses, staring at the phone screen with a worried expression. Candidate Jung Taishik. He seems dead set on exploiting Minhee. I have a bad feeling about this. Minhee walked silently through the glow of the setting sun. Her gaze was deep. Jung Minhee. Night falls. Lights began to flicker in the towering apartment buildings. Minhee pushed open the door and stepped inside. Her brow furrowed slightly. So what will become of Minhee? Minhee's looks are certainly exceptional. If she can learn to dance, she could debut in no time. And Shet be the center. Han Youngju leaned back on the sofa. A cunning smile played on her lips. Gazing at Minhee looked a bit uncomfortable. But I'm still a student. Besides, I never said I wanted to be an entertainer. Her mother sat beside Minhee. interrupting her in a panic. Honey, don't say things like that in front of the CEO. Han Youngju continued her persuasion. A child born with such talent, it would be a crime to let it go to waste. Minhee lowered her eyes. Beside her, her mother looked anxious. Her lips were pressed tightly. Jung Taishik sat on the sofa, adjusting his glasses, apologizing to the guest across from him. I'm very sorry. My wife is just a bit tense. Please, don't worry. Madam Knox Entertainment will ensure she can balance her studies with her career. Han Youngju offered a professional smile, leaning forward slightly. Idols today aren't like they used to be. Minhee listened in silence. Her gaze drifted into space. She seemed absent-minded. Han Young flicked her tongue, licking her lips. Greed shimmered in her eyes. They can perform while getting into their dream university. Minho stood to the side, watching Han Young coldly. What's the deal with this girl? So, we just need to sign this contract. Jung Taishik flipped through the blue folder in his hand, scanning the terms of the contract. There was a hint of urgency in his tone. Yes, this contract with Knox Entertainment will brighten both Minhee's future and yours as the candidate. Han Youngju gave a confident smile. Looking at their shared interest, Minhee sat on the sofa with her head down, huddled slightly, silently resisting the noise around her. Minho stood behind Minhee, looking down at everything with an expressionless face. Han Youngju turned to look at Minho, greeting him cheerfully. Oh, are you Minhee's older brother? It's nice to meet you. I'm the CEO of Knox Entertainment. Han Youngju. Minho tilted, his chin up, looking down at her with cold eyes. He didn't offer any response. Jung Taishik suddenly stood up, glaring sternly at Minho. Jung Minho, greet the CEO at once. It's quite all right. Candidate. Han Youngju waved her hand, a playful smile on her lips. Kids these days are all like this. Minho lowered his eyelids. The image of Minhee's once bright smile flashed in his mind. Minho really treasures Minhee. Lavis, I'm always on your side. Barca placed his hand over his, swearing an oath with a solemn expression. Lavis suddenly jumped up, waving his arms in anger, roaring out, Ooh, why are you saying this all of a sudden? Barca's expression remained serious. Listen closely. This world is full of hostile factions eyeing the ruler's power. But you are the successor who must inherit Lord Gamdale's throne. As the ruler of this world, young Lavis stood there, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Bearing such a heavy responsibility, you must build your own base of power. Lavis put his hands on his hips, turning his head away dismissively. I can survive just fine on my own. Right now, that's true. Barca let out a hearty laugh. But one day, you will encounter people who you'll find yourself drawn to. He lowered his head, gazing at the young Lavis. His eyes softened. At that moment, you will begin to change without even realizing it. Lavis stared at him silently, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. Ooh, I hate this complicated talk. Lavis scratched his hair in frustration, shouting loudly, Let's just start the training already. Barca laughed. That's my nephew for you, Jung Minho. Minho reached out and put his hand on Minhee's shoulder. Minhee's eyes widened. Her body gave a slight shiver. Is this really what you want to do? Minho lowered his head slightly. His eyes were hidden in the shadow of his hair. His voice was calm yet powerful. Minhee slowly turned her face, looking at the hand on her shoulder. Brother, if you're being forced into this, just say it. Minho straightened his back, looking down at the girl. I'll get you out of here. Minho looked down at Minhee beside him, speaking with a grim expression. If you're being forced, tell me. I'll take care of everything. Minhee lowered her eyes, falling into silence. Jung Taishik waved his arms, roaring in anger. What, you want to leave? You ungrateful brat. How dare you forget my kindness? His mother let out a scream, as Jung Taishik shoved her roughly. Jung Taishik grips the mother's hair in a death grip.
He continues to bark at her.
Throw all the tantrums you want. You're not taking Jung Minho or Jung Minhee anywhere. They are both legally registered under my name. The mother tilts her head back in agony. Please, she pleads. Just let us go. Jung Taishik continues his verbal assault. Go ahead, just try it. Let's see how you'll survive when you don't have a single cent to your name. Minhee shields Minho with her body. That was what grandfather left for us. It doesn't belong to you, uncle. Jung Taishik looks down at the young Minhee. He lets out a cold sneer. Just like your pathetic mother. Absolutely naive. Jung Taishik chokes the mother from behind. He pins her head down. He asks with a fanatical look in his eyes. Do you know the true secret to survival? Once I get my hands on something, it belongs to me forever. Minhee stands frozen in place, watching the scene unfold. Jung Taishik's low voice echoes above her. Remember that, my daughter. Minhee lowers her gaze. She lets out a soft sigh. Yes, I understand. This is my own choice. I will do it. Minhee sits on the sofa, staring directly at Jung Taishik. I have one condition. If I make any money, it must be registered in my name. That is my condition. Minhee looks at her mother and Minho, secretly making up her mind. I will save Mom and Appa from that monster. Jung Taishik breaks into a smile. A condition? Of course, Minhee, that's only fair. Your hard work belongs solely to you. A smirk plays on Han Youngju's lips. It's a deal now. Let's sign the contract. Minhee stares. Her mother's plea rings in her ears. CEO, please take good care of Minhee. To me, she is more important than life itself. Her mother looks at Minhee with a worried face. She asks softly, Minhee, are you sure about this? Minhee turns her head. She responds with a determined look. Yes, Mom. Please trust me. This time, Minhee gives a bright smile. Looking at Minho beside her. Thank you for worrying about me. Appa Minho stares at Minhee in silence. His expression is cold and stern. He doesn't respond. A black sedan speeds down the highway. Its headlights cut through the darkness. Han Youngju holds a cigarette between her fingers. The more I look at her, the more perfect she seems. My new vessel. The looks, the gaze, even that innocence which is so rare these days. I love everything about her. Han Young sits in the car. A playful smirk curls on her lips. She rests her finger against her chin. But that guy, Jung Minho, he seems a bit strange. Han Youngju turns her head, looking at Han Soo in the front seat. Minhee's brother. I felt something special from him. Han Soo, what do you think? Han Soo lowers her eyes. She responds flatly. He is definitely not human. Han Youngju breaks into a smile, staring into the void ahead. If even you say so, Han Soo, then he might be a watcher from the demon realm. Han Young opens her mouth. She laughs wildly. Mother, do you want me to take care of him? Han Youngju stops her with a composed look. It's not time yet. Acting rashly will only invite bigger trouble. Observe him first. Minhee is our priority. Han Young lets out a squeal. That bastard's eyes. I really want to tear him to pieces. Han Youngju calms her softly. Be patient, Han Young. The moonless night is almost here. A massive black shadow looms behind. Its claws are poised near her throat. Once the ritual is complete, and Minhee belongs entirely to me, you can do whatever you want with that brat, Minho. A fanatical light glimmers in Han Young's eyes. Really, it's a promise then. Han Youngju's smirk widens. Of course, it's my gift to you. I promise. Han Soo turns her face. She whispers softly. Mara, then I. Han Youngju's pupils contract suddenly, emitting a purple glow. What did you say? Han Youngju stops smiling. She warns with a cold tone. Han Soo, never mention that name again. I am Han Youngju. No, soon I will be the reborn Jung Minhee. No one will be able to stop me. A wild light flashes in Han Youngju's eyes. I will not fail this time. The sky is clear for miles. A few white clouds float slowly in the blue sky. Minhee stands before a massive skyscraper, looking up at the building that pierces the clouds. She takes a deep breath. Minhee withdraws her gaze. She lets out a long, heavy exhale. I can do this. Minhee takes a step forward. Her shoes click against the ground. A crisp, clear sound. She walks forward with determination. The CCTV camera blinks with a red light. A voice echoes throughout the room. Everyone, look over here. Han Youngju puts her arm around Minhee's shoulder. She introduces her to the others. This is our newest family member, Minhee. You might have already seen her on social media. Right, Minhee will be the center of our new group. A girl with twin tails, her voice trembling, questions the CEO. You're deciding this so suddenly? I've been training all this time just for the center position. Han Youngju responds with a cold tone. Siyun, you've worked hard during this time. From now on, you will support Minhee as her assistant. Han Youngju turns her head to look at Minhee beside her. Give it your best performance, Miss Minhee. Minhee lowers her head. She responds, Okay, the practice room door is slammed shut. A sharp, crisp sound. A member leans against the wall, letting out a cold sneer. She got in through her daddy's connections, didn't she? Siyun approaches Minhee, mocking her through gritted teeth. The daughter of a mayoral candidate. It must feel amazing to get to the top through connections. Siyun suddenly grabs Minhee by her collar. She roars in anger. You stole the center position Ivbled for over 4 years. When you joined, did you say you wouldn't sign unless you were the center? Minhee retreats in a panic. Her hands wave helplessly.
No,
Siyun swings her arm. She roars loudly. Don't know me! Siyun delivers a stinging slap. It strikes Minhee squarely on the cheek. Minhee lets out a scream. Her body loses balance. She falls backward. Siyun stands her ground, looking down with cold, calculating eyes. I want to see just how far your connections can take you. Minhee clutches her red and swollen cheek. Blood seeps through her fingers. She falls into silence. Han Youngju opens their room. She walks inside. Han Young leaps onto the sofa, staring at the massive screen on the wall. She lets out an exclamation of awe. Wow, this is spectacular. Mom is going to absolutely lose it. Mom. Quick, look at this. Han Youngju enters the room. She asks in a flat, monotone voice. What is it, Young? Surveillance footage from the practice room is playing on the screen. Minhee is standing there, clutching her face. Han Young points excitedly at the screen. She unscratched Minhee's face. She's bleeding. There's blood everywhere. On the screen, Minhee keeps her head lowered. She doesn't say a single word. The surrounding trainees watch her in sheer horror. Han Youngju leans in close to the screen. Her lips twitch violently. That worm, who isn't even worth the dust she treads on. Han Youngju's face contorts. Purple-black veins begin to surface on her skin. Her eyes become heavily bloodshot. She growls through gritted teeth. How dare she damage my precious vessel? Night falls. So Minhee is actually going to debut. That's incredible. Nox is a very famous agency, right? If she succeeds, she could definitely rule the human world. Street stands with her hands on her hips. She lets out a triumphant laugh. Street knows everything. After all, I've lived in the human world for 200 years. Minho leans against a pillar of the gazebo. He has his arms crossed over his chest. His eyelids are lowered. If that is my sister's wish, I have no objections. But that female CEO, and those children of hers, they make me feel very uneasy. Minho narrows his eyes. A cold, sharp light glints in his pupils. They have no demonic presence, yet they showed no fear under my gaze. Perhaps they are demons hiding in the human world. Street holds up her index finger. She gives a serious warning. For demons who have been lurking in the human world for a long time, hiding their presence is as easy as breathing. It's better to be careful. Street tilts her head. She looks at Minho beside her. That goes for you too, Lavis. Minho keeps his arms crossed. His gaze is cold and stern. Lim Soon leans in toward Minho. Beads of sweat form on his forehead. Minho, nobody's going to like it if you look at them like that. Minho tilts his head up slightly. His expression is indifferent. Regardless, they are suspicious. Even without a presence, I can recognize a demon at a glance. Lim Soon pushes up his glasses. He mutters under his breath. You couldn't even find Barca. Minho suddenly reaches out. He grabs Lim Soon by the hair. Street, take this guy and those twins, and drag them to the demon realm immediately. Street raises both hands and cheers. Understood, sending them straight to the Hell training camp. Lim Soon's head is yanked back. He lets out a terrified scream. Ah, stop threatening me. I know not just anyone can go there these days. Minho grits his. He looks furious. I can't even use the demon bloodstone properly. Now even a dog would look down on me. Minho gives Street an order. Street, have you thought of a way to restore the demon bloodstone's power? Street presses her hands together. Yes, as requested. It found a way to restore Lord Lavis's mana. Minho's expression softens slightly. Good, I will take back what is mine. Minho issues instructions. Go scout Hansu and the twins. Take servant No 1 with you. Street responds loudly. Understood. Lim Soon points at himself.
He wails, his face covered in cold sweat.
Me, I'm a servant. At the end of a dim alleyway, Xian walks alone down the empty street. She sobs, wiping tears from the corners of her eyes. This can't be happening. I prepared for 4 whole years. A cold flash of light cuts through the night sky. A massive black blade falls from the heavens. It stabs heavily into the ground behind Xian, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xian stops dead in her tracks. She looks back in terror, staring at the giant blade radiating a chilling aura. Who's there? Heavy footsteps emerge from the shadows. Hansu slowly walks out. She is wearing a black leather crop top. In each hand, she holds a massive black scimitar. She stares ahead with cold eyes. Xian recognizes the face of the newcomer. Her body begins to tremble violently. Sister, what's wrong? Did I do something wrong? Xian collapses onto the ground. Tears stream from her eyes. She begs with her mouth agape. If this is about Minhee, I'm sorry, I just lost control for a moment. Hansu doesn't respond. She just snaps her eyes wide open. Xian's despairing face is reflected in her pupils. She swings the giant blades in her hands. A blood-red light flashes. The blades slice through the air, aiming straight for Xian's throat. She raises both blades high and swings them down with brute force. An arc of blood-red light cuts across the frame. Blood spatters like splashing onto a cold electrical box. It slides slowly down the metal casing. The ground is stained dark red. Hansu lets the warm droplets of blood splatter on her cheek. Why did you have to hit her in the face? Mother hates that more than anything. Xian lies in a pool of blood. Her eyes are wide open. A final trace of terror remains in her pupils. Her body is completely devoid of life. Han Youngju's voice echoes in the night. Don't stay out too late. I'm worried about you. Your father bought fried chicken for the twins. Hei's on his way home now. I couldn't just sit at home and wait for my husband. Her tone is doting and affectionate. Oh, you're so sweet. Are you sure the twins are the ones who wanted it? Or did my dear wife want some for herself? A mass of viscous black shadow floats by the roadside, watching the couple as they walk away. It lets out a sinister, cackling laugh. A towering apartment building stands tall in the night. Han Youngju lies in bed. Her eyes are tightly shut. Her brow is furrowed. Strands of hair are scattered messily across the pillow. She groans in pain. She struggles to open her eyes, just a slit. Sweat trickles down her cheek. She pants breathlessly. Mara lets out a shrill laugh.
I really like this one.
Han Youngju's eyes snap open. She stares at the monster before her in terror. Who are you? Mara extends talons covered in black liquid. Shut up, I'm going to crush every last one of you humans. Mara burrows into Han Yongju's mouth. Don't worry about those children. I'll be sure to raise them well. After all, I happen to need a child right now. Han Yongju's eyes bulge. Her pupils tremble with extreme fear. A broken scream escapes her throat. No, not my children. Mara forces its way through the woman's mouth and nose. She yanks her head back in agony, making a muffled, choking sound, coughing and struggling incessantly. Mara slowly sits up. Her long hair hangs messily over her shoulders. A bizarre smile plays on her lips. She lets out a sharp, piercing laugh. The husband lies in bed with his eyes half open.
He reaches up to rub his...
Murmuring in confusion. Honey, what was that sound just now? His eyes snap wide open. His pupils constrict in shock.
He bolts upright, his body stiff.
Hey, honey. Mara suddenly sits up, choking her husband's neck. Then she pulls open the window. The husband desperately claws at her arms with both hands, terrified that he might fall. Fine beads of sweat break out on his forehead, letting out pained, gasping sounds of suffocation. Honey, what are you doing? Mara looks down at the struggling man. Her eyes are cold and unfamiliar. Are you really that husband? She looks him over with a contemptuous expression. You look so inferior. How could I possibly live with someone like you? The husband's face is covered in tears. He stares at the Mara before him in sheer terror. Who are you, really? Mara looks down at the man with indifference. Why should you care? She suddenly releases her grip. The husband's eyes bulge in terror. His body loses its balance. He topples backward. He reaches out his right hand in desperation, clawing at the empty air. No, don't. A heavy thud echoes between the buildings. Blood splatters across the apartment's exterior wall. Mara looks down at her bulging abdomen, gently stroking her belly with both hands, letting out bursts of cold, sinister laughter. The corners of her mouth curl into a twisted grin. This body belongs to me now. Piercing screams erupt from the delivery room. Ah! Mara struggles violently on the operating table. Arg, damn it! This hurts way too much. She kicks the medical staff in the face, sending them staggering backward. The doctor pins her shoulders down firmly, shouting a stern command. What do you think you're doing? Please calm down. Mara opens her mouth wide, screaming in a frenzied rage. Shut up, get these filthy things out of my body right now. Get them out this instant, or I'll kill every last one. She tilts her head back, letting out a feral roar. Saliva drips from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes are shot through with blood. Ooh, this is all because of Ineas. That total bitch. Ineas turns her face away, staring into the void with a cold expression. Her pointed ears are barely visible through her hair. Her shoulders are draped in heavy red feather ornaments. Two nurses cower in the corner in terror. Their eyes are wide as they stare forward. What's happening? They look at the swaddling clothes with trembling eyes. Their voices are shaky and broken. These babies, two newborns, lie side by side on the bed. Their skin has an unnatural hue. Their eyes flash with a red light. A bone-chilling smile hangs on their lips. The nurses shake their heads in despair. This can't be possible. Nightfall shrouds the entire city. Clouds drift slowly across the deep blue sky. Mara stands in the middle of a messy living room. She looks down, examining her own body, letting out a weary breath. My body feels so heavy. Must be because I just gave birth. She presses her hand against her abdomen. Her eyes are filled with loathing. Look at all this hideous fat. When exactly is it going to disappear? Two infants crawl across the floor. They tilt their heads to look up at the woman, letting out indistinct calls. Ma, Mama. Mara's voice is cold and biting. Hey, since you took my magic power, you'd better give every bit of it back. She raises her foot, roughly kicking one of the infants. How long do you plan on crawling around like that? Hurry up and grow so you can protect me. She clenches her fists. A cold, calculating glint flashes in her eyes. Until I find a vessel that can fully contain my vengeful soul. Neon signs flicker in the dark of night. A cacophony of noise drifts from the end of the street. I know her husband's suicide was a huge blow to her. But isn't she being a bit too much lately? The lights in the bar are dim and flickering. Crowds of people sway on the dance floor. There's only so much comfort you can give. She's just not the Mara we used to know anymore. But what about the children? Two women stand at the edge of the crowd, conversing with worried expressions. She doesn't even let anyone see those kids. I heard she barely even goes home now. She worked so hard to get pregnant. She looked so happy back then. Mara snuggles into a man's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, her fingertips gently massaging him. Didn't you say you worked at a radio station? She leans close to the man's ear. A playful smile hangs on her lips. Then you must know. Lots of pretty and handsome kids, don't you? A trace of cold longing appears in Mara's eyes. An eerie purple aura emanates from her. The man freezes in his tracks. Cold sweat slides down his cheeks. His eyes are filled with anxiety. That? The man's eyes suddenly fly open. His pupils tremble violently. He is enveloped in a purple aura. Then the man goes limp in her embrace. His eyes are shut tight. His head slumps powerlessly onto her shoulder. He has completely lost consciousness. Mara holds the man tightly. A fanatical, twisted smile spreads across her face.
Ineas.
Even in this living hell, there are plenty of young and beautiful things. She spreads her fingers, gripping the back of the man's head. Her fingertips sink into his hair. I will make all of them mine. Veins bulge on Mara's temples. Her facial muscles spasm with fury, staring intently at the hallucination in the void. One day, I will kill you with my own hands. Mara clenches, holding a handkerchief tightly over her nose and mouth. She trembles violently. Tears slide down her cheeks. Officer, Sion was originally a core member of the debut team. She was more talented than anyone. And she was more loved by everyone than anyone else. The detective sits on the opposite sofa. With his hands folded, he watches her with a serious expression. Did the victim have any conflicts with colleagues? Or was she ever stalked by someone? Mara bows her head, letting out pained women. Han Young watches the woman's back with concern. President, are you all right? Mara suddenly doubles over, covering her mouth tightly with her handkerchief, letting out violent retching sounds. Han Young turns to look at the detective. Officer, I think we should stop here for today. The president always thought of her as her own daughter. Han Su speaks with an expressionless face. Maybe you should go see the other trainees first. The detective lowers his gaze, giving a slight nod. Ah, yes. I understand. In that case, well, take our leave. He turns around, looking at the woman beside him. Let's go, Park Sung-hoon. Park Sung-hoon responds with a grave expression. Yes, sir. He turns his head, watching the detective's retreating figure, falling into silence. The heavy double wooden doors slowly pull shut, closing with a heavy thud. Mara is left alone in the room. She rips away the handkerchief covering her mouth. Her facial muscles are violently contorted. Her eyes are shot through with blood. Veins bulge on her temples. Ooh, she arches her back, opening her mouth wide. A large amount of thick green liquid erupts from deep within her throat. Squirming insects are mixed in the liquid, splattering onto the floor, making a nauseating sound. Green viscous liquid splattered all over the ground. Fat larvae squirmed and struggled in the filth, making nauseating sounds. She slumped onto the sofa. Her hands gripped her thighs tightly. Her facial muscles contorted with rage. That damn detective. Rummaging around everywhere like Hayes hunting for mice. Do you have any idea how much money it funneled to them? What the hell are those higher-ups doing? Han Young walked up behind her, reaching out to gently stroke her shoulder. A trace of coldness in her eyes. Mother shall stop sooner or later. Now even your Mara suddenly snapped her head up. Her eyes were bloodshot. Green residue hung from the corners of her mouth. My body is already rotting. I can't wait much longer. That girl named Si-yan. How dare she leave a blemish on my vessel? Han Young hugged her from behind, pressing her face against her ear, whispering soothingly, Mother, are you anxious? I'll have Minhee's body ready soon. So please don't be too stressed. Mara's face contorted. That's right, start quickly. A camera was set up in the practice room. The lens was aimed at the open space ahead. You've all heard the news about Si-young, right? What a lunatic. Han Young crossed her arms. Or some crazy woman. There are way too many crazies in this world. In broad daylight, attacking a high school student with a knife. Minhee kept her head down. Her hair veiled her face. Her expression looked somewhat solemn. For your safety, and to calm your nerves, we'll be moving into the dorms starting tomorrow. Everyone, get ready. Now let's start practicing. A trainee looked hesitant, looking at the person in charge. Is the dorm really necessary? Han Young raised her index finger, an arrogant glint in her eyes. Is there a reason why it shouldn't be? Don't you know? Living in a collective dorm is a basic rule for idols. Minhee looked troubled. Her gaze drifted to the side. But if I don't go home, my mom and brother will. Han Su's face darkened. You sure have a lot of demands. If you really can't do it, Han Young suddenly leaned in, putting her arm around her shoulder, laughing as she cut her off. Whoa, calm down. Hansu's eyes were icy. Why? Han Young asked back. What are you planning to do? If you dare leave a single scratch on that girl's face, Mother will kill you. Han Young wore a bright but fake smile. Minhee, you understand? Right, Hansu is just really concerned about Si-young. She's super sensitive right now. So don't make this scary Unnie angry. Just be a good girl and listen. The CEO will explain everything to your parents. So pack your bags and meet here tomorrow. Got it? Minhee lowered her eyes, looking somewhat lonely. Okay, she turned her head, staring at the floor of the practice room, lost in thought. Moving into a dorm. Even Appa has been acting strange lately. It's really worrying. Night falls. A faint light glowed from the window of the apartment building. Heavy panting could be heard from inside. Huff, puff, ooh, cough. Lim Soon was in a horse stance, holding a dumbbell in each hand. His whole body was trembling violently. Wow, Minho was holding a 30 kilograms dumbbell with one hand, standing aside expressionlessly. You call that training? My barrier is gradually getting stronger. Minho lifted the 30 kilograms dumbbell with one hand. Pink magical flames coiled around his arm. This level might be enough to suppress humans using demonic energy. But if I encounter a demonic beast in this state, it will still be a hard-fought battle. He grit his teeth, baring his sharp teeth. His expression turned fanatical and furious. That bastard Bam. If Hayes going to use me, the least he could do is teach me how to control the demon bloodstone. Not long ago, Bam was lying on his bed, kicking his legs up. I should include the method for controlling the demon bloodstone in the letter. A sly smile played on his lips. Putting pen to paper. To my dear friend Lavis, seeing as you're still so weak, I'll send you 2 gifts. First, how to control the demon bloodstone. The demon bloodstone. It was originally a tool used to suppress the demonic power of prisoners. That's right, within this stone lies the demonic power sealed from your remnant soul. Bam continued writing in the letter. If modified that stone of yours, making it directly link the demonic power from your remnant soul to your current human body. Bam threw his head back and laughed, baring his sharp teeth.
waving the letter in his hand. Only when the demon bloodstone shatters will that power be fully released. As for the if sent that child to your side. I'm sorry, I love you. My friend, I'm entrusting them to your care. All right. Now I just need to get this letter to Lavis. Read it carefully and reclaim your power. Lavis Minho clutched his hair in anger. Strands of hair were disheveled between his fingers. That bastard. Does he think he can just use me however he wants? Before I see Barca, I'm going to tear that bastard Bam to shreds first. He didn't read the letter at all. Street watched the furious Minho. Minho put down the dumbbell. A trace of suspicion in his eyes. Wait, was that method written in that letter? Street rushed into the room in a panic, running on 2 legs, her mouth wide open as she screamed. Lord Lavis! Lord Lavis! Something huge happened. Lim Soon's eyes widened in terror, staring at the running cat. It's actually walking on 2 legs. Minho turned his head, looking at her with a cold expression. Now what? Street stopped, frantically waving her paws. That Mara you asked about earlier, and those twins.
It's Mara, that's CEO.
Mara, she's Mara. Lim Soon was completely confused. Mara, who's that? The Witch of Greed, one of the 12 dark thrones. A monster with a deathly pale face, standing amidst the nebula, her eyes flashing with a golden murderous light, with sharp black horns on her head. Maravius seems to have seized a human body, and is lurking here. Minho looked down and chuckled, the corner of his mouth curving into a cold arc. He looked up, a hint of amusement in his eyes. So that woman has been hiding here all along. Lady Ineus, the most beautiful goddess of the demon realm. Even when you are silent, your lips are so moving. Just how can one become as beautiful as you? Ineus slightly turned her face, looking at the people around. If you wish for your lips to become beautiful, you must first learn to use them to carry the truth. A young noble girl pressed her hands together, staring at Ineus with flushed cheeks. As expected, every word you speak is like poetry. Since I only speak the truth, I'm sure I can become beautiful as well. A plump noblewoman held her daughter's hand. Her face lit up with a look of adoration. I even had my daughter study rhetoric. I wanted her to learn well so she could be a little more like Lady Ineus, because I wanted to teach this child that words themselves are both a weapon and dignity. Ineus spreads her hands. The corners of her mouth turn up slightly. In that case, I shall grant this young lady the blessing of eloquence. The noblewoman lets out an excited shriek. She clasps her hands together tightly. Thank you so much, Lady Ineus. Mara glasses sideways. She watches Ineus from afar, surrounded by the crowd. She lets out a cold scoff. Mara raises her wine glass. She drains the contents in a single gulp. What a load of absolute nonsense. A woman stands to the side. Her hands are folded in front of her. She looks at Mara with a hint of unease. You are equally beautiful, Lady Mara. Mara chews on a worm. Thank you. I shall also grant your daughter a blessing. Mara raises her glass. A sinister smile hangs on her lips. May she be consumed by the tumors of her own desire and die in an agonizing struggle. The woman suddenly covers her mouth. Her body trembles with terror. She lets out a sharp, short gasp. Mara gnashes her teeth. She lets green liquid seep from the corners of her mouth. Her eyes are filled with violence. Just you wait and see. I will never let this go. Mara hangs her head. Her face is shrouded in shadow. She looks twisted and hideous.
Ineus.
Street sits on the table. She looks up, so has Mara always felt a sense of inferiority toward Lady Ineus? Minho crosses his arms over his chest. His gaze is cast downward. Mother said she had been that way since they were. Of course, Mother didn't care about it at all. Mara is draped in a dark cloak. She bares her sharp teeth. She struggles amidst a purple glow. Right after ascending to the 12 dark thrones, she was caught stealing from the spring of demon souls. Then she fled to this living hell. Lim Soon adjusts his glasses.
He looks somewhat anxious. But why would that witch approach Minhee of all people? Does she know that you're actually Lavis? Minho sits in his chair. He turns his head towards Street. I don't think so. If she knew, she never would have left me in peace this long. In my current body state, I'm no match for that woman at all. Besides, those subordinates of hers likely aren't pushovers either. Street suddenly stands up. She opens her mouth and makes a loud suggestion. In that case, we must strengthen the demon bloodstone as quickly as possible. I'll go get ready right now. Street extends a claw. She touches it to her lower lip. A hint of cunning glints in her eyes. Witch hunt prep step 1. Clean up the nearby trash. Lim Soon shrinks into the corner. A drop of cold sweat forms on his temple. Clean up, inside a massive, brightly lit warehouse. Goods are stacked neatly on the shelves. A few workers walk through the aisles. Minhee, if you want to quit now, just tell me. Ever since you started working here, incidents like this have been happening one after another. Mom is a little worried. Minhee pushes a shopping cart full of pet food. She turns to look at her mother beside her.
It's okay.
Mom, Manager Hansu said they'll catch the culprit soon. I'm sure it was just a random act of violence, or something like that. Mother lowers her eyes. She looks somewhat melancholy. Your dream used to be to become a veterinarian. Minhee looks at the pet supplies nearby. To make that dream come true, it would take far too long. I want to get Mom out of that hellish house as soon as possible. Minhee rests her hands on the cart handle. She keeps her head down. By my own... Minhee looks up. A bright smile fills her face. Mom, an opportunity like this doesn't come around often. Dreams change anyway, don't they? I'm going to become famous and make lots and lots of money. Mother grips her handbag tightly. But if you live in a dormitory, I won't be able to see you very often. Minhee turns her face toward her mother. She comforts her with a light tone. Don't worry about me. Once the election is over, that man will settle down a bit. Mother stops walking. She bows her head low. I'm sorry, Minhee. Mother bites her lower lip. Her expression is full of guilt. If Mom hadn't remarried, you wouldn't have to go through all of this. Minhee reaches out. She gently pats her mother's shoulder. Don't say that. When you were so young, you raised me and Appa all by yourself. It was already so hard. Dad's death wasn't your fault. And before the marriage, that man really was good to us. Both you and we were tricked. Mother lowers her eyes. She sorrowfully calls out her daughter's name. Minhee. Minhee's lips curl into a slight smile. Her eyes reflect determination. Just wait a little longer, Mom. I'll work hard. Okay, under a blue sky with white clouds, the grand castle spires reach into the sky. A giant Ferris wheel turns slowly in the sunlight. Cheers and screams echo from afar. A roller coaster dives down from the top of its track. Tourists raise their hands high, letting out burst after burst of screams. Minho raises his hand. He rests his fingertips on his lower lip. His lips curl into a contemptuous smile. Pathetic humans. What is there to be so afraid of? Minho argues back. I just ate something spoiled. It's just a bit of indigestion. Lim Soon looks at his disheveled state. Wipe your mouth before you speak. That's why I told you not to insist on trying. That... Minho knits his brows. He raises his hand to wipe his mouth.
He lets out an
Chi, never riding that thing again. A withered giant tree grows twisted beneath a violet sky. It emits an eerie aura. Minho and his companions stand before a stone archway. They stare at the scene before them. Street. This is the place. Right. Street clasps her hands in front of her chest. She responds with an excited expression. Yes, Lord Lavis. I am absolutely certain. Street raises her right hand. She points diagonally upward. She shows a sharp fang. A demon who was imprisoned in the human world recently broke away from surveillance. But with my keen intuition, I have already tracked down his whereabouts. Minho slightly lowers his eyelids. He probes with a grim expression. What is this demon's name? Street answers with a serious look. His name is Scream. He has the ability to turn people's screams into mana. A pitch-black figure radiating a faint green light manifests in the void. He opens a large mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth, revealing a hideous grin. He can take the sound waves generated by fear and convert them into demon realm frequencies, then channel that power into his own body. Street holds up her index finger. She makes a serious suggestion. So, using someone who's good at screaming as bait should be very effective. Minho turns his head. He looks at Soon beside him. Really, you're finally being useful. Soon retorts loudly at me. I'm a man who doesn't even know the meaning of fear. I haven't screamed once in my entire life. Minho drags Soon toward the building. Let's just go inside first. Soon struggles desperately. Wait a second. Street stands at the entrance. She clenches her fists, cheering them on. I'll guard the entrance. Please, go in, the dim interior is covered in cobwebs. Giant skulls hang between thick ropes. They emit an eerie red light. Minho looks around at the decorations. Why are people afraid of this stuff? It's just decoration. Was it because of what Street? Minho stops in his tracks. His expression grows serious. I feel a strange energy. There really is something here. Soon clings tightly to Minho's chest.
His hands are gripping Minho's blazer with a death grip.
Didn't we come in here specifically to catch that thing? Minho lowers his eyes. He responds with a cold look. Don't overreact. A hideous monster suddenly drops from above. It opens its bloody maw. It flicks out a long, thin tongue. Its eyes are completely bloodshot. Startled by the sudden impact, Minho hunches his shoulders. His eyes go wide as he curses loudly. Hey, damn it! Soon tilts his head back. He opens his mouth wide, letting out a piercing, shrill scream. Ugh! Minho and Soon are clinging to each other tightly. Both of them are pale as ghosts. Their bodies are shaking violently. They are both gasping for air. Soon glances sideways at Minho. There's a hint of mockery in his voice. Oh, you just cursed, didn't you? You were scared too, weren't you? Minho shouts back in a loud defense. Shut up. I was just pretending to be startled, to see if the enemy would react. Minho lowers his eyes. He stares at his companion. So, was that the first scream of your life? Soon adjusts his glasses. Fine beads of sweat form on his forehead. Yes, I think so. I guess so. A crack opens in the darkness. A glowing green slit pupil eye quietly opens. It is wrapped in dark red chains. Soon asks with a trembling voice. Is this really the fastest way? Right, that giant. Green eyeball rolls in the darkness. Its pupil suddenly contracts. It stares intently at the prey before it. Every time he reacts to the malice of the human world, a bit of the demon bloodstone's power is released. Minho steps forward. His gaze becomes sharp and cold. So, if it can absorb demonic malice, which is far stronger than a human's, it can release even more of the demon bloodstone's power. A giant spherical monster floats in midair. A bloodshot green eye takes up half of it stretches its wide, fanged mouth. That scream of yours just now was so sweet and clear. As pure as deep crimson blood. Like a newborn's first cry. Scream emerges from the darkness. Its massive green eye glints coldly. It peels back its fanged lips. It extends its claws and lunges forward. Soon lets out a cry of shock. What is that? Scream bursts into a fit of wild laughter. Your screams are delicious. It twists its deformed body, dancing frantically in the air. Scream, scream more. Soon's eyes widen in terror. Tears well up in his eyes. Trembling, he calls out his friend's name. This is the demon, right? Minho grabs Scream's hand. Don't touch him. He's my servant. Scream rolls its giant green eye. It stares intently at the boy before it. It mutters in confusion. What are you? Scream grins, revealing rows of sharp teeth. You're not human. Minho's lips curl into a dangerous smirk. Scream. Do you want to hear? What a scream coming from your own mouth sounds like. Scream lets out a shrill, piercing laugh. A creature like you. What could you possibly do? He throws Minho off violently. Soon cries out in terror. Minho, Scream looks at the chaotic scene. He sighs with satisfaction. Ah yes, that's the Scream I want. Minho is on one knee. His left hand ignites with pink flames. Tisk, I can only use my left hand for now. He lunges forward, swinging his burning left hand directly at the massive Scream. Soon watches in horror from a distance. Scream opens its fanged mouth wide, looking down at the struggle below. Where do you think you're going? A flash of green light slams into Minho's body, sending him tumbling to the ground. He collapses, letting out a cry of pain. Soon curls up his body, protecting his chest with trembling hands, shouting out, "Watch out, Minho." Scream lets out a low growl. That's it, scream more. For your life, scream with everything you've got. Minho sits on the ground, shouting angrily at Soon. Shut up, you idiot. Your screaming is only making him stronger. Soon covers his mouth in terror. His body shakes uncontrollably, letting out a short gasp. I'm sorry. Scream lets out a chilling laugh, staring into those eyes filled with dread. Exquisite. Those eyes brimming with despair. Minho clenches his left fist, wreathed in pink flames. He throws a heavy punch at Scream's face, attempting to fight back. Scream tilts its head to dodge the attack. Its tone carries a hint of playfulness. I should turn those eyes into earrings and wear them. A powerful green light suddenly explodes, crashing into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Minho grits his teeth.
He lets out a frustrated TSK.
Minho clenches his flaming left fist, swinging it forward with force. Who you think I'd be? Afraid, Minho twists his body in midair, swinging his left fist again, trying to crush Scream. Scream lets out a boastful laugh, watching Minho's futile struggle. Look at him, struggling with those stubby little arms. How cute! Simply adorable. Minho grits his teeth, leaping up with all his might. I can't even jump higher than a normal human. As expected with this body, I can't take on a demon of this level. Scream suddenly swings its claws, grabbing Minho's body. Minho lets out a scream of agony. Soon's eyes widen in horror. He covers his mouth tightly with both hands, letting out a broken whimper. Minho's body curls up from the intense pain. He grunts through clenched. Damn it, Scream extends its sharp claws. A green glowing dagger forms at its fingertips. Its tone is dripping with cruel cunning. Now, look at this. Behold, the sword forged from your friend's screams. Scream looks down at the pinned Minho. It holds the glowing green dagger between its fingers. Its mouth stretches into an exaggerated grin. If I use this to gouge out your eyes, I wonder how delicious your scream will sound. Minho grits his teeth. A low, angry growl escapes through his teeth. For a lowly demon to dare, damn you. He glares intensely at Scream before him. His eyes are filled with resolve. I will never scream. Scream lets out a contemptuous sneer, suddenly raising the glowing green dagger in its hand. Oh, then let's put that to the test. He swings the dagger downward. The blade cuts through the air, trailing a sharp green light. The green dagger closes in, sharply enlarging in Minho's pupils. His eyes widen in horror, letting out a silent cry. The dagger plunges into Minho's face. Blood and light burst forth instantly. He lets out a piercing scream. Lim Soon covers his mouth tightly. Tears well up in his eyes, letting out a broken cry of shock. No, Scream tilts its head, watching its fallen prey, letting out a confused grunt. Minho's head hangs low, letting the shattered crystals spray across his face. What is this? He suddenly snaps his head up. His left eye is covered in cracks and blood. His pupils dilate amidst violent tremors. My vision is clearing up. Tham rests his chin on his hand. A playful smile plays on his lips. I modified your demon bloodstone to connect that power with the vengeful spirits inside you, and then pour it directly into that human body of yours. Only when the demon bloodstone shatters will that power be fully released. A wild smile curls on Minho's lips. Hey, Bam. That bastard actually hid the unlock condition right here. He swings his left arm. Pink flames explode like a raging tide, instantly consuming the surrounding air. Scream's eyes widen in terror, its body trembling violently from the What is this? Why is it that my blade of screams couldn't even gouge out one of his eyes? Minho steps forward against the gale, wrapped in a violent pink aura, his voice echoing through the roar. That is because I'm no longer a mere human. Scream lets out a piercing shriek. Its body swells violently under the savage power. Its skin is covered in hideous cracks. Its left eye flashes with an eerie green light, swinging its claws toward Minho in midair. Minho steadies himself. He turns his head and shouts into the distance, "Hey! Lim Soon, don't stop. Keep screaming." Lim Soon hunches his shoulders in terror, his hands tightly, clutching his collar, asking in disbelief. What? That will only make him stronger. Minho snaps his head around, his eyes reflecting an unquestionable resolve. Shut up and just scream. Lim Soon grits his teeth. Fine beads of sweat break out on his forehead. Though I don't know what he's thinking, I have no choice but to trust Minho. Lim Soon closes his eyes tight, taking a deep breath. He lets out a soul-shattering scream. Scream opens its giant, toothy maw, greedily inhaling the fear in the air, letting out a distorted groan. What a delicious scream. Scream struggles in agony amidst the violent sound waves, letting out one final cry. Minho looks down at his right leg. The pink light tightens layer by layer like chains. With the activation of the demon bloodstone, the seal on his right leg is breaking. He suddenly lunges forward, stomping his right foot into the empty air, sending out a ripple of pink energy. Scream opens its giant, toothy maw, greedily inhaling the fear in the air, letting out a twisted laugh. You idiot. To think you actually planned to give me more power. This arrogance will be the death of you. Minho turns his face slightly, a mocking curve forming on his lips. Did you know? The moment you devour a scream, your movements become Scream's single eye bulges, its pupil contracting from extreme shock. What? Minho crouches low, supporting himself with his right hand on the ground, violent pink energy accumulating in his right leg. Now, let me hear it. Your own scream of agony. Minho leaps into the air, his face contorted with extreme excitement, gathering violent pink light in his left hand, letting out a wild roar. He swings his left arm violently. A pink blade of light strikes down like lightning, striking Scream's massive body with a heavy blow. Scream lets out a piercing shriek as its body trembles violently from the impact. Minho dives down with the force of gravity. His right leg is engulfed in even hotter pink flames, stomping down hard, right onto Scream's head. Scream howls in despair. Its voice is completely shattered as it's consumed by the pink light. Minho leaps through the air. His right leg, wreathed in pink energy, strikes down heavily. The shell of the demon bloodstone has completely shattered. I can clearly feel that power. He dives downward, a wild smile on his lips. As long as I keep absorbing the evil aura of these demons, my power will soon be fully restored. Minho extends his limbs in midair, letting the violent energy explode all around him, clawing at the empty space with his right hand, as if to tear the very space apart. Scream tilts its head back, turbid liquid spraying from its giant maw, under the heavy pressure of the pink light, letting out one final wail. Minho watches the tensed body below. His eyes are filled with a sense of absolute control. My power will be back soon. Scream's body completely shatters, Its massive eyeball explodes amidst the pink light, letting out a dull groan of agony. Crackle, the broken limbs turn to ash, scattering in midair, leaving only sporadic ripples of energy vibrating. Minho tilts his head back slightly, as pink evil energy flows into his left eye, a satisfied curve forming on his lips. Exactly as I thought. He gazes at the embers remaining in his palm. His eyes are burning with feverish intensity. The power accumulated here is incomparable to mere human malice. Ah, the demon bloodstone is unlocked. I just need to keep absorbing evil until I reclaim my original. Lim Soon watches the back before him in terror. That demon, it looks like you absorbed it. Hey, are you okay? Minho replies. Ah, of course I am. He looks at Lim Soon, a hint of cold fanaticism in his eyes. Now, let's go devour the next one. Demon, the skyscraper stands tall in the night. Its dense windows emit a cold light. Minhee stops at the apartment door, suitcase in hand. She turns to look at Han-soo. Ah, thank you for showing me the way. Han-soo stands with one hand in her pocket, turning her head away, her eyes showing an unquestionable indifference. Go unpack your things. Until training begins, going outside is prohibited. Minhee lowers her head, her hands tightly clutching her hoodie strings, replying in a low voice. Okay, the door is slammed shut, letting out a heavy thud. Minhee stands alone in the entryway, staring at the closed door. She slowly lifts her head, her eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue and confusion. Minhee bows her head, her hair hiding her expression. Mom, Appa, she suddenly clenches her fists, her knuckles trembling slightly from the force. I can do this. The surveillance camera looks down coldly on the room. It rotates slightly, making a faint mechanical sound. A red indicator light flickers in the dark. Mara's voice, filled with a chilling fanaticism, chuckles. Mom's really getting excited. 2 pairs of shoes stepped onto the stone tiles, making a rapid scuffing sound, moving forward at a quick pace. Minho came to a halt. Street caught a strange scent in the air. This smell of blood? Could it be Lord Lavis? Master of the blood of all things. Minho turned his head, responding with a calm expression. Don't take it too far. Street placed a hand over her heart, bowing slightly in respect. May the footprints of the wild swan follow you. Street will become your shadow, and follow you to the end of the darkness. Minho stood in the middle of watching his companion ahead. Tell me where the next target is? Then go track down Mara.
He lowered his eyes slightly.
His tone was calm and decisive. Only then can I increase my power. I'll go take care of it right now. Street shouted in response. As you command, a spark flickered at the fingertips. Lighting a cigarette, a plume of black smoke rose slowly. The demon this time is Apep. It feeds on the malice generated in human lungs. The man took a deep drag, completely oblivious to the thing on his shoulder. Apep opened its wide mouth, letting out a greedy laugh. More, give me more. Apep suddenly sensed something. It jerked its head around, making a short, confused noise. Minho had appeared behind him at some point, looking down at him with cold eyes. Come with me. Apep's eyes widened in terror, shivering as it let out a scream. What the hell are you? A pink light exploded in midair. Apep let out a piercing shriek. Minho raised his hand to cover his nose and mouth. Tisk, what a disgusting stench. Lim soon bent over, coughing violently. Minho stood under a telephone pole. His expression was grim. Next, this type of demon feeds on the stamina of drunkards. Its name is Escola. Minho swung his arm. A red light sliced through the demon's torso, cutting it in half instantly. This one reeks too. Lim Soon stood to the side, watching the energy leaking from the demon's remains. I didn't know there were so many demons in the human world. But why do demons need to get power from humans? What about the demons that flee to the human world? Minho explained. When demons cross the barrier into this world, they lose their original power. So, to survive, they have to find substitutes. Otherwise, they'll vanish completely. Lim Soon looked enlightened. I see. I guess demonic possession isn't just a silly superstition. Minho looked down, looking at his own. I think I have enough power now. It's time to test it. Red light surged violently in his palm, making a piercing roar. Lim Soon's eyes widened in terror, letting out a cry of surprise. Whoa, Minho. What is that? Minho gripped the hilt with one hand, raising a massive red longsword toward the sky. It finally reclaimed it. My Tanro sword. It's not a full summon yet, but Lim Soon looked at Minho beside him. By the way, isn't it dangerous to leave Street out there all by herself? Minho stared at the longsword in his hand. His tone was flat. Don't worry about her. Her power is as insignificant as rat droppings. No one will even notice she's there. Street was hanging upside down from a tree branch, hiding among the thick leaves. Falling into silence, she suddenly opened her mouth, baring her sharp teeth, letting out a frustrated shout. I'm so hungry. I'm really going to starve to death at this rate. Street's eyes suddenly went wide. Her pupils constricted sharply. That's the one. She suddenly spread her wings, diving down from the branch, slicing through the night sky, heading straight for the ground. A fat worm was lying on the ground, crawling along slowly. Street extended her sharp claws, grabbing the prey with precision. Gotcha. Little thing, she suddenly froze. Her pupils constricted. Wait, this is... Street stared down at the prey in her claws. The fat worm was writhing violently between her fingers. This worm definitely carries Mara's power. Street quickly spread her wings, soaring over the city. I have to tell Lord Lavis immediately. A black sedan drove into the underground parking lot, slowly passing under the barrier arm. In the back seat, Han Young was shouting excitedly. Mother, mother. I cleaned it up perfectly. She leaned close to the woman's face. I did a good job. Mara let out a high-pitched giggle. Yes, now, hurry up. Hurry, baby, let's go. Go. Minhee's eyes were squeezed shut. She leaned against the seat, her face deathly pale, sunk into a deep coma. Street had the fat worm stuffed in her mouth, flapping her wings with all her might, making muffled whimpering sounds. MPH, MPF. Minho frowned, looking at Street, who had flown in front of him. Spit that worm out first. I can't understand a single word you're saying. Street transformed into her human form. Lord Lavis. Quick, look at this. Minho looked down at the ground, frowning in disgust. What is that? It reeks. Street pinched the wriggling worm, examining it with a solemn expression. I'm certain this is one of Mara's parasites. It seems that when Mara crossed the barrier, she lost her original form. She must have possessed a human. Since the parasite has crawled out, it means Mara needs a new vessel. Her demon soul can't sustain itself in a human shell for long. Lim Soon looked horrified. His eyes widened. So that talent scout's invitation before really was to steal Minhee's body? Minho crossed his arms. His tone was icy. That makes sense. Mara has always been obsessed with young and beautiful things. He grit his teeth. A look of disgust crossed his face. Tisk, she's clearly much older than my own mother. That old hag should just age gracefully. Lim Soon asked cautiously. Exactly how old is your mother? Minho fell into thought. Let me see. If converted to human years, she's about 6,375 years old. Lim Soon was frozen like a statue, terrified. Cold sweat ran down his cheek. What? Then how old are you? Minho's expression became a bit vague. How old am I exactly? When I was just a child, my uncle once took me to the human world. At that time, humans were building something great. Barca let out an arrogant laugh. Do you see? Humans are building a temple for me. This kind of treatment, is something you low-level demons can't even dream of. Got it? My nephew. Young Lavis grit his teeth. What's so great about that? Bam looked up at Barca, continuing to state the facts calmly. Lord Barca, as far as I know, those humans aren't worshipping you. They are worshipping the Lord of the Heavenly Realm. Barca's eyes widen suddenly. He roars in fury. What? Them? Why would they worship that guy I beat to a pulp? Bam shrinks back as he is pressed. He mutters under his breath. How should I know? Barca tilts his head back. He opens his mouth wide to the sky, revealing his sharp fangs. He laughs maniacally without restraint. Anyway, I won. So all of that belongs to me. Barca's arrogant laughter echoes over the wasteland for a long time. Lim Soon whispers blankly. They say the pyramids were built 4,000 years ago. It's simply beyond my imagination. He snaps his head up. He asks anxiously, So what should we do now? Street clenches her fists. Her body trembles slightly. Lord Lavis, your sister might be eaten by Mara. Minho falls into silence. His profile is hidden in the shadows.
He lowers his eyes slightly,
Gazing into the void. Minhee might be eaten. Night shrouds the entire city. Distant mountains roll in the background. A solitary building stands deep within the dense forest, exuding a cold atmosphere. A night in May. It was just like this on the night I was born. A black sedan stops by an abandoned construction site. The car door is wide open. Silence surrounds the area. The sky is empty and hollow. Nothing can be seen. Han-soo supports, stepping on the gravel, making a raspy crunching sound. Walking step by step, deep into the building. Han-soo looks up at the towering scaffolding. Mother, is this the place? Mara responds in a low voice. That's right, this is a crack that the demon realm, the human realm, and even the heavenly realm cannot reach. Mara suddenly stops. She lets out a sound of surprise. Echem, her eyes widen, staring ahead. What is this? At the end of the corridor, countless white flowers bloom silently, covering the cold floor, emitting a faint, eerie glow. On the high walls, countless human husks hang densely. Purple flowers bloom on their naked skin. Their stems are rooted deep within the flesh, sucking away their life. Bale stands amidst the forest of corpses, clutching a purple flower bud in his hand. He snaps his head around, staring at the intruders with gloomy eyes. Who are you? Mara's voice is full of resentment. I am Mara Villius. This is my marked territory. Bale's expression turns to shock. What, Mara? Bale mocks her. You used to be a dark throne, but now you're just a fugitive who can't even use magic properly. Aren't you? This place belongs to me now. Get out, Han Young looks at the ground. What are these things? Bale screams. Hey, watch out for the flowers below. Mara lowers her head. Yes, I truly am nothing now. Just maintaining this human body is exhausting enough. That's why I prepared. Will you protect my children? Bale frowns, looking somewhat contemptuous. Half human, half demon hybrids. Rather than protecting children, these parents look more ridiculous. Mara snaps her head up, revealing her sunken eyes and a crazed smile. What does that matter? Since I gave them birth, they should fulfill their duties as children. Get out of here with these stinking weeds. Bale grits his teeth, showing his sharp canines. Weeds, my sacred flowers. He swings his arm angrily. Purple light gathers at his fingertips. Why can't anyone recognize them? Han Young blows Bale away with a casual strike. Hey, what's wrong with you? Mara shows a twisted smile. Hey, well done. My children. Mara angrily pours liquid down the children's throats. Ah, what a waste. The spring of demon souls doesn't even belong to you, yet you want to monopolize it. Do you know how hard it was to steal this? Swallow it, hurry, swallow it. The spring of demon souls. It's the spring water located in the deepest valley of the demon realm. Legend says they are the tears left by the true God who created the world. This spring is the source of demonic power, and the only holy water that can satisfy greed. Mara grips the empty vial, roaring at the ceiling in rage. Gamdale Vindicare. The spring of demon souls never belonged to you. How dare you try to keep it for yourself? You despicable coward. The two children are covered in tears. Viscous purple liquid hangs from the corners of their mouths. Their eyes stare blankly ahead. What a waste. But there's no other choice. Drink this, and then protect me. The group moves through the dark forest. Beneath their feet is a gravelly, desolate path. Are we really going in? Mara's stench is getting closer. Street points toward the abandoned building ahead. This is it. It's definitely here. Lim Soon looks at the dilapidated building in terror. I can't believe there's a building in a place like this. Street's expression looks pained. My nose has given out. Lim Soon says with a trembling voice, pleading with Minho, you must save Minhee, no matter what. Minho gazes forward. His eyes are cold and determined. Let's go. Lim Soon shrinks back, retracting his neck. Resistance is written all over his face. What, I have to go too? It'll only be a burden if I go. Minho turns, looking down coldly at the boy beside him. A burden, you'll make an excellent shield. Lim Soon's eyes widen in horror. His mouth hangs wide open. A shield? Street pumps her fist, cheering loudly. Lord Lavis, please, you must defeat Mara. Fighting, Minho turns his head. You come in too. We need all the help we can get. Street's eyes widen in horror, revealing her sharp canines. Madame too? Her body can't stop trembling. What use are wealth and glory? I really should have just stayed by Lord Bam's side. Purple light weaves into a complex magic circle on the ground. Minhee's arms hang limply at her sides. Mara squats at the edge of the circle, stretching out her withered hand, letting out a low chuckle. Perfect, hey. Come here, come here. Bale pleads. Witch of Greed, please show me mercy. If you want to stay in the human world, you need me. Han Young kicks Bale. Mother, give this guy to me. There's already so much annoying stuff to do. I can make him handle the chores. Bale begs loudly. Yais. As long as you give me orders, I will work myself to the bone. Minho speaks coldly. Birds of a feather flock together. Birds of a feather flock together. An addict who betrayed his family. A fugitive driven out by greed. And a pair of half-blood twins. You four really are a perfect match. He slowly turned his head. His cold gaze locked onto Minho. Yu Han Young froze in her tracks. She spoke with some hesitation. Wait, isn't that Minhee's brother? Lim Soon hid behind Minho. His body wouldn't stop shaking violently. Oh no, it's impossible. Are all these corpses real? Minho looked back expressionlessly. Hey, parrot. I was wondering where you went. So you were here all along. Lim Soon, if I hadn't saved you, you'd be lying there right now too. So from now on, you'll do as I say. Right. Lim Soon's eyes widened in terror. Cold sweat trickled down his cheek. So disgusting, so terrifying. This is a real monster. Bale stared at Minho in disbelief. You know, parrot, then you're the one who ruined my plan. Mara watched Minho with a cold gaze. I knew it. You're more than just a human. Han Young flashed a sly smile. See, my eyes are never wrong. Mother, do you know who he is? Street jumped in front of Minho. She spread her arms and announced loudly. This is Lord Lavis Vindicare. Her expression was fanatical. Baring her sharp teeth, he slaughtered the great Hiltiger family and was banished to the human world. He is the noble and only son of the great demon king. What? Mara's pupils contracted suddenly. Her face was full of horror. Lavis Vindicare? You're that bastard son of Aeneas? Bale roared. Lavis Vindicare. The butcher who wiped out my family. Wait, this is an opportunity. That's right. Right now he isn't Lavis, the king of slaughter. He's just a prisoner trapped in a human body. I can finally avenge my family with my own hands. Mara clenched her fists. Purple magic seeped through her fingers.
Aeneas.
That hateful woman. To think she actually sent her son to the human realm. What a nuisance, Minho stared ahead expressionlessly. With my current power, dealing with all three of them at once is impossible. And that Bale guy could stab me in the back at any moment. Minho tilted his head slightly. His eyes were cold. In that case, I'll deal with that bastard later. Hey, Bale, get out. Bale revealed a grotesque smile. He opened his mouth and roared maniacally. Do you still think you're Lavis? Of the demon, I'm going to kill you with my own hands. Damn it, Minho's eyes snapped open. His left eye instantly turned blood-red. He let out an astonishing roar. If you don't want to die here, then get the hell out. Bale was cowed by the pressure. He pulled back his neck in terror. Minho stood in the light. Violent purple energy gathered in his left hand. And tell all the demons in the human world, I, Lavis, have descended as the Blood Lord. If they don't want to be captured or killed, tell them this. Until I return, stay in line. Bale looked horrified. Cold sweat poured down his face. What? You can use magic in a human body? How is that possible? Damn you, Han Young suddenly swung her right leg. She kicked Bale away hard. Minho watched them, expressionless. His voice was cold and contemptuous. Hey, old hag. If you want to look young, you have to endure the pain of having your bones carved and flesh eaten. You can't just steal someone else's body so easily. What did you call me, old hag? Mara turned her head sharply. Her eyes were filled with rage. You brat! How dare you speak to your elder like that? She suddenly began to cough violently. Blood kept spilling from the corners of her mouth. Han Young quickly supported her shoulder, mother. Don't push yourself too hard. True. Mara wiped the blood from her mouth with her hand. A cruel smile appeared on her face. I'm starting to get curious now. That child Aeneas treasures so much. If my children tore him to pieces, what kind of expression would she make? I'm curious too. Minho's left eye flickered with a blood-red light. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, forming an arrogant smirk.
If
the children of that woman who's been jealous her whole life all died, what kind of expression would she make? Mara broke into a grotesque grin. Her pupils contracted sharply with ecstasy. You two, which one of you will bring back that arrogant bastard's tongue first? Purple magic swirled wildly in the air. It turned into the end of a heavy chain, connected to a spiked morning star. It let out a piercing hum. Han Young grabbed the chain with one hand. A cruel smile played on her lips. Me, of course, mother. Just wait a little longer. Han-Su was wearing a white suit. Both hands held twin blades wreathed in purple flames. Her gaze was cold and empty. Han Young swung the chain. The morning star at the end whistled through the air. She let out a reckless laugh and announced loudly, Han-Su, you're out of this. To shut that bastard up. My mineral is enough. Blades clashed. Sparks flew everywhere. Several figures darted through the chaotic offense and defense. Han-Su swung her longsword, blocking a surprise attack from the side. Han Young suddenly yanked the chain in her hand. Her arm muscles tensed. She gritted her teeth and pulled. Hey, Han-Su, move it. You're in my way. Han-Su stepped aside. Her eyes were cold as she stared ahead. Shut up and just watch my back. Minho swung his sword to cut through the incoming shockwave. He watched the chaotic battle coldly. Their teamwork is non-existent. I'll use that to crush them completely. Minho darted between the flashes of blades, sidestepping the intersecting edges. He mocked them with a calm voice. At this rate, you'll kill each other. Before I even kill one of you. Right, Han Young suddenly leaned back. She gasped out loud. Watch out. I almost got hit. Minho maintained his combat stance. His eyes swept over the chaotic companions. They were interfering with each other's attacks. Han-Su has blind confidence, while Han Young is utterly cynical. A perfect pair easily torn apart. A blade traced an arc through the air, accurately parrying the incoming. Heavy strike, sparks showered from the contact point. Minho swung his longsword, blocking the frontal strike. Without the slightest hesitation, Han Young was hit by the chain's shockwave again. She gritted her teeth and let out a groan. Ooh, again. Seriously? Han-soo gritted her teeth, letting out a displeased scold. Minho swung his longsword. The blade sliced through the air, accurately slashing toward Han-soo's abdomen. Blood splattered in midair. Han-soo let out a painful groan. The blade was stained red with blood, emitting a weird red glow. Minho turns his head to the side, watching the opponent before him. Even for a half-blood, this power is quite considerable. What on earth did Mara do to these twins? Han Young laughs maniacally while swinging her chains. The chains vibrate violently in the air. Serves you right, Han-soo. I'm going to cut out that bastard's tongue first. The morning star at the end of the chain whistles through the air, striking Minho's shoulder heavily. Minho lets out a short cry of pain. Han-soo lunges forward again, swinging the sharp blade in her hand, slashing at Minho's head. But I'll be the one to take his head. Minho raises his longsword high, quickly dodging backward. Han-soo's eyes widen suddenly, watching the scene before her. He managed to dodge in that situation? Han Young swings her chain. The morning star carves an arc through the air, screaming at the top of her lungs. Here, Lavis. You almost died just now? Be careful, you're only allowed to die by my hand. The chain sweeps violently across the stone tiles, kicking up clouds of dust. The three figures put distance between each other in the wide corridor. The purple light surges again, slicing through the air like a blade. Minho grips the sword horizontally with both hands to block the attack. The blade and the enemy's weapon collide violently. Sparks fly wildly between the two. Han-soo repeats the curse in a low voice. Die, die. Die. Minho slides backward and to the side, avoiding the sweeping purple sword energy. The blade brushes past the tip of his nose, creating an ear-piercing whistle of broken air. Minho watches the two opponents before him. His internal demonic energy isn't enough to handle them both at once. It might be but should I try to provoke them? He suddenly turns his head and shouts toward the other side. Hey, your sister is pretty impressive. Han Young is instantly enraged. Veins bulge at her temple, opening her mouth wide in a frenzied roar. What? Who are you calling sister? I was born before her, by a full 18 minutes. Han Young swings the massive morning star chain, spinning it wildly in the air, creating a deafening roar. I'm going to kill you! Minho stands his ground, watching the other's irrational, anger-fueled attacks, tilting his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. It worked that well? Han Young lets out a frantic scream. The morning star slams into the ground. Rocks shatter. Dust billows up. The attack completely misses its original target. Han-soo lowers her eyelids, scolding coldly. You idiot. What were you thinking? Charging into melee range as well? Han Young jerks the chain back, opening her mouth in an angry roar. Shut up. I'll be the first to take this bastard's corpse to mother. Minho turns his head slightly, watching the approaching enemy. Good. Her attacks have become sloppy now. This means Minho swings the sword with one hand. The blade carves an arc in the air. Entered my range. Mara, one of the Dark Thrones, was once someone I admired. I never expected you to become so hideous. Unable to control your own greed. I'm truly disappointed. Mara lets out a piercing shriek, her face contorted as she howls. How dare you call me hideous? You lowly, inferior beast. Streak grits her teeth, shouting out.
Now.
Master Soon. Soon runs forward quickly, rushing toward Minhee's position. Soon lunges forward, pressing his hands firmly against the flowing purple energy. Letting out a roar. An intense burning sensation comes from his palms. Soon grits his teeth. Enduring the agony. It's too hot. No, wait. Wait, is it cold? Manhwa lies quietly in the center of the barrier. Her eyes are closed tight. Soon struggles desperately against the energy layer. Fragmented growls squeezed from his throat. And an ooh. Manhwa's face is pale, as if she has fallen into an eternal slumber. Soon calls out her name in despair. Manhwa, please. Wake up. Street swings her blade, blocking the incoming purple beams, letting out a smirk. Hiya, Street grits her teeth, resisting the impact, shouting out, I'll find a way to hold on. Master Soon. Hurry, go save Miss Manhwa. Soon is suddenly repelled by the purple barrier, letting out a cry of pain, his body slamming heavily backward. Soon raises his trembling hands. His palms are covered in hideous burn marks. Gasps for breath, emitting broken moans. Soon's head hangs low, gripping his left wrist tightly with his right hand. His fingertips tremble from the exertion. I'm just an ordinary person. I can't do anything. In his memory, Manhwa walked side by side with her companions, bright smiles on their faces. Those were once incredibly precious moments. Soon grits his teeth. Sweat slides down his cheeks, letting out an unwilling, low cry. Even so, I will never give up. Soon lets out a wild roar, suddenly swinging his right fist, charging forward against the purple light. Manhwa, no matter what, we will definitely save you. His heavy fist slams into the barrier, triggering a violent circle of white shockwaves. Street lets out a piercing shriek. Her chest is slashed by a purple blade. Blood splatters everywhere. Mara cracks a black whip that looks like a tentacle, mocking with a chilling, this half-baked game of beasts should come to an end. Don't you agree? Street grits her teeth, watching the contorted figure ahead. Even though her body has rotted like that, she can still launch attacks of this caliber? Are these the so-called 12 Dark Thrones? Mara swings her arm suddenly. The black whip leaves several afterimages in the air, emitting a sharp whistle. Do you really think someone like you can change anything? Street is sent flying by the massive impact. Her body slams heavily against the wall, letting out a pained moan. Arag, purple blades pin her firmly to the wall. Blood drips down her clothes. She opens her mouth, gasping for air with difficulty. It hurts. Mara reveals a hideous and twisted smile. Stay right there and watch closely. Watch what kind of end this pest meets. Street is pinned to the wall by the blades, opening her mouth in a piercing shriek. Ah, no, Master Soon. Run. Soon turns his head suddenly. His pupils contract violently from extreme terror, watching the sudden turn of events. Soon falls flat on his back. His body is entangled in a thick, black substance, letting out a cry of pain. Mara reveals a twisted smile, watching her struggling prey. I'll turn you and that brat into nourishment together. Just wait there obediently. Soon grits his teeth, his hands desperately clawing at the black substance on his chest. My body, I can't move. Manhwa's eyes are closed, collapsed within the flickering purple magic circle. Mara looks down at her. I've wasted too much time on these brats. Mara spread her arms. A massive purple hexagram array appeared in her palms, letting out a frantic cry. By the blade that rends the soul, I swear, O moon of the covenant, I shall discard this rotting flesh. Let the fire of greed burn through my veins. Open the path. Tear open the gates of my heart. Overturn this life completely. Manhwa snapped her eyes open. An eerie light reflected in her pupils. Mara's voice echoed from above. Darkness, heed my call. My oath is complete. Manhwa snapped his head back, his pupils constricted in shock. No, a long sword wrapped in red light materialized out of thin air. The blade vibrated violently, letting out a piercing hum. Han Young brandished her chains, letting out a roar. Minho swung his sword to block. Sparks flew wildly where the weapons clashed. The shockwave sent the three of them flying, crashing heavily onto the ground. Han-su steadied herself, standing in front of Han Young. Stay right there. Han Young struggled to get up, swinging her chains, bellowing loudly. Ah, no! I'm supposed to be first. Han Young froze in her tracks. Several purple beams appeared out of nowhere, binding her tightly like ropes. The beams tightened instantly. Han Young's body was instantly constricted. Han Young's mouth was sealed with tape. Her eyes went wide with terror, letting out muffled whimpers. Han Young was dragged into a corner. Her legs struggled weakly against the ground, letting out a desperate grunt. Jin Ji-hee raised his index finger to his lips, looking down at the man pinned beneath him. How could you do that? Bullying our dear brother Lavis? Jin Ji-hee gave a playful smile, staring at the man's terrified face. A thick black liquid dripped from above, falling precisely into Minhee's mouth. The black liquid continued to gush, filling Minhee's mouth completely, spilling out from the corners of her lips. Mara let out a soft chuckle.
Hee hee. Mara let out a piercing laugh.
Saliva dripping from her mouth, her eyes wide with ecstasy. I finally have the perfect vessel. Han Youngju's body fell lifeless to the ground. Mara reached out, crawling forward. Mara raised both hands, her fingertips trembling in the air, feeling this power. Ah, this fresh body, this sensation. Mara cupped her cheeks in her hands, a near maniacal smile on her face. This is it. I will enjoy this beauty forever. Street's mouth hung open in terror. Cold sweat trickled down her temple. No. Miss Minhee. Minho's attention was drawn away. Han-su watched him coldly. Where do you think you're looking? Minho grit his teeth, letting out a grunt. Damn it, I'm too late. Jin Ji-hee hid behind the corner, his cheeks flushed deep red, staring obsessionally into the distance. Brother Lavis's lips are so beautiful. He's so sexy, even in his current form. Minho swung his sword. Blood splattered from his arm. With a muffled cry, Jin Ji-hee shook his head violently, clutching his collar tightly. Get a grip. He's in danger right now. Jin Ji-hee stopped, hesitation in his eyes. But if I step in, Brother Lavis will finally look at me. Ji-hee covered his burning cheeks, his body twisting with excitement. Just the thought of it is too embarrassing. In Ji-hee's mind, Lavis's handsome face appeared. He couldn't help but scream. But I can't just stand here and admire him. What should I do? Han Young's mouth was sealed with tape, collapsing on the floor, convulsing violently. Her eyes were bloodshot, staring fixedly ahead. Han Young struggled desperately, muffled whimpers coming from her throat. Han-su turned her head, looking at her sister on the ground. Han Young, who did this to you? Minho raised his sword high, dark red energy coiling around the blade.
Now.
Minho slashed forward. Blood sprayed through the air. Mother Han Young. That idiot. Mara stopped, looking back over her shoulder. Minhee reached, tearing the tape off Han Young's mouth. So, what are you doing lying there? Han Young snapped her head up. With a startled cry, Han Young pointed ahead and shouted, Where did that brat go? He just jumped out of nowhere. A playful smile tugged at Mara's lips. Oh, looks like we have a little mouse here. Han Young stared blankly at the girl in front of her. Wait, Mother? Is that you? Mara gave a bright, eerie smile. How do I look? Am I beautiful? Mother, you don't look like yourself at all. Lim Soon's brow furrowed, watching the girl. So she really did take over Minhee's body. Is it all over? Street shouted toward the front. Lord Lavis, there's still a chance. Miss Minhee's soul hasn't completely vanished yet. Minho turned his head sharply, shock in his eyes. What? Street shouted out. Tonight is a moonless night. On nights when the moon is hidden, the boundary between the human and demon realms blurs. Even souls become unstable. Magic and contracts are at their weakest. Before this night ends, Mara's ritual isn't truly complete. Miss Minhee's soul must still be in there. Minhee snapped her eyes open, her pupils trembling, letting out a sharp gasp. Minhee reached out her hand, her fingers clawing at the air, her face filled with terror. Minho, Appa, my body is moving on its own. Please save me. Minho stopped, visible conflict in his eyes. Is that Minhee's soul? Mara looked down, a cold curve forming at the corner of her mouth, letting out a low chuckle. Mara's eyes were full of mockery. This is fun. Tell me, do I sound exactly like the real Minhee? The veins on Minho's temple throbbed, grit his teeth hard, a low, angry growl coming from deep in his throat. How dare you play? Mara's right arm transformed into a massive black claw, slicing a twisted arc through the air. Hanyang, Hansu, I'm too tired. Kill them all now. Hanyang brandished her chains, charging forward, roaring frantically. Yes, mother. We're getting serious now. Find that mouse from earlier, and kill it too. Minho blocked with his sword. Violent sparks erupt where the blades clash, gritting teeth to withstand the impact. I can't believe this. That I can't even deal with a few pathetic hybrids, and have to suffer such humiliation. Mara watches the battlefield. A cruel smile hangs on her lips. You've been waiting for a long time, haven't you? It's time for a feast, to replenish your energy. Street grits her teeth. A look of resentment flashes in her eyes. Mara sticks out her tongue, licking the corners of her mouth. Her eyes are filled with greedy desire. Now, who should I eat first? Lim Su's eyes widen in terror. Cold sweat drips down his cheeks. He lets out a groan of pain. A purple orb rolls onto the ground, making a soft clinking sound. Mara stops her movements. She lowers her head in confusion. The orb suddenly snaps open. Red smoke gushes out like a tidal wave. From within, a small demon with sharp horns lets out a furious roar. The little demon floats in midair. Its eyes flash with a murderous light, staring intently at the enemies in front of it. The red smoke instantly entangles Mara, locking her body in a tight grip. Mara struggles in terror, letting out a piercing shriek. What is this? Minho snaps his head around. His pupils contract in